Lordy, 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 lordy. Have I ever watched Power? No, I haven't. Discord video suggestion, bruh. What does it say? What is the? What does it say? The Discord video suggestion. Uh, Goodness gracious, bruh. We're gonna do a short stream. Nothing too long, man. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. For some reason, I do not know why. I can't do ads on Twitter for some reason. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it's a glitch. I don't know. I don't know, bruh. I don't know. Maybe it's a glitch. Lordy, lordy, lordy. How 2 weeks? Yeah. Lordy, lordy, lordy. How's everybody doing today? How is everybody doing today? What a crazy day. What a crazy day. Musk heard me talking. I think it happened when I quote tweeted one of his tweets. I think that's when it happened. That man is so sensitive. That dude is so fragile. That is the most fragile individual I've ever seen. The most fragile individual I've ever seen, Musk. Because that's exactly when it happened, now that I'm thinking about it. As soon as I quote tweeted him, it said... Because he said some stupid tweet talking about... I couldn't play GTA because it had you killing a cop or something like that. Where is it? Here it is. This is what I noticed as far as my my ability to my ability to what do you call it? Do any promotion or anything went away. This man said, do you see what this dude said? I tried, but I didn't like doing crime. GTA 5 required shooting police officers in the opening scene. Just couldn't do it. Now, of course, I put out the obvious. This is why your birth rates are so low. Just fragile, bro. Absolute fragile. Next thing I know, I can't do ads. So. So it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. We'll see. We'll see if that changes. We'll see if it changes. Or if I have to go to a different account. If I have to go to a different account, then so be it. If I have to run ads from a different account, so be it. But anyways, one thing I found funny is that people are crying over this documentary. Now, have you guys heard of Stand from the Beginning? I'm in the middle of watching it, right? I only have 30 minutes left. It's a good documentary. It's a good documentary. And you want what's crazy? Doesn't even talk about white people, bro. Doesn't even talk about them like that. You want to, bro? People are crying over the documentary. Have you all seen it? Crying over it. It was a month ago. Crying over it, bro. Crying. You had what's his name? The Quarter Pounder. Bro, this dude's crying. Look, Netflix racist anti-white documentary. Now, he never watched the documentary. This is the crazy part. Imagine, god dang. Imagining waking up to this every morning. Holy fuck, man. Goodness gracious. You know this guy doesn't go out anymore, right? He's a recluse. Because I think someone punched him or something. Bruh, it's the funniest thing ever. I remember watching the video because it showed up in my timeline. I'm like, what the fuck is this? He's like, no, man, I'm not doing it anymore. Somebody tried to assault me. And I was like, got you, okay. Yeah, he hasn't even watched it, bruh. This guy hasn't watched. Do you want to know? All they're basing it off of is a tweet. Whiteness prevents white people from connecting to humanity. Now, if you, I understand, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to fragility. Whiteness, remember when I was saying black ignorant? I could say black ignorant until, the cows came home. But the moment I said white ignorant, what happened? Lucas, why are you being racist? Lucas, why are you being so hateful? What's wrong with you? Why do you hate us? Huh? Why do you hate us? The moment I said that, that's when they started getting very fragile, very sensitive, because he doesn't understand as far as the concept behind whiteness. And it's very interesting because it goes off it talks about in the documentary what I've talked about, what other people talked about, where he talks about, hey, when it comes to slavery was ubiquitous. It wasn't until y'all made it racial, right? It wasn't until y'all made it racial, because one thing they talked about, they feared, was the poor, the servant white person, and then the slave grouping together, teaming up. So the way that they made that not happen is to grant, as far as your skin color, privilege. Hey, you may be poor and he may be poor, but because you're white, you have to understand, you're better than they are. Oh, really? Mm-hmm. That's correct. You serious? Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, well then, all right, sweet. That's what the documentary, that's what it's covering, as far as basically the image of black people. And that's what I'm saying, as far as whoever allowed this to happen, kudos to them. That's why I don't really, go into the whole all white people or all black people, because we all know all skin folk aren't all kinfolk. We already know that from where we are. So the people who created this, I tip my hat to them 100%. 100%. To put this on Netflix is a good thing. But you have to understand, people like this, right? He sees them as race traitors. That's what you have to understand. That's why it's so dangerous for some white people to speak out, because they will be shunned by their own. And there's nowhere they can go. There's nowhere they can go. They will be ostracized with the quickness. That's why you get a lot of these people who, they silent, cheer. Hey, you can do it. Go for it. I'm rooting for you guys. I'm rooting for you. Because they know that some of the most vicious individual people out there are those that look like them. You have to understand this. You have to understand this. That's why they, hey, you're doing great, man. I really like your stuff. You're doing great. They're very paranoid, because they know the saltines in the world, they don't play, bro. You will get blacklisted with quickness and be labeled, hey, a race traitor, an N-word lover. Just like that. Just like that. Oh, so you hate white people, huh? Wait, no. I'm just saying, as far as when it comes to slavery. Oh, we all were slaves. Yeah, I understand, but they know better than we do, bro. Because at least you have to understand, some of these ignorants will actually hear them out. These races, they will actually hear them out. They won't hear us out. They won't hear us out. They'll let so-and-so talk because, the complexion for the protection. But when you say something to them, dismiss. They say something, what do you have to say? So you have to understand, there is a fragility here, and it's really palpable. Extremely palpable, because what they're understanding is, hey, we're a minority on the planet. Mind you, a minority on the planet. You have to understand. You have to understand what that means. So if you're a minority on the planet, what does that mean, bruh? What do you think that means? That means you can't allow any agreement to take place. You can't allow any solidarity to take place. You can't allow any of that to happen, because if it happens, it's game over. It's game over. That's why I say, when people talking about, Africans versus blacks and all that, that is, I'm not going to call it white supremacy. That's white inferiority. Anything that's causing division amongst people who are of the same mind for the empowerment of the group, that's a plan. That's bait. That's bait. When it comes to the Africans who aren't about Black Americans, or they've already been brainwashed, dismiss them. But you don't dismiss the entire diaspora. You don't dismiss the entire group of people. That's what you don't do. You don't have you fighting your own. It's not what you do. It's not how you win. Because they're in panic mode. You have to understand, they're in complete panic mode. They're in complete panic mode. And that's why I've been a little sensitive with some of the stories, because you have to understand, these people, there will be a backlash. You have to understand that you gaslight them enough. You gaslight them enough, or if they feel that they're being threatened enough, they'll be like a dog in a corner, and they will behave as accordingly. That's exactly how they behave. You have to understand this. If you look, like, if you're in, like, just follow some of these Twitter accounts and stuff like this. This is what they are fearing. The white British London population has gone from 98% in 1961 to 37%. So now it's replacement. That's what they fear, bro. But they don't understand. You're a minority on the planet. It's not replacement. It's not replacement. You're a minority on the planet. Right? When they say America is white, you weren't even here. There was not even white people here. Sir, how are you going to say America is white when you weren't even here for America? What are you talking about? What do you mean? I'm just curious. Where are you gathering this from? Where did you all come from? So you have to understand, this is what they fear. And every single time you come across a documentary that talks about whiteness in such a nonchalant, overt manner, you have to understand, they get scared. I don't think people understand this. You have to understand, they get scared. They're terrified right now. When you have this, it's all tiresome. Do you understand? This shot right here, they are purposefully creating a horror scenario for themselves. They're creating this for themselves. I don't think people understand that. And these individuals, when they get scared, they lose their minds. This is what they're doing. This is what they're doing. You have to understand, that is what's happening. That is the reality of the situation. But I think a lot of people are underestimating that. You're underestimating that. I don't underestimate them. I will never underestimate wicked people. I'll never do it. You just can't, because that's how you get got. That's how you get got. The moment in time where you can get people who you hate to promote your hatred of themselves, that's wild. That's a type of manipulation I'm not familiar with. But instead of avoiding these areas, we have got to infiltrate these areas. That's great. That's great. That's great. That's what we have to do. You have to infiltrate these areas. And I think we need to promote the people who promote us. That's what needs to happen. Whether it's an Indian, an Asian, whatever. Now, what you also have to understand, there has to be a reciprocity here. There's a reciprocity. If they are willing, hey, I'll give you a chance to put out your black documentary, your black movie, or your black that, there's a reciprocity. There's an exchange here. I'll give you a voice if you give me some monies, right? You have to promise me it's going to do well. Here's the problem with that. If you're suffering from individuals like this, who shouldn't be able to reproduce anyway. Like, in my perfect world, he wouldn't be allowed to reproduce. He lacks the IQ. He lacks anything remotely resembling a man. It's just everything about it. He's very, back is bent. It's not something that you would want to produce or reproduce in the future. That's just me. But that's just me. But you have to understand, when you have people like this, because that's what they are. Many of them are just cowards, right? They hide in their houses or in their basements or mom's basements. That's why they proliferate the internet so much. That's where you get these accounts. They get these little troll accounts. They feel comfortable being faceless. That's what they feel comfortable. Don't underestimate these people either, because the little trolls, they can get an adult. What did Voltaire say? Hey, if you can get a group of people to believe some foolishness, You can get them to do some foolishness, all right? I'm paraphrasing. But if you can get them to believe absurdities, you can get them to commit atrocities. So these accounts, if they can gaslight enough people, sure enough, some atrocities will happen. You have to understand that. But once you have something like this, they see this as an attack. That's sure enough how they view it. They view this as an attack on white people. When you have a documentary, such as this, that talks as whiteness, they view that as an attack, not understanding that we're not talking about white people. We're talking about the structure, this notion of what whiteness is, as far as what is good, what is bad. You look in the dictionary, right? What is good, what is bad, the definitions, everything around it. So you have to understand this, that this is what they fear. And I'm sure if you listen to some of it, that he'll probably talk. He hasn't watched the documentary. I'm watching it right now. The thing is, I have no problem watching, contrary opinions. I have no problem because I learn. Either I learn that what my beliefs I've held are inaccurate, or B, I get a different perspective of how ignorant people think. That's where you start getting their talking points. So that's why I may come across these videos and I'll watch them, because I want to know where the fragility stems from. I know where it stems from, but I want to know what they're spewing to their other fragile groups of people. It's like, okay, so that's the angle they're taking, right? That's the angle they're taking. Okay, that's what they're arguing. They're arguing this is what America was about. Okay. So just in case you come across these people like this, these neckbeards who shouldn't be allowed to reproduce in America, I say anywhere. I think he should go to Mars with many of his kind who look like this, just inferior creatures. And I don't mean that from any type of racial standpoint. I mean that from just an aesthetic presence, just aesthetically non-pleasing to women or men, or, any human. It is what it is. Unfortunately, he comes from a lineage of ugly. So he can't help himself. But I think, I tip my hat to Quartering for even showing his face. That's wild, man. That's crazy. But you have to understand where these people are coming from. But I'm curious. Let's hear what he says.
When in fact,
let's see.
It's extremely good work if you can get it.
Skip.
Paid him to say things like, quote, whiteness prevents white people from connecting to humanity.
Now, he has no idea what he means by that. None whatsoever, because it goes over his head. Because you have to understand there's a certain level of arrogance, right? There's a certain level of arrogance where this black man is going to say anything that I wouldn't understand. He's just being racist. Because you have to, they need to break it down into smaller pieces for them to comprehend. When you talk about broad structures or broad sentiments or broad understandings of how the country and the world is formed or has been formed and how it works, they tune out. They can't understand it. It's like trying to explain, I don't know, the theory of gravity to like a 1-year-old. It's not gonna click. There's just I want to watch cartoons. That's what you're happening. And instead of actually educating himself, which is what many white people do, not all, but there are many who do that, who are like, okay, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. How do I help? Great. This is how you can help. By having these documentaries, by actually giving us, how about we get some actual TV shows? Matter of fact, let's start up there. We'll change the media. Okay, allow us to change the media. And then, do you have any Jewish connections by any chance? I would definitely like to get into the hip hop industry and talk to them, maybe change the lyrics and stuff like that. I would love to get them there. And then we work our way, finagle and whatnot. You have to play the game, bro. That's how it works. You have to play the game. That's why if you're vilifying all white people, listen, a good chunk of these people who own YouTube, who own a lot of these networks, who own these producers and all that, they're not going to take too kindly to that. They're not going to take too kindly. So where does that leave you? That leaves you fucked. That's where that leaves you. Okay? That's where that leaves you. So you have to play the game. That's really it with life, with anything, honestly. You got to play it. It's those that can play the game and those that can't. And if you can't, you get got. Simple as that. But let's continue on to hear his 500 IQ take on a film that he hasn't watched.
Now, I want to, before we listen to the words of this racist.
Now, like I said, racist. What he doesn't even understand what he means by that. But he's just simply calling him a racist. Why? Because he can't handle complex ideas. He's not, when you think of people like this, right? This is this is the poster child for the people that you're dealing with. This is the poster child for the people that you're dealing with. You can't talk to people like this because it's not that they don't, in some cases they don't want to understand, but in other cases they can't understand. They just lack the mental bandwidth. It's too foreign of concepts for them to digest. It's like feeding a steak to a 2-year-old. You can't do that. You just can't.
Speech.
And how much that construction of whiteness prevents white people from connecting to humanity. In other words,
he says that white people are subhuman.
It's not what he said at all. It's not what he said at all. But once again, he wants to be a victim so badly. He wants to be a victim so badly. Because I want you to understand something. This is really, it's a fascinating thing that we're witnessing. What is happening is that you're having groups or people who are in positions of power who are lending the power to black voices or, Hispanic voices or, other individuals, other groups. But when it comes to black voices, right, when they say, hey, don't worry, I'll get your film produced. Hey, don't worry, I like your TV show, let's put that on there. You have to understand that comes at a cost, right? When they talk about, the news is protecting black people, you have to understand what is happening in many cases when you have a CNN, when you have an MSNBC, sometimes what they are doing is overcompensating because they understand that they have had hundreds and hundreds of years of talking about black people are evil, black people are monsters, black people are low IQ. Hey, their brains aren't the same size. Hey, their skulls aren't the same size. Now imagine hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of that propaganda. Imagine the people who grew up with that propaganda. They didn't die out. That's what I don't understand what people are talking about. They didn't die out. There's people's uncles, they're their grandfathers, they're their grandmothers. That's who those people are. You have to understand. So what happens in many cases is that they try to rectify that issue. But they rectify the issue by turning a blind eye to it. That's not really going to help anyone, right? That doesn't really help. If you're just not acknowledging what's going on, that's not helping. As a matter of fact, what all that does is plays into, the fragility of their hands. So about, see, they won't say that the person's black. They won't say that the person's black. See. That's what they do. Now, if we were to be open about this crime, there would be more white faces on TV than there would be black people. That's just basic numbers. That's where the whole per capita argument comes in. Well, per capita, Lucas. Well, I understand per capita, right? But basic numbers-wise, there are more white criminals than there are black criminals. Basic numbers-wise. Just is what it is. And when we look at those numbers, you're going to have to explain or give me a reason why little Timmy, put his finger up the bunghole of the dog. You're going to have to explain to me why little Timmy shot up the school. You're going to have to explain to me why little Timmy embezzled and destroyed the economy. You're going to have to explain to me why little Timmy signed off that loan knowing that they couldn't pay off that loan. You're going to have to explain that to me, right? Because you don't have a relationship with this country that black people have with this country. So you're not in the same socioeconomic underclass as black people are in this country. So now what's happening is that they want some of that. It's really crazy. They want, because they think that black people have been the teacher's pet. That's what many of these people believe. They believe, oh, black people have been the teacher's pet all this time. They're always defending black people. Black people, slavery, everyone's a slave, right? Because they're so ignorant and they refuse any type of truth. They have it their way or the highway. So now what they want to be, quote unquote, the teacher's pet. Now, in order to be the teacher's pet, what has to happen? The squeaky wheel gets what? The oil. So now what are they doing? Hey, I'm a victim. Hey, look, this is mean. Look at what they're doing. Hey, there's anti-white racism. Think about that. That's what they're doing. You say white supremacy. What do they say? What about black supremacy? You say, hey, white fragility. What do they say? What about black fragility? Black fragility. Because they want the attention. They want to be, hey, what about me? Look at me. The problem is that some of these people who are in positions of power are saying, well, I get it. We've had hundreds and hundreds of years of white celebrities, of white TV stars, of white documentaries, of white music. We got that. How about we give some of the bright and talented, of the black community? How about we, give them a TV show every once in a while? How about we throw them in a video game every once in a while? How about we give them, some decent representation? Some. Now, the issue is they don't like that. The issue is not representation. Listen to what I'm saying. The issue is not representation, because Quarter Pounder over here, right? He didn't have a problem when they were negatively displaying black people on cops. He didn't have a problem when they were negatively displaying black people as gang members or stereotypes when it came to Training Day, or a whore, such as, what's her name? I forgot her name. That was in Monsters Ball. He didn't have a problem with that. Quarter Pounder, this mongrel of an individual, didn't have an issue with that. You didn't hear any white people going, oh, really? Why is there another black guy on TV, huh? No, you didn't. As long as the black person was fulfilling their role that they wanted, which was a criminal, a monster, a vagrant, a miscreant, they didn't have any issue with that. The issue came into play once there was a spotlight on them. That's when the issue came into play. Once there was a spotlight on them, and then once you started seeing black people who weren't the criminal. Hey, there was a black guy who wasn't the villain. There was a black person who was actually the protagonist. Hey, there was a black person who was solving crimes instead of committing them. They didn't like that. Now there was more of this stereotype, right? There was more of the good stereotype in it, loosely speaking, right? Generalizing, right? As opposed to the typical criminal that they had grown accustomed to. So you have to understand what is going on right now. They are having withdrawals. That's what they are experiencing. They feel that they, on top of the whole white replacement, which is wild, right? White replacement. How do you talk about white replacement when you're an actual minority on the planet? There is no white replacement. If anything, it's black replacement. But you have to think about even that statement, white replacement. Think about where that stems from. Post-traumatic slave master syndrome. That's where that stems from. It's a concept that your inferiority makes you superior, right? That's what you have to understand. And that's what, history has shown us. So this is what we have had time and time and time again. And now it's culminating to a boiling point, I feel. To a boiling point, because there's a definite tension. There's an extreme tension that you can sense, especially in the political arena. Because if you have people like this, Simple Joe right here, the Quarter Pounder, who feels that, hey, this is racist, this is evil, and then you have a following of other simpletons who feel that this is racist and evil, we're now here. You have to understand. We're now transitioning to this stage. That's where we are. That's where we are. So you have to handle things a little more delicately when you're talking to these people, unfortunately. Right? Now, you can say, well, they've never been delicate to us, and I agree. But some of them mean well. Some of them mean well, and some of them are just dumb. I think you underestimate the power of dumbness when it comes to a certain group of people. You really do. Okay, because you have to be dumb to believe some of the things that they believe regarding black people. You just have to be dumb. Your mind has to be open to incessant propaganda. That despite any data points, despite reality, that they hold on to these stereotypes. And one thing that always humors me is when they talk about, 13% of the population but commit 50% of the crime. And it's like, okay, well, what are you doing about it? Right? Like, at the end of the day, let's say all of your data, let's say I agree with all your data sets, all of it, all of your data. What are you doing about it? Right? We're losing the country. We're losing. It's the browning of America. Okay, what are you doing about it? What are you doing about it? Well, look, if you look at the interracial crime, black people kill white people at way higher extremes. Say I grant it to you. What are you doing about it? Nothing. At the end of the day, I want you to understand that. Sometimes it's just funny to see that, right? It's just funny to see them just lose all their energy. Because what they want is for you to say, well, that's not entirely true. You have to look at the data. That's not the proper methodology. At the end of the day, I've learned to just, that's pointless. I'm going to ask you, well, what are you doing about it? Are you just sitting here and dying? Is that what you're doing? I thought y'all were kings, right? Y'all were the Vikings. Y'all created America. And now you tell me you're just sitting here and dying and just getting replaced? Is that what it is? Is that what's happening? They lose their minds, bro. Lose their minds. They lose their minds. Because all you're doing is just sitting here and crying. The same shit that you wanted to complain about black people, that's what you're doing right now. You're just crying. You're not doing anything. You're just crying. This is all this is like, when you break it down to them, it's really sad. Cause like, okay, well, this is all you're doing. What, like, I don't understand. Okay, yeah, we commit crime. I'm not even gonna argue with you the 50% and all that, even though I know for a fact that it's not true. Now what? We're not going anywhere. So what's the plan? I just asked. Right? What's the plan? What's the plan, Pimpin? Can one of these white supremacists, one of these racists, tell me what the plan is? You're outnumbered on the planet, completely outnumbered. What's the plan? Do you have a plan? What's gonna happen? I'm just curious. Tell me. I'd like to know. Boy.
Are preventing them to connect to humanity. Well, there are many communities in this great country that I look at and I can say that they have no concept of humanity.
Great countries? Who said what?
With how they treat each other. Certainly white people are part of that. But it has nothing to do with whiteness.
He has no understanding of whiteness in this country. This is very much, to quote Tariq, I'm white and I say so.
Look at how people treat each other in downtown Chicago. Man.
Right? Here we goes back to, what about Chicago? What about Chicago? Do you think Quarter Pounder has ever spent a significant amount of time in Chicago? Do you think a man who was crying on live about someone throwing a punch at him has ever spent anything about Chicago? Like, the jokes literally write themselves. These people live through online memes. I kid you not.
Mega country, And you tell me that they understand humanity more than white people. I'm sorry, whiteness people.
Now, how did that get to there? What? Chicago? What? What are you talking about? What does Chicago have to do with as far as whiteness? You don't even understand the concept. This is like their go-to. It's fascinating how low IQ some of their people are. It's honestly fascinating. This man is talking about like deep intellectual concepts as the founding of the country and how society treats black people. This relationship. This man's response is, what about Chicago? Do y'all know about Chicago, right? That's not whiteness. What? Hey, Chicago. What? What do you like? It comes to a point that you just have to laugh at, simple quarter pounder. Right? He thinks he said something. But you have to understand, these are the people that you're dealing with, right? So you be careful of the audience that you speak around. Because if you're speaking around people who are, like this, it's just going to go. Now, how about we look at, Mississippi? How about we look at certain parts of the South? Heck, how about we look at Alabama? Chicago. I would love to be in the same room with this dude, just to pick his brain or whatever's left of it. It's like, Cordy, you're really concerned about Chicago. What have you done for Chicago people? I'm just curious. But you have to understand, there are many people, right? Many people who sympathize with that, because that white victimhood narrative is very powerful. It's extremely powerful. Where you got this, right? Tired of all these black people. I'm tired of all seeing these black people. I'm tired of seeing these black people. And it's like, what? I'm tired of it, man. I'm just tired of you. What happened to being white people? Now, the people who are complaining about this, what do they look like? 9 out of 10, this is what they look like in real life, right? 9 out of 10, this is what they look like in real life. If we're gonna be honest, I'm just calling a spade a spade. 9 out of 10, the people who are complaining, right, who are like, what, a video game where you cropped out white people to focus on black people? You cropped out white people to focus on black people? This is what they look like. Because we've all come across Chads, right? The white boys who killing it. We've all come across dudes like that. They give a fuck less. Bro. And I just find it interesting that it's usually the dudes who have nothing going. That, if Hitler was around, he would be in the gas chamber along with the Jews and blacks. if we're gonna be honest, when it comes to this Aryan race, right, of what they have in their mind, the crazy part, he would be in the concentration camp along with everyone else. But I just find it interesting that these are the people who keep talking, talking this talk. It's always these people. Always. I'm just like, are you guys delusional? Always these people. Always. I have yet to see their vision of the Aryan, right, the alpha male who has a ripped body, who's in good shape, who the women swoon over. I've yet to see this guy come out and say, you know what, we've got to fight for our race. I haven't seen that. Have you? Have you? I've yet to see it, bruh. I have yet to see it. It's always people who are like, we gotta fight. They will not replace us. They will not replace us. And it's like, bro, your women want you replaced. Do you? I don't even understand. Like, do you understand? Your women want you replaced. Your women want you replaced. That's what you don't even understand. That's the crazy part. Like, if you were to ask an average white woman, just average, like, hey, do you wanna breed with this? 9 out of 10, because it's always 9 out of 10. They're gonna say no, bro. They're going to say no. They're going to say no, bro. 9 out of 10, right? Virus showed us, hey, just saw a white girl. Do you think he's attractive? Would you want to produce with him? I don't know, and create like a bunch of babies? 9 out of 10, they're like, no, I don't think so. No, I'm good. So it has nothing to do with us. But once again, they constantly make it about us. It has nothing to do with us. This is your way of coping with your inferiority complex that you have. This is what it boils down to. Because when you see some of these people, they're usually, like I said, skinny, really skinny dudes, right? Really skinny dudes. Or they're corpulent, hogs. I just haven't seen one. I haven't seen this Aryan dude who's like, yes, we must fight for the race. We stay away from the blacks. Stay away from the Mexicans. I haven't seen this guy that they think that they are, bro. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, bro. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. It's always these people, bro. Always. Always these people. But it's I don't know. I just find it interesting. I just find it fascinating to me. That's just me. And I'm like, y'all got really delusions of like fucking grandeur, bro. Delusion of grandeur. And then you wonder, right? You put out posts like this, and then you wonder why women don't want to have sex with you. But here's what they're counting on. They're counting on racist women within their group. That's what they're counting on. That's what they're banking it off of, right? Because if you have a racist woman, right, a racist white woman, and him in the room, and you could have, I don't know, say, name an attractive black guy. I don't know, Idris Elba. Women love him. You could have him and Idris Elba in the room, and the racist white woman be like, I'm going to take him. I'm going to take him. So that's what they're counting on. Do you understand? That's what they're counting on. They want to galvanize enough people to shame their own. That's what they're counting on. They want that loyalty no matter what. They want that where you could have him in a room with Idris Elba, Will Smith, who's another one? I'm trying to think of Dwayne, The Rock. You can have The Rock in there, and she'll be so galvanized, she'll be so radicalized that she'll be like, no, I want to reproduce with him. You're like, you want to choose him over Michael B. Jordan? Yes, I've got to keep it pure. That's what they're counting on, bro. That's what they're counting on. I'm like, it's not looking too good for you, bro. It's just not looking too good for you. The moment in time where you say you can't play a video game because it required you shooting police officers in the opening scene, I just couldn't do it. Yeah, that doesn't sound like your group of people are going to last long. Or at least your version, right? It just doesn't sound like you're going to last very long on this planet. It sounds like almost you're destined for extinction. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're destined for extinction. Because I don't know a lot of women who would get with a man like this. The only type of woman who would get with a man like this is someone who's looking for resources. I'm just saying, like, you can't play a video game because of this? That's wild to me. Absolutely crazy. So you just have to keep that in mind, bro. You just have to keep that in mind. But let's go into it, because I still have to do a video on Beyonce. I still have to do a video on Beyonce, bro. I haven't gotten around to it, but I still have to do a video on Beyonce. But then we get into this woman who tased this man. Have you all seen this video? Have you all seen this? I looked into it. Now I want you to understand, because I'm doing a video on this one. Now, this, like I said, a lot of these accounts are just racist accounts. That's all they are. They're just racist, fragile people who are posting accounts that trying to look black, make black people look bad and stuff like that. But what I found interesting was the response. The response was that it was fake. I find that so interesting, right? I find that so fascinating to me, that it was fake. Hey, this is fake. And I want you to understand what you have to understand about these people who have a lineage of evil. What you have to understand, that anytime they are faced with reality, there's a cognitive dissonance that happens. They either have to address, hey, this is police brutality, or it's something else, right? Now, by them addressing this police brutality, what happens then? Well, if you understand that there's a problem, well, then we have to come up with the solution. Here's the thing. Going down that route, they don't want to go down that route. So what do? Oh, this is fake. This is not real. And if you look at a lot of the comments, you'll see that's exactly what they're saying. Hey, this is fake. This isn't real. This isn't real. This is not real. You have to understand. That's what they'll do. Another one. Right? This can't be real. They're mentally stagnant. That's what you have to understand. They're mentally stagnant. Mentally stagnant. And it's a form of willful ignorance, because they're refusing to see what's right in front of them. Right in front of them. And then you have people who go full on lineage of evil. Go full on lineage of evil. She deserved an award arresting a dude all alone, and also she makes the dude to cry. Oh my God. I love her confidence and boldness. She's well trained. 657, you're on the line.
Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, do you have a problem with humans?
I don't understand the question.
Do you have a problem with humans?
Can you rephrase it in a different way?
Do you have a problem with those that affect your life?
Do I have a problem with those that affect my life?
Yeah, do you?
I don't know what that means.
That means those that like get you assassinated or whatnot.
Do I have a problem with those people who will get me assassinated?
Yeah, do you have a problem with those people?
I would think so.
No way, really? Hey, but why would you feel like that? Like you're a good human being. Like what race are you?
What are you talking about? You just asked me if I had a problem with people who would get me assassinated, and then you go on to say, why would I feel that way?
Yeah, what's your race?
Sir, have you been drinking?
Just a little bit.
Okay. Do you have a wife or a girlfriend?
I have a girlfriend.
Okay. Is she with you?
No, I swear to God, bro. Like she's made out of dirt. And every time I rub my dick in her pussy, it kills my dick.
Okay. Well, I suggest you get some help. All right, buddy. Lay off the crack pipe.
Amigo,
All right.
amigo. But
Take care, buddy. Very sad to see. I want to take this time to address the audience by saying, if you or a loved one have a drug problem, seek help. I know you may thinking, hey, I'm the only one who's going through this, but you're not. There are clinics out there, there are rehabilitation centers that can help you with the problem you have. Whether it was crack, like I assume that person, or meth, possibly meth. There are people who can help. Reach out to them, all right? Just reach out to them. Goodness gracious. But you have people like this, right? Who are saying, hey, she deserves an award, stuff like that. So you have to understand when it comes to black victims, when it comes to black death, this is what they enjoy. They enjoy this. If you look at the video, right? I won't play it here. You can watch it on your own time. If you look at the video, she's enjoying this. She's enjoying this immensely. So what I would argue, what should happen, is that instead of complaining about this, we need to recruit black police officers. That's what we need to do. We need to recruit, hey, if you got nothing going on, join law enforcement. Join law enforcement. That's what should happen. It's as simple as that. Join law enforcement. Because if there's this stigma around law enforcement, well, guess who's going to join? Everyone who doesn't like you. And everyone who doesn't like you, if they are in a position of power and authority to abuse you, where does that leave you? It leaves you SOL. That's where it leaves you. It leaves you completely SOL. Because they're going to come into your communities whether you like it or not. They're going to come regardless. This man, allegedly the story was, this man was changing his tire. She stopped him because he looked suspicious. Because he looked suspicious. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. There's a multitude of options. You join the police force. You stop recording. And you invoke your Second Amendment to protect yourself from imminent harm. And that doesn't matter who it is, mind you. It doesn't matter if they have a badge or who they don't. At the end of the day, it's what you can prove. But there's also, at the end of the day, if there's no witnesses, what is there to prove? They have to make the case. So there's a multitude of ways to go about this. You go about this organizing, which is why I said, going in, hey, when it comes to qualified immunity, well, you're going to get enough people to support it. You don't have to play the game or play the game to your benefit. There's a variety of things to go about this to prevent this from happening. That's what you have to do. But you have to understand that there is no convincing some people. That's what you have to understand. That some of these people are they're just, like I said, they're just wicked. Just wicked, evil people. And they take refuge in scenarios like this. I don't know if George Floyd happened to prove anything to people, but the moment in time where you can go from, hey, this is a horrible thing, to he died of fentanyl and Derek Chauvin is innocent, that tells me everything you need to know about this country. That tells you everything you need to know. The point that there are people who are actively lobbying to get this man out of prison, saying he did nothing wrong. What else more do you need to know? What more do you need to know? You have it on video. You had experts. So you have to understand that even with on video, with expert testimony, with evidence, the man said that he was guilty. There's just a lineage of evil that's still present in this country. 407, you're on the line.
What's going on, man? Just had a question, bro. What's the issue with Candace Owens, bro?
What do you mean, what's the issue with Candace Owens?
Like, I seen like a few days ago, or if it was probably like a few days ago, or like last week or something, where you was like, her getting fired was like a good thing or something like that.
Yes, I would say anyone who is speaking anti-black propaganda that is funded by white Jews or white conservatives is a good thing.
Right. Now, if she did say something that was anti-black, then I agree with you, but I don't think I've ever came across like anything that was like anti-black. I mean,
so we have two options, right? Because we're at an impasse, an intellectual impasse. By you saying that, there's two options for me. Either A...
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said we're at an intellectual impasse by you saying that. Because either A, you are a Sambo or a coon, right? That's possible, not saying that you are. Or B, you're not really familiar with her content. You've seen it in passing.
I mean, I heard some things where it was like, I mean, it was pretty like, it basically sounded like...
So are we going with B, that you aren't familiar with her content, you just hear it in passing?
I mean, I don't like subscribe to anything, but anytime I've heard her,
I asked either A, you're familiar with her content, and if you are a black person, that would make you a coon or a Sambo. Or B, you are not familiar with her content, and you loosely hear what she has to say.
Well, I heard when she was on the panel with T.I. and Killer Mike, I didn't see her saying anything that was too far-fetched.
So is that the extent of your exposure to Candace Owens?
Let me see. That I could remember. I remember I did see her at the Capitol, state Capitol.
Okay, would you say you have a significant amount of time listening to Candace Owens' content?
I wouldn't say significant, or at least nothing that I could like really spit back at you right now.
Okay,
but,
so then what a reasonable person would say who had an IQ above room temperature would probably go with option B, which I presented to you.
Okay. What was the thing that she said that made her so like anti?
There's a litany of things. Everything from
Just
police
one thing.
brutality doesn't exist to reparations. We're not entitled to reparations. There's a litany of things.
Oh, okay. Okay, and then what about Thomas Sowell?
What about him? He's in
like him and Eric Holder. I mean, like they don't sound.
Do you know what Thomas
too
Sowell?
bad.
What is Thomas Sowell's expertise? What is he?
I mean, honestly, he sounds like some type of historian on like.
So
at least like
you're praising a man that you know nothing about.
I don't praise no man. I do take in their information if they make valid points.
How can you know if he makes valid points if you know nothing about what he's talking about?
Well, like him and Dr. Claude Anderson, they come from a different time to a time to where I wasn't alive, or it's a time that I haven't seen, and they really talk about blacks doing for self. And so I mean, like,
that's not what Dr. Claude Anderson talks about.
Doing for self, yeah. I mean, even when he was on the Breakfast Club, he was saying like how blacks had it all together until they started wanting to get into white establishments, and they didn't want to really be a part of. Once when they got included into the white side of things, they
to
left
compare
their
Thomas
own stuff.
Sowell and Dr. Claude Anderson is night and day.
Off the material that I have seen myself,
is the extent of the
it didn't seem far apart.
Is the extent of your exposure to Dr. Claude Anderson the Breakfast Club?
Well, the thing about what I see on Dr. Claude Anderson was what he talked about with the paradigmics and what blacks can do to get out of
the extent, I'm going to repeat
out
myself
of the hole
again,
that
maybe
they're
you
in.
didn't hear me. Is the extent at which you're familiar with Dr. Claude Anderson's work, does it begin and end with the Breakfast Club?
No, I've seen some things from the 90s as well.
What things from the
they
90s?
were about. Well, I guess he was covering like Paranomics or something similar to that.
Have
about,
you read
like,
Paranomics?
About the sort of. What was that?
Have you read Paranomics?
No, I have seen him cover it over a few hour videos.
Okay, so your exposure to him is a bunch of clips.
And a little bit more than clips.
It's not a little bit more than clips because his actual books you haven't read.
Compared to the book, I would call it clips. They were both, the videos that I've seen were, one was an hour and then the other one was an hour.
That's great. I understand that you saw an hour video, right? But that's a little bit different as far as reading a book.
It is. It would still give me the basic or the groundworks of where
no,
he's
it wouldn't.
at.
I would argue it wouldn't. Give you as far as depending on, because he talks about a lot of deep things. And Paranomics is a very deep book. So it seems that you have a cursory understanding of a bunch of people. And you've managed to fumble your way to some type of conclusion.
Not at all.
Based off
Not
of
a
what you
conclusion.
just said, that is literally what is happening.
I would say I got more of an understanding of his of brainstorming on what he was speaking about within those videos. Now, these are like an hour and 30
I'm telling you, as
minutes
someone
or
who has
something like that.
all of his books for the most part and his DVDs, you're wrong.
I
If
mean,
you're comparing him or putting
somebody
him
who's
in the
a
same,
speaker, though,
if you're putting him in the same
compared to a book,
sentence, if you're putting him in the same
I get
sentence
what-
with Thomas
yeah.
Sowell, then you're wrong.
what? Okay, so what's the issue with Thomas Sowell?
Thomas Sowell,
Like,
you don't even know
yeah.
what he is. He's an economist.
okay, well he has a great understanding of the history as well. So
What great understanding does he have? Have you
he's
read
just
any of
telling
his
me-
books?
No.
Okay, so you don't like
I've seen
reading.
him-
Are you illiterate?
No, I do read.
So the
I
people
just-
that
I
you
just-
seem to admire or take inspiration from, you haven't consumed any of their content for some reason, but yet you do like to read.
I didn't say admire. I would say that I took a listen to.
Do you
I've seen
think
him
that
on
if you're saying,
do
hold
a
on,
few
but
debates.
hold on, what you're saying is that you took a listen to. Did you disagree with what
Yeah.
they said, or did you agree with what they said?
I couldn't have an opinion on what he said because he's speaking on the time before mine. So I couldn't really have.
You can't have an
say.
opinion on what he said. You just said as far as
Because
when it
he's
came to
talking
Thomas.
about-
You just said when
he's
it came to
talking about
Thomas
a past
Sowell that
America.
he had a great understanding of history.
Hold on, but look, he's talking about a pastime on how blacks used to live and how they used to do for self. So,
Sir, you just said he
mean-
had a great understanding of history. Now you're backpedaling and saying, well, you can't come to a conclusion because he's speaking on a time that which you weren't present.
Right. Well, I should have said black history.
Are you black?
Yep.
Okay. And you were born and raised, your parents were born and raised in this country?
No, not my parents. No.
Okay. Your parents were out of the state?
Yes.
Okay.
Out of the country.
Out of the
African.
country. Makes sense. Makes sense. Because you speak from a non-black American perspective.
Right. I don't think I really gave you a perspective though.
You telling me that Thomas Sowell and Dr. Claude Anderson are talking on the same wavelength is a perspective. You being ignorant on a
few
variety
things that
of
I've seen.
I understand, right? But you even saying that is ignorant. You talking about what issue do I have
only on
with
the do
Candace
for
Owens?
self part.
You talking
Only on the do for self part.
Okay, let's stop trying to, I don't know, band-aid your ignorance and just admit it. You talking about what issue do I have with Candace Owens? That stems from a non-black American perspective. Everything you said, why do you think I even asked that? Because it's screaming
Hold
to
on.
me
Before-
that you don't know what you're talking about.
Before you jump back to Candace Owens, the only thing that I connected from Dr. Claude Anderson and Thomas Sowell was that it was just the do for self things, and that's the stuff that I focus on.
You cannot water down Dr. Claude Anderson's message as to do for self, because there's a lot of context that you're completely overlooking that is not present with Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, like what?
Read the book since you want to know.
I mean, just give me a brief thing. I mean, since you want to use all these criticisms.
Listen, here's the thing.
Stuff.
The reason why I'm not going to do this is because I find you intellectually dishonest, right?
No, I didn't say nothing to down anybody, honestly. Like, I just...
That
I
has
just like
nothing to do
they,
with something...
I just like their approach. I just like their approach to situations and hearing about
I understand.
how,
that has nothing to do with being intellectually dishonest. You're talking about these people,
where was I dishonest at?
I said intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, where? How?
This whole conversation. You're talking about Candace Owens.
Okay, how? All I've been doing was asking questions.
Let me explain to you
all
why.
I've asked was,
I understand.
what's your issue with
your
Candace
questions
Owens
are questions from
stuff?
ignorance, right? So
but I never gave you an opinion. I never gave you a personal opinion.
Sir, in order for you to ask a question, you must have somewhat of an opinion to even form that question.
Okay, so what's my opinion? Since you're saying that I'm being dishonest and intellectually and all this.
I don't think you're ready for this conversation. What I would advise to you is
but that's my point. You're not getting to the direct. You're throwing a lot of things out, but you're not saying.
Well,
okay,
that's because
this is why I think you're that.
To be brutally honest with you, I think you're a fucking retard. To be brutally honest with you, okay?
So how? But
so I've been trying. Hold on. The fact that you say how even makes me. It enrages me. Because you're so fucking stupid that you're not even aware of how stupid you are. You're talking about people that you haven't even read any of their books, right?
So,
you haven't read any of their books. You're talking about Candace Owens, and you've managed to consume Candace Owens through fucking clips, right, online. That you haven't done any deep dive. You haven't followed anything. You saw maybe one video that you saw on Twitter or some shit. We're like, oh, I like her. She good. Right? When it comes to Thomas Sowell, you haven't read anything of Thomas Sowell. I have at least read his books to even form an opinion on the man. When it comes to Dr. Claude Anderson, you seen what? You saw an hour interview? Kudos for you. Pat yourself on the back.
It was an interview.
Blue ribbon shall be placed upon your chest.
It wasn't interviews.
When I mean intellectually dishonest, you talk about these people, right? I know maybe admire is too strong of a word for your simple mind, but you talk about these people like you have some basic understanding of them, but you don't. You're not even as far as willing to take in their content in which they go into deep dives of what they actually believe. That is tantamount to when a fucking white conservative recites back to me, hey, the content of the character, not the color of their skin, when referring back to MLK and talking about, well, I have a basic understanding of what MLK believed. Get the fuck off of my line, you goddamn goofball.
Hey,
Goodness fucking gracious, bro. This is what we're dealing with, bro. These are the people who get to vote. These are the people that we are dealing with. These are the people that mofos like this love. These are the people, bro. You have to understand what you're dealing with. I'm sorry, bro. It irritates me. It irritates me. I don't know how you can read any of Dr. Claude. I got fucking tabs in this shit, bro. I don't know how you can read any of this shit, any of his books, anything, and not be fucking furious. It's impossible. To know that Powernomics came out in 1994, and we're in the position that we're in right now, everybody should be fucking living. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me. It makes none. 859, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
I'm coming from Covington, Kentucky.
Welcome, Kentucky. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man. Man, I like your content and everything. Man, don't worry about those old racist ass people, man. Cause I got some shit for them, man. But like I said, man, you doing your thing, bruh. And I just want to let you know that you good, bruh. I love your content and everything, bruh.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem, bruh.
Take care and stay safe. I just don't understand, man. I think Dr. Claude Anderson should put his shit in like an audiobook. I really do. I really do. Because everybody was telling me, hey, watch this movie, read this book. And I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but I actually fucking did it. When it comes to the ISIS papers, I don't know, I actually bought the book and started reading it. When it came to Powernomics, I actually bought the book and started reading it. Because a lot of these things, they're not on audiobook. Trust me, I look for it. A lot of these books that people talk about, they're books. They're not audiobooks. Like, you gotta buy, take some time out of your day and actually read them. In many cases, you gotta read a chapter again and again. What was a chapter? Shoot, the first few chapters of the destruction of Black civilization, that took some time, bro. It took some time for it to click, for you're like, okay, this is what's happening. This is what's going on. I'm just saying. I don't know, man. It's just wild, bro. It's just wild. I could have at least given the guy a chance to explain himself. What do you mean explain himself? This is what I'm talking about. What is there to explain? Was I not? There's no point, right? When you have people like this, there's no point, right? Because what they'll try and say, be like, well, Lucas, you just hung up on him. That's what they'll always say, bro. They'll always say that, bro. They'll always say that. That's why you just simply dismiss him. Because I was trying to understand, where are you coming from, bro? Where are you getting this from? He had formed a base understanding of all these people off of clips. And it's not like these people haven't written books. I understand if you formed an opinion off of Candace Owens from a clip, but at least get a deeper understanding before you start asking people, hey, why do you feel this way about her? Because it'd be like someone asking me, hey, why do you have such a distaste for Hitler? What? I saw this one video where he just for his people. He wants the best for his people. That's what it seems. What? Now, imagine someone saying that to you. And I have to bite my tongue and ask, well, what extent how familiar are you with what this man says? Well, I've seen, one video. I saw another video. He was talking to a crowd. He did some salute to them. I thought that was pretty cool. Like, what? This is another thing. This is another issue I have. All these people talking about, I'm interested. Well, you clearly aren't that interested if you haven't even picked up the books that these people are talking about. You want to talk about how interested you are, but you haven't done any due diligence. And when you come across to someone who actually has read their works, who actually has read, read up on MLK and Malcolm X and all these people, or Fred Hampton, a lot of these individuals, then you just come off as fucking retarded to them. That's what it comes off as. And I understand, maybe if I take in my time and like, hey, let me explain to you the errors of your ways. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not your dad. If I were to have a kid, I would take the time. Listen, little Lucas, let me explain to you why that's stupid as fuck to say around black people. I'm not your dad, bro. You're a grown-ass man. If you genuinely want to know if you genuinely want to know what they believe, their plan of action, then pick up their fucking shit, bro. Pick it up. It's not even expensive. I bought the whole collector set. So I was like, damn. There's a lot of shit here. Once I hear someone talking something, and because everything he has in any of these books, best believe I fucking Googled. And if I didn't Google, I DuckDuckGo'd it. I fucking cross-reference everything he has in his book. Now, the great thing about Dr. Anderson, one thing he has in his books, is that he has a glossary. And all of his references, right? All his references you can look up yourself. So when I heard something, I was like, that sounds kind of goofy. I look it up and be like, I'll be damned. I didn't know this. I didn't know they had a law for this. Wait, what the fuck? I didn't know that. So it really depends on how hungry you are. That's what I'm saying. Us as a group, we're not hungry, bro. That's what I realized. That's what I realized. Because upon reading you, there's no way you can read his books or read any of his content and be like, well, okay, back to your daily life. I don't know how. People have been sending on fucking gyms for decades, and we're still in the position that we're in. I just don't know how is that fucking possible? I don't know how. Niggas is getting on my case because I don't think a fucking museum is probably what we should be working on. Now, here's the thing. The issue is not Tariq, because I know there are a lot of people who are pro-Tariq. I would be a fool to try and attack Tariq. That'd be a fool. That's a fool's errand. Because there's no way you're coming out of that looking any type of, way. The issue is not Tariq. That is not the issue. The issue is not even Dr. Umar. The issue is not any of these people. The issue is we don't have the resources for another entertainer. That's what you have to understand. White people, Hispanic, Asians, they can have as many people, talking about, hey, look at this video, look at this movie, look at this book, look at it. They can do that. They're in positions in this country where they have that luxury. That is not a luxury that has been bestowed upon us. So when we get niggas who are taking community money, they have got to be doing something with it that empowers the group. That's what has to happen. I ain't got nothing. Listen, if everybody on YouTube was doing movie reviews, right? If every black person on YouTube was doing movie reviews, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? Where are the people who are talking about, I don't know, politics? Where are the people who are talking about video games? Where are the people who are talking about, I don't know, makeup? Where are the women who, talking about, hair and shit like that? That's what you have to understand. So the issue, in a vacuum, it's fine, but we're not in a vacuum. And as a group, we don't have time to be fucking around. And I don't think black people as a collective understand that. And this is something I've said before in many of my videos, that we're insulated. Hell, I'm insulated. I'm not knocking that. I understand that. But I think that understanding, that self-awareness is something that's not present to many. That's the issue that I have. I don't give a fuck about a museum. Build as many museums you have, or as you want. Write as many books as you want. Do as much music as you want, by all means. But I'll tell you one thing that the blacks who had just been freed from slavery weren't doing, we're talking about building museums. One thing that the blacks who were freed from slavery, that your ancestors, Harriet Tubman, wasn't talking about, you know what I want to do? I want to write a book. That's not what the fuck she was talking about. That's not what the fuck Frederick Douglass was talking about. You know what I'm doing? I thought, now that I'm free, I should build a movie theater. That's not the fuck what they were talking about, bro. They knew, hey, we gotta make some shit happen. And it just seems to be year after year after year after year, the same shit, bro. So it's just like, are you niggas retarded? Do you not read? And that's what I'm starting to believe, is that y'all mofos know of these leaders, right? You know a Henry Clark. You know a Francis Welsing, but y'all never read their shit. Because I don't know how you can read it and still be like, okay, this is a good idea. I'm going to put my money in this. There's no way, it's impossible, fam. It's impossible. There's no way you can read fucking Powernomics and then take from that, hey, you know what we need? We need a museum. You want to know what we need? We need a book. You want to know what we need? We need some music, some uplifting music. I don't give a fuck about no goddamn uplifting music, bro. That is not what he talks about. He goes over it page by page by page, an action plan. What we need is a protest fucking Beyonce. There should be a wall, just like these white people do in the streets of the freeways. No, we gotta save the climate. There should be a wall of niggas protesting Beyonce. She doesn't care about us. Where's Kanye going on TV talking about Beyonce doesn't care about black people? That's what the fuck needs to happen. The money is there. The money is there. It's what Dr. Claude Anson talks about. In addition to building a museum, in addition to building a school, in addition to that, to supplement that. But no, nigga, there's no way you should be being a billionaire, a black billionaire, a black millionaire, living in Beverly Hills, wherever you live, up in the hills along with the white people, and the neighborhood you came from is being gentrified. The people you knew that you were growing up with are broke. They have to sell their homes and move. That should not be fucking happening. Should not be fucking happening. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Makes no sense. But I guess if fucking so-and-so throws a football and he gets a touchdown, we can overlook his fucking bullshit. That's not how this works. It's not what he's prescribed. It's not what Dr. Claude Anderson has prescribed. It's not what what's his name when it comes to reparations. That's not how you build. That's not how that works. But, mofos, I mean, you could have a Black Wall Street. You could have that. Have one of these niggas as far as buy one neighborhood, and you don't even have to buy up the neighborhood. Buy a business on the block. Buy a whole block. That's what they did. That's how if you read into how the Black Wall Street, buy up a block. And then lease it out. You wanna know what would have been better than a museum? A fucking duplex. A fucking an apartment. That would have been better. Have niggas at least, right? Maybe I'm crazy. But niggas, you win too, right? You win because now you have a property, you have some real estate, but you also are benefiting the community. Because now you get to have black people in your business, in your apartments. Now you're housing black people. And once you got one property, well, hell, let's see if they're selling over there. And you fundraise the group to get that property. Everybody wins. You win because you get a source of income from the rental property. And black people win because now they have someone who they trust as a landlord, as a manager, and they know this money is going back into their pockets. It's going back into building the group. But you know what? Never mind. Y'all haven't read the book. Y'all haven't read the book. 947, you're on the line.
Yeah, what up, Lucas? I disagree with you on how you saying that with the Umar school thing.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the problem with you saying like black people don't read the power I feel like most black people never read Powernomics or even know of that book, and that's like the problem with like the American school system. They're not going to have you reading.
That's not up to them to read. That's not up to them to choose for them to have that on the curriculum, right? As Malcolm X says, why would only a fool will allow his enemy to teach his offspring, to teach his children? That's up to the black parents to expose them to that book.
I agree, but at the same time, like most black parents, they barely teach it. Like most black parents don't even teach their kids about their own history. So it's like
I don't know that to be true.
Cause most I don't want to I would say like most of us if I could ask a black person like, hey, do you know about it's like before slavery, it's like after slavery, it's like neo-slavery, like when we got out of slavery, but we still we couldn't work, so we had to go back to the slave master. Like they don't know that. They don't know babies was getting eaten by alligators. They don't know like a lot of stuff. I can just go down the list. like most.
I mean, at
Most
the
black
end of, a
people-
lot of those, I mean, the overall sentiment of what happened, I think that's more important than knowing certain specifics of, hey, your children were fed to alligators. Because me knowing that doesn't add anything to the concept of slavery in this country. I get it. They were evil people. They did evil things.
But like if you know that, like, how then you can't say, like, you can't, like, because like most black people be surprised of like some races, like certain shit happening, and it's like once you, like, if you know the past.
But here's the thing, that'd be
like,
different if none of that stuff was happening today. But it is.
I agree, but I'm saying, like, a lot of our people are ignorant because they don't know that part of the history.
That's
or
fine. Then be ignorant.
parents.
Listen. There are plenty of ignorant white people. But guess what? Those who aren't ignorant can sway their minds, can sway their pocketbooks for the benefit of the group. I don't care if there's ignorant black people, fine. As long as you got a job and you got a $5, great. Then let the black people who aren't ignorant guide you to the promised land.
But I feel like how can an ignorant person do that if they don't?
I don't listen. I don't need you to be intelligent, bruh. All you have to do is follow these directions. That's it.
I understand that, but like if you talk like when if a white person ignorant, like they're ignorant to like the beneficial of their group. Like most, like our ignorance is not like
the reason why they're ignorant to the benefit of their group is because there's someone telling them, hey, vote this way. Hey, that's bad. This is good. That's the reason why.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm saying, like, they doing that like because they it benefit both sides. Like if a ignorant black person, if I tell them something that's like, I say like you need to stop buying Gucci or something like that, they'll be like, they might say man, that don't got nothing to do with me or something like that. Like it's
then
like
understand
it's hard,
where
like,
they're
it's
coming
hard
from. You have, in order to speak to your people, you have to know where your people are coming from. Where do you think he's coming from by saying something like that, man? It ain't got nothing to do with me. Because to me, that screams a sense of individualism, right? As opposed to the collective.
I'm saying the ignorant person will say, like, if I tell them, like, you need to stop shopping at Gucci.
Well, don't
or something,
speak to an ignorant person. It's as simple as that.
But if I don't speak, I'm be able to use them if I don't speak to them.
The best way to show them it's more so, branding and marketing. Right? If they are used to buying Gucci, then wear something that's more fly than Gucci, and have it be black owned. Because if he's into fashion or whatever, he's gonna spot that watch or the shoe or whatever. Yo, where'd you get that? It's a black owned business, fam. That's better than fucking Gucci or whatever. You have to do. You've seen the movie Inception, right?
Yeah.
Right. So in some cases, the whole point of Inception is that you wanted it to be organic. You wanted them to feel as if they came up with that idea themselves. It's the same concept.
I understand that point and I agree, but to the point with the Umar School, like the reason I think Umar School, even though you said like it's not gonna be credited, like how many? It's a lot of broke people out here who got like degrees and stuff. So it's like, does it matter as long as you get the knowledge of?
I don't disagree with you at all. But you have to understand, I don't listen. At base value, I think Dr. Umar School is fucking genius. I really do. The problem is that it's created for a group of people who don't exist yet. That's the issue that I have.
I think so.
Based off of Dr. Umar's own words, as far as why reparations, he believes in reparations, but for maybe the next generation, because this generation has been conditioned. Because everything he talks about when people talk about reparations, when we can build and do this, you can do that right now, nigga. You can do that right now. As we can see,
I agree with you.
As we can see by them, Tariq is a living example. You can do that right now. So everything you want to talk about reparations, you can do that right now. That does not mean that that negates you being entitled to reparations. You are, but that shouldn't be the end all be all. Now, 100%, you won't be able to do it at the same rate without reparations, but you can get a little smoke started. Because I don't know why people think that if you have all this, right, this post-traumatic slave syndrome of behaviors, of mannerisms, of ideas and mindsets that you've accumulated, that all of a sudden upon money entering your life, it's going to switch up. That's not how that works with literally anything. If you drank black coffee for 30 years and then someone tells you, hey, stop drinking black coffee, that's not going to happen overnight. That's not going to happen in 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, because it's a pattern that you're going to have to break. It's a habit you're going to have to break. Now, if a generation of people, if a group of people have a pattern that has been established, that's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah, that's why I say that's why I feel like, even though that I criticize my people, but I feel like we should, like, if you know the history, you should be able to give them slack, because like we was crucified for reading all types of stuff.
I don't disagree with any of that, but here's the problem. People have become infatuated with the history and not changing the future. I understand.
But
listen, I've read the books. I understand. I got a very good understanding of what the trickery, the ruthlessness, the savageness, the just pure evil that happened to my ancestors. But the problem is that pure evil is still present. But the same thing that our ancestors were doing, we're not doing.
That's true. But that's why I feel like we should be more we should put more emphasis on the history, because like if you know your history, you're not gonna repeat the past.
Listen, the history is only tell you so much. We know, hey, these people bad, they did this thing, that's it. You don't really need an in-depth understanding of history in order to correct the future. You really don't. You don't need to be a scholar on the past in order to build a business.
Yeah, you don't got to be a scholar, but you should, like, you won't, like, cause I see, like, when I'm talking to my own parents, like, I'll tell them something like, I'll say like, I'll be like, when I'm talking to my pops, I'll be like, who do you think America is controlled by, something like that? And he be like, he said, man, I don't know, it's for everybody. I'll be like, it's for, it's for white people control like America, and he'll argue with me about that, and it's like,
well, it depends on where he's coming from. What is he arguing?
Like when I say, like who controls them, like who controls America, basically.
What is he saying? What's his argument?
He telling me like that it's like anybody can, like, not anybody, but like America not solely controlled by white people, like what he tried to tell me. But I be telling him like he wrong.
Like at the end of the day, you need to understand that it doesn't matter. That argument right there doesn't matter.
But it's like
I think a lot of people have gotten caught up in superfluous arguments. Just cosmetic arguments. You can have somebody on Twitter say some outlandish shit and refute them point by point by point. How does that empower black people as a group, as a collective? It doesn't. Because what they're doing, I would argue in many cases that they're using that as a tactic. They're using that as a tactic to cause inaction. Because the more time you spend arguing with them, that's the less time you can build. So they're wasting our time with shit that they know isn't real.
So do you? Because how can I build with somebody that I don't feel like got the same mindset as me?
Well, then you have to look at as far as your interests. Many people are selfish. That's one thing you can count on. Everyone on this planet is selfish to an extent, even Mother Teresa. So you need to figure out where do our interests align. He may have a different understanding of Black history in what's going on in this country than I do. But if I give him, an opportunity to make money on this business proposition, he will definitely support it. Because at the end of the day, hey, I want to make money.
Yeah, of course. Like my posse on a trucking company, and I work for him right now. But like that's something we had argued about. But it's like it's not
Well, there
something
we
that
go. So
I
then
stopped
you should
talking.
be downloading everything you can from your father.
No, I am. I'm just like, it's just like certain things we do disagree with, but I'm still like, I still work with him and everything.
Well, that is a benefit that many, I would say, many black youth don't have. Your father managed to create a business and is doing pretty well for himself. So if you can, as far as instill that mindset, or maybe not the trade secrets, but as far as the structure of how to build a business, what pitfalls to look out for, and implant that seed in someone else, then we good to go. We Gucci. And I would argue, if you live in a black community or a black neighborhood, I would do it with people around you.
Yeah, I mean he do that. He train other black truck drivers and people trying to get in the trucking industry. And the one thing he taught me was that I do agree with you with is that like you got to play the game, and that's the thing I'm fighting hard against, because like you gotta even if like it says like a group of white people, like I really don't like talking to white people, but it's like you gotta get in that type, you gotta get in that space to get what you want.
100%. I think I told this on stream one time, is that I was taking an Uber. It was this Hispanic dude, and I was talking about, yo, don't what do you do when people degrade you? Like, because you drive an Uber, or because he was talking about how he does this and is a janitor and all that. It's like, what do you, like, isn't that degrading? Do people make fun of you? He's like, yeah, they do. He's like, but at the end of the day, I laugh last. I was like, oh shit. Changed my whole fucking perspective, bro. He's like, at the end of the day, I laugh last. And he's right.
Yeah.
He's fucking right. You're like, why don't you hang out with me, bro? I was like, nah, I gotta get to where I'm gonna. He's like, nah, come on. He's like, at the end of the day, I don't care what they say. Yeah, I don't care what they say. I laugh last. That's what that's some gangster OG mindset right there. We're like, yeah, they may mock you, because that's what they're doing right now. As far as Latinos, they were first mocked as far as with gardening and all that. Now they got companies. Now they own that market. When you think as far as, hey, who's cutting your grass, they took that negative and turned it into a fucking positive. Go cut my grass. Yeah. Okay, pay me. I have yet to see, I can't recall the last time I saw a black gardener.
I'll be saying black gardeners, but like, yeah, you're right when you say Mexicans do hold that position well. And like the problem with like the laugh, I laugh, like what he was saying, like I'll be having a hard time, because like if a white person say something that I find like I just find weird or something like that, I'll be having a hard time holding that in. Just like,
what do you mean find weird? Because there's nothing wrong with expressing your opinions as long as you do it in a diplomatic way.
Yeah, I don't think I do that. I gotta work on that.
You're gonna have to do that. Yeah, you're gonna have to master that in any area. I don't care if it's a whole bunch of black people, right? If it was all black people, and the boss or your manager says something you didn't like or you think it was funny, you're not gonna be able to say that's stupid as fuck, dog. You're not gonna be able to say that, right? Or you're gonna get fired.
Yeah.
So these are skills and social skills that you're gonna have to learn to develop and mature.
Yeah, you're right. That's something I am working on. But I don't really. I act like I don't hear them, and I just try to play it off. And when I hear something weird or something like that, but But yeah, it's just like, cause I when I'm doing trucking, I gotta go to different factories, and you gotta talk to the people that's loading you, and most of the time it's white people. And my pops, he told me that, like, if you want to get out of a factory fast, you gotta talk to people and have you gotta talk to the people that's loading you, and be friendly with them to get out of places fast to make more money. And I've been doing that recently. I've been trying to do better with that. But it's like I don't
That's the
really
only way
like
you're
talking
gonna grow.
and
That's the only way. Because you won't even be able to recruit people if they don't like you.
Yeah.
No matter how much you pay them. Because it'll come to a point where, like, yeah, they'll accept the pay, but they'll be looking to backstab you.
So, and then like your problem with Tariq when you say that we don't need another movie, I do agree. I agree with you with the museum thing. Like, I don't understand that. But his movies, I be thinking they have a lot of good information, and a lot of black people don't read. So, like, you just sit them down and let them watch a movie.
I think that's great.
Like
if those movies were telling me how to run a business. If those movies were telling me, hey, how do I use AI to the benefit of creating a new revenue stream? I don't give a fuck about the power of my melanin, all right? I think there are a lot of niggas out there who don't give a fuck about that as well. You slowly start to not give a fuck about melanin and your history and your ancestry when you got rent due. That shit doesn't help me with the bills, pimpin'. I can't tap into my fucking melanin reserve and be like, yo, give me, $3K real quick. I can't tap into Frederick Douglass and be like, yo, nigga, can you spot me this month? I don't know what to tell you. I think those are luxuries. That's what you have to understand. I think people are confusing luxuries with actual, necessities that are needed for empowerment. If we were at the point where we can engage in luxuries, by all means, I don't give a fuck. Make as many movies you want. Do as many museums as what? Hey, build a museum on there, right? It's like Starbucks. Hey, put a Starbucks at that corner, that corner, that corner. I've come across where they have 2 Starbucks within a 3-block radius, bruh. Once you got that much money, you can afford it. It's a luxury. Like, okay, everybody loves the product. We as a group aren't in that position. Now, he as an individual may be at that position.
But on that same token, when you, like, what you say, the luxury thing, when you say that, like when black parents, like, it's a luxury to be able to explain to your kids their history and all that
That's not a luxury. That's called parenting. If you can't parent, then you shouldn't have a child. That's like saying food is a luxury to a child. No. You have to feed them or they're gonna die. That's a necessity.
But, like, if you think about it, it's like, yeah, food is a necessity, but, like, when you, like, most people can't wait to send their kids to school, so they ain't gotta like, worry about them. So when you sending when somebody send their kids to school and they working, like, they're not gonna be able to. It's gonna be hard to find a time to explain.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that, right? Because I understand most people fall under a certain, mediocre line. That's fine. What I would like is if those parents are like, I can't wait for you to go to school, or I can't wait for you to go to childcare, is if we had black childcare services, right? We're like, I know your mom and daddy are too tired to teach you this, so we're gonna teach you, right? Where they had a Dr. Umar school, where it's like, I can't wait for you to go to school. That's fine, because guess what? They're gonna be taught by family. They're gonna be taught by people who have the time to teach your child properly.
Yeah. I agree with that, but on another note, when I was asking you about advice on the homie sister.
Yes.
I say, like, 3 days ago, me and her fucked around and went to my house, and we we was chilling, and I end up smashing, and now she keep calling my phone, and I keep telling her like, I'm not trying to get in a relationship, but she telling me that she don't want to, like she not trying to get in a relationship, she just want to hang out with me some more. But I don't know, I feel like I shouldn't have did it now.
I already told you not to do that. What are you telling me this for? I already told you.
I'm saying
you gonna wind up on the news, my guy.
I'm saying like you was right.
I know I was right. I told you. You decided to do that. I don't know what it just is what it is. Now you're gonna have to find a way to let her down softly. I don't know how to tell you. I don't know how you can do that if you clap cheeks and she enjoyed it. I don't know how that's gonna happen. One way or another, this is gonna get to your homie. And I just pray that the homie has a even mannered temper.
But I try not to do it, but she called my phone and just told me that she wanted to smoke. And
so
I was
there's no try. There's do or do not. Yeah, I mean, hopefully the homie is understanding. I don't know what to tell you. Go ahead and talk to homie.
I mean, so you tell me it's my...
That's all I'm gonna say. I hope the homie is understanding. I hope he like, yo, listen, man. I wasn't trying to disrespect your sister, whoop de whoop. But if the nigga got an attitude, or if he has a short patience, a short fuse, then it's a wrap, pimpin'.
So you telling me if your homie sister was trying to give you the cat, you would have turned it on?
No, bro.
Like she really wanted.
No.
You said
even
no.
if I was thinking about it, I would definitely hit up the homie. But like, yo, do you have any issue with me, dating your sister? And if he said, yeah, I do, right? All right, done. Drop it. There's plenty of women aside from his sister. I ain't need to be with his sister anyway.
No, you're right, but like she just kept coming on to me, so it's like,
bro, you a grown ass man.
And she's attractive, like
you a grown ass man. I don't know what to tell you. So if you knew that, you decided to put yourself around temptation, knowing that you had no spine. I don't know what to tell you. It ain't nothing.
No.
It's your fault. It's not her fault. I guarantee if it was a man who was telling you, hey, why don't you come over? Why don't we can hang out? You'd be like, nah, nigga, I'm good. You would somehow find some discipline to say no.
I'm saying it's a man. That's a whole different.
It's really not. At the end of the day, it's discipline.
I mean, she's attractive.
Like I said, at the end of the day, it's discipline.
I mean, I'll fuck around just getting in a relationship where it just...
Don't do that, bro. You fuck around and get in a relationship with her. I mean, it's just you just compounding the bullshit, bro. That's what you're doing.
So I should just call the homie and let him know.
Oh no! This is not the time for calling the homie and letting him know. What do you think that call is gonna be? Hey, bro, I smashed your sister, and I'm not really feeling her like that. What conversation you planning to have with the homie? I'm confused.
No, like me and your sister was chilling, and I end up smashing. But I'm not really not trying to get a relationship with her.
All right, yeah, I don't know the homie, but I know the homies I have. If I were to say some shit like that, it probably wouldn't be going my way. Maybe your homie's a sucker like that. I don't know your homie, right? Maybe your homie is real chill. He'd be like, all right, bet, I got you, I understand. Maybe he has a bad relationship with his sister. I don't know. But if you can say that to the homie and it goes over smooth like silk, then go for it, pimpin'.
Okay. Yeah, man, what happened to like the Mortal Kombat tournament, bro?
Nigga, that's the least of your worry. You about to experience Mortal Kombat in real life.
Man, I'm not worried about that, man.
Well, you should be.
I don't think it's.
That's exactly the niggas
I
who
don't think
died. I'm not really worried about it, nigga. Next thing you know, no. All this time, you should have been worried about it. We'll see if we can get one going off this week.
Okay, and try to do it on Saturday.
All right.
If we don't forget. But all right, nice having a conversation with you.
Is this like your last request or some shit?
Oh, come on, man.
I'm not playing.
I'm gonna be still here.
Okay. All right.
All right. Have a good one.
You as well, man. I told him not to, bro. I told him not to. I was like, nope, don't do that. You don't do that. Only way you get away with that is if the homie hates his sister or some shit and she hates him and there's like a family, like a disjointed family or something. That's the only way. Because his sister's gonna get back to him. Best believe that. His sister's gonna get back to him. And if you got the magic stick, you can't be slinging that thing around everywhere. That's not how that works. It's as simple as that. With great power comes great responsibility. You learned that early on, bro. You learned that early on. You can't be doing that. If you were blessed, if God blessed you, you can't be reckless with it, bro. You just can't be. You can't do that. You can't behave like everyone else. You can't behave like everyone else. It just is what it is. Like, yo, I would like to smash, but I can't. I'm sorry. I gotta look out for Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben? Nigga, what you talking about, Uncle Ben? You just wouldn't understand. I'm sorry. But you have a blessed day, ma'am. You have a blessed day. Can't be doing that, bro. I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. It is what it is. And especially if you didn't let her know what was up beforehand, bro, what are you talking about? I don't care what any female says. Well, I'm not really looking for a relationship. Excuse me. I want some time for myself. I don't care what any woman tells you, okay? Just like some of you dudes will say anything you have to in order to get in her pants, she will say anything she has to in order to get in your pants as well. Well, I don't really care like that. I just wanted to hang out. No, it's cool. I don't want. No, Pepper, that's not how that works. What are you? You dumb? You dumb? You goofy in the head? Like, I'm just. I don't know what to tell you. That's not how that works. You just can't be doing that. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say. All right? At the end of the day, 99.9% of them will catch feelings. They will. It just is what it is. Now, if you want to fuck around and find out, you can go ahead. But all you have to do is a simple YouTube search or a Twitter search and see what happens to people who fuck around and find out. I don't know. Maybe you niggas have a shitty car. You don't really give a fuck if your car gets blown up. I don't know. Maybe all niggas is ugly. You don't really care if she fucking slices your face up or some shit. I don't know. Depending on the woman you with, all this shit is a possibility. All right? I don't know. Maybe you have a shit job and you don't care if she calls the company and gets you fired. I don't know, bro. I'm just saying there are those of us who have to move a little different. That's all. We just have to move a little different. We can't like I say that's a luxury. That's something we can't afford to have is miscommunication. Bitch, I need you to know where you stand in my life, and I need you to understand what this is happening. What is going on right now, okay? All right? That's what I'm saying. Anytime I hear a dude who has problems with the communication, pimping, I already know I can't hang with you, bro. You lack communication and you messing with women, that's game over, bro. you get your throat slit with that. That's how you get crazy shit, bro. You'll find out most of the dudes who are really good with women and whatnot, who have whatever it is, they good with communication, okay? There's nothing like you can say doing a woman dirty and she thanks you afterwards. Nothing like it. There's nothing like it. She's like, listen, this ain't, I don't want to do you like this. You're right. You know what? You're right. I should have seen this before. I appreciate you letting me know. I appreciate you letting me know beforehand before, I caught feelings or anything. No problem. You take care. Yeah, you too. Some of you mofos don't know how to maneuver like that. And if you don't know how to fucking maneuver, nigga, get the fuck out of the goddamn ocean. Excuse my French. Okay? Get the fuck out of the ocean, bro. Cause you're gonna crash into a wave. And then you'll be asking for a life raft. Help me! Somebody help me! And niggas is gonna be Try to warn that nigga. Don't send him a life raft. What you doing? That's what's gonna happen, bro. That's what's gonna happen. I tried to tell him, nigga, that is a fucking iceberg ahead. Turn left. Nigga, turn left. Man, nigga, ain't no iceberg. You know what? I kept on going. The clouds went away and, I hit the iceberg. All right, nigga, well. Abandoned ship. Y'all keep playing with these females' emotions. Y'all keep playing with them. You don't do that, bro. You don't do that, bro. Because it's either your life or your credit score. That's really it, bro. At the end of the day, that's what it can be. It's either your life or your credit score. Because some of these ratchets, and trust me, I like me some ratchets. Back in the day, I like me some. There's nothing wrong with a ratchet, which is all tatted up, fucking nails all out. There's something about it. Just, yeah, you a dirty fucking slut. Right? You got the whole pink hair and some shit, just got another nigga's name tatted on your chest. That's sexy. Give me the titty. But you have to understand, fucking around with someone like that, you have to be on the same page. Because if she thinks that you fucked her over, that bitch will kill you. And she will get her ex-boyfriend, her cousin, she will get the whole fucking family on your ass. All right? And you just don't want to have problems like that. You just don't want to have problems like that. I'm just saying. And on the flip side, you get a woman who's intelligent and educated and shit like that. If she really wants to hurt you, she'll spread rumors and shit like that. Depending on what industry you work in, she'll spread rumors and get you fucking blacklisted. Best believe. Best believe it. I've dealt with both, bro. I've dealt with one. Man, I was so fucking scared. I'm not even gonna lie. But I was looking for the Uber. She was like, yeah, you stay right there, nigga. Stay right there. I was like, what? What you mean? You stay right there. She like, my uncle coming. And bro, let's just say I was not in a very good neighborhood. Bro, I was praying for the Uber, bro. Praying for the Uber. I was like, please, Lord Jesus, let this Uber come. Please, Lord Jesus, let this Uber come pick me up. Bro, I was sweating, bro. I was playing it off, but honestly, I was dead ass fucking scared out of my fucking mind. Scared out of my fucking mind, bro. Scared out of my fucking mind. She's like, nah, nigga, you stay right there. Stay right there. I was like, anytime somebody says you stay right there, nigga, that's the last place you want to be. Move. Move immediately. Yeah. So I'm just saying. Like I said, I speak from experience. That's all I'm saying. So when I tell you something, like, listen, I'm telling you this for a reason. It's not because I'm theorizing it. I'm telling you because some of us have been there. And it's not fun, bro. But some of you niggas are hard-headed. I realize that. Some of you niggas are not hard-headed. You can give a nigga A1 advice, bro. Just A1. And nigga will still do it. Case in point. A1 of boys, it just happened, bro. Nigga talking like a chick. Only women say shit like that. Only women say shit like that. Well, it just happened, bro. Ain't no nigga fucking smash and say, well, it just happened. No. Get the fuck out of here. Well, I don't know. My dick went in and it just happened, bro. I just tripped and fell in it. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Well, I pray for his sake that, the homie's a pushover. I pray for his sake. Because if the homie is not a pushover, that nigga's gonna have some problems. Especially if his sister comes crying to him, and then you brought her over to your place. She now knows where you live. All I can hope for, all you can hope for, is that A, she's not crazy. Okay? That she's not crazy, and B, the homie does not care about his sister. That's the only thing you can pray for. The only thing. Because if she is crazy, and she tells her brother or something, or she tells a friend, that's your ass. Or if the brother doesn't care, then it's fine. But if the brother cares and she still doesn't tell him, listen. Any brother who has a sister knows when their sister is upset. You can tell. And if you're a loving brother or you care about your sister, you're going to find out what the fuck happened. I'm just telling you as a brother. You're going to find out what happened. Who did it? What's going on? I'm just saying. 912, you're on the line. What's the disagree? Well, I'm sorry, not disagree. What do you got? What's on your mind?
Okay, this is what I got. Like, I'm just now tuning into the stream, so I don't know if you touched on the GTA 6 topic, but there's something about it that's burning my soul, Lucas, and I gotta get it out. I gotta say something.
Go for it.
Okay, are you familiar with the GTA series?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, all right, so boom. GTA 3, when it really became popular on PlayStation, was cool and good. Okay, Vice City comes up next. 70s in Miami, cool. But then when Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, you have a black protagonist, a gang member, you in the hood, and I don't recall white people or anybody of the matter having such an issue with identifying with the character or being able to relate or anything of that nature. Like, and that's like one of the top revealed Grand Theft Auto games, like out of all of them to this day. Like, I have yet to see somebody mention that, like, at all, right? So boom, like I just typed in GTA 6, whoa, just to see, people's thoughts and opinions about it. I seen this guy on Daily Wire talking about it, right? So he was like, yeah, I played GTA 3. I also played Vice City. I didn't really like it, and I just never played video games again. I'm like, yo, you disingenuous motherfucker. You know the black version of the GTA protagonist was the next game, and then you're going to act like you didn't know it exists or how popular it was. And then the thing with GTA releases, it's always the same, like every time. People get in the uproar about the content, going to strip clubs, getting prostitutes, killing them and getting their money back. It's like, yo, y'all don't get tired of like making the same complaints every release. Like, God, like that part is not going to change. That's not going away from the game. All right, so at the GTA San Andreas, the black protagonist, GTA 4, you have an immigrant protagonist. And
Nico
they present
Bellic,
us with the game. Yeah, Nico Bellic. Right. I can't remember if he was from like Russia or whoever, but not American, overseas. I don't recall people having an issue with Nico Bellic based off his background. They might have felt like the gloominess of that version of GTA, or he might have been at least liked, but nobody was complaining about where he was from or anything or not being able to relate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. So I don't know if you remember the DLC that came with it.
With his
the
brother?
Battle of the Gay Tony.
Yeah, Gay Tony, yeah.
No. Yeah, the Battle of the Gay Tony.
Mm-hmm.
You play a Dominican protagonist working for a gay guy at a club. Yo, I do not recall people causing an uproar or having an issue. We just took the game and then we played it. Like, man, it's like this GTA 6 stuff. It's just so. It's the hypocrisy behind it, and I just feel like, again, their outrage isn't real. I think y'all find shit to complain about to get attention, likes, and clicks. It's like, y'all can't be serious. And y'all gonna play the game anyway, so shut the fuck up. Like, it's like, yo, it's not that deep. And it's just so enraging how they just pick out of thin air issues that are like non-issues. Like, yeah. But, hey, that's all I got. It's just that, again, I see tweets, I see posts, I see nobody bring up any of these points. So I had to get on the platform and try to get it out there, man. But I'm going to keep tuning in, man.
All right. Fair enough. Appreciate the call. That's a good point. That is a good point. Like, after that, yeah, I don't want to play it anymore. 702, you're on the line. What's on your mind?
Hey there, Marquette Burden here. You just popped up and I saw your video on Candace Owens. Thought it was insightful, and you're one of the few folks who have rightly assessed her. So I want to acknowledge that, as there aren't many people in the space that are bright enough or objective enough. Seems like you did say that the conservatives are idiots. I think it's true on the left as well. I think we're living in idiocracy nowadays.
Don't disagree.
I'm not familiar with your stance, but what side of the column do you fall on to?
On what topic?
Say that once more.
On what topic?
Fair enough. You're a thinking man. That's very good. How about this? How about America's foreign policy and their need to be interventionist?
Know nothing about it.
You said you know nothing about it?
Know nothing about it. For the most part,
fair enough.
Comes to Israel and other areas, the reason why we have them is because they're strategical, geographical allies in the Middle East and whatnot.
Do you find that America's foreign policy is coherent?
In what regards?
Meaning that it adds up to a particular goal. For example, if you're a hegemon, you would, for example, consider dominating in Africa, which has significant resources. We're losing in many theaters of war in Africa, namely places like Congo. We see the Chinese going there and making predatory loans and also populating China with their people. Africa is obviously a meaningful battleground for a hegemon trying to monopolize resources in addition to oil.
Yeah. What about that?
I asked you if you think America's foreign policy is coherent, which is to say that they're not only, I mean, we have more military bases than anyone. We go into a lot of war zones. We don't seem to win, and we're failing to penetrate Africa, which has the natural resources needed for sustaining economies of the future. So the chief question was, do you think that America's foreign policy is coherent? To me, it seems like it's not coherent. We engage in many wars. We don't seem to win them decisively, and we're exhausting ourselves. And really, it seems as though we're committing a slow suicide economically with incoherent foreign policy.
Sure, I haven't looked into the foreign policy of America.
Fair enough. It was a pleasure making your acquaintance. And again, thank you for that video on Candace. It was insightful. Well, not insightful, but it was entertaining and accurate.
No
Thanks
problem,
for taking
man.
the call.
You take care. I don't know what to tell you. Feel like I disappointed him. Ah, you're a thinking man. Okay. Well, let me ask you about the foreign policy. Do you think it's coherent? I don't really care about the foreign policy. Well, I think we're going about this the wrong way when it comes to America. I do not think it is coherent as far as the policy. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. All I know is Africa's getting fucked right now, but it's not by America. I believe it's from China. As far as Israel, I mean, that's currently what's going on right now. We got Russia and Ukraine. Other than that, no. I don't really follow geopolitics, to be honest with you. Because, I don't know, I'm from the States. And as a red-blooded American, I think it is our duty not to follow fucking, to be ignorant on what the fuck goes on outside of the world that we call the U.S. But anything else, like I said, I don't discuss shit that I don't know anything about. Just is what it is. There's nothing I can say about that. I'm not gonna, I could bullshit, but like, you know what? I think you have a fair point right there. Absolutely. The cacophony of incompetence within the United States government is just completely running amok in Africa. You can see that there seems to be a shortcoming there. I mean, I can foo-foo if you like, but as far as to add any substantial thought as far as what, I don't know, American Africa, I mean, from my understanding, I haven't come across any articles regarding American Africa. So, there's not a lot that I can expound upon there. He was waiting for it, but it was just like, nah, there's nothing there, pimpin'. There's nothing there, buddy. There's nothing there. I'm sorry. I felt so bad. Because I really was. I was like, okay, are you going to ask me anything else besides fucking America? You know, I don't know, being incompetent when it comes to Africa? Is it? No, that was all you wanted to talk about? Did you want to talk about maybe Candace Owens? Is anything there? You thought that was... No? I don't know. Sorry. There's nothing I can do about that one. I have not looked into foreign policy and whatnot, because that is a man. That's a long discussion, because you have to know really about the history and the politics within there. Yeah, no, I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, we can bomb every other place. I don't care, honestly. I don't care about Israel, Ukraine, Russia, China, Korea, North Korea. Bomb them all as far as I'm concerned. I don't care. I say we nuke everything except America. I don't. As long as we keep them at bay, I don't know, make sure they don't have nukes or whatever. Yeah, by all means. By all means. I'm sorry. I speak as a ignorant American. Because your typical American does not give a fuck about what's going on outside. All right? All we know is that, hey, you're giving money to those people and fucking gas over here is $5 fucking. What the fuck? Sorry. In that regard, I am a hardcore red-blooded American. You just gave Israel fucking billions and billions of dollars, and you gave us $1,200 over a fucking pandemic that you close our businesses down. How the fuck does that make sense? I don't know. I keep it real simple, bro. That's just me. I keep it real simple. Oh, man. That's just me. I keep it real simple when it comes to geopolitics. That's just me. I haven't looked into it. Don't care for it. That's one regard I'll stay completely ignorant of. Just me. That's just me. It's the American way. Exactly. That's just me, bro. I just do not care. I have no desire to care. None whatsoever. None. Like, absolutely none. Like, I don't even give... The only thing that irritates me as far as within Africa is like, nigga, what the fuck? How y'all getting bitch slapped in your own country? Or your own continent, right? Like, this is your thing. Like, your shit. That's wild to me. Aside from that, I'm like, whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. Like, when it comes to Ukraine, the only thing that interested me in Ukraine is how they fucking, like, the fucking discrepancy they had when it came to the media. Like, the fucking whiplash I got from how they covered Ukraine and everything to how they covered any other immigrant or refugee was damn near broke my fucking, broke my spine, broke my neck. That's really the focus that I spend on. But as far as what, I don't know, fucking what the U.S. should do about that, I'm not military. I have no military background. That's why I defer to people who may know more about that than I do. I don't know. It may seem fucking stupid for me, for the U.S. to give billions of dollars to this place, but these military people are like, well, we need that because, you know, so-and-so and this and this and this. All right, fine. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Did you hear UAE bought 20% of African land? Here's the thing. The only way you can buy 20% of African land is if Africa is fucking selling it to you. See, that's what I don't get, bro. That's what I don't understand, bro. How, Sway? I just don't understand that. How? But then if you speak to our African brethren, they'll say, well, Lucas, it's corrupt. And I'm like, I get that it's corrupt, but it's your fucking land. Like, how you allowing your... Like, I would think I would run up into that place. Like, you on fucking... Okay, I know that not all of Africa is covered in fucking dirt. But I'm sorry. There's no way the security is that fucking ironclad where you can't run up in there and be like, listen, motherfucker, get the fuck out of here. I don't know. I would think there would be a rebellion or some shit. I don't know. Like I said, my experience from Africa is from Africans, you know, who come on the panel and shit like that. But that's just so fucking crazy to me. Like, god dang. That's what I'm saying. If black Americans, we need to go over to Africa. They probably sold that shit for cheap too. They probably sold that shit for cheap. That's where it came down. Because I remember a conversation. It was with the white guy. He was talking about, listen, what America is doing right now is good. And the reason it's good is because if anyone else had the nukes or, you know, the power that we had, we would be fucked. Like, do you really want, you know, this country to have the same power? Do you really want that? And I was like, all right, I get you. He's like, somebody's got to fucking take control. I was like, I mean, yeah, I guess you do have a point, right? You do have a point. So I'm just saying, listen, bro, I still would like to travel to Africa. I definitely would like to go to the motherland. And get some property, bro. That's all I'm saying. Because if you don't think, because like, what's his name? The dude who always comes in. If you don't think Africa is going to be popping off, bro, in the future, you're fucking crazy. Everybody is fucking getting a piece of Africa. And I'm just like, what are y'all doing? I don't know. I'm like, might as well have some property in Africa. Shit. There has to be some way to get fucking property in Africa without having to live in Africa. Because I feel like that's going to be a gold rush over there. A gold rush, bro. It's kind of like those neighborhoods. You know how you have like, certain black neighborhoods are used to, where it was like, yo, all they really need to do was just clean that place up, remodel that, and this place would be fucking packing. It'd be fucking lit. It'd be fucking amazing. That's what a lot of these mofos are realizing about Africa. It's like, well, this shit doesn't have to look like this. We'll just take this shit over and rebuild it in our image. 773, you're on the line. What do you got?
Hey, this is Deborah. Am I talking to Lucas?
Yep.
Hey, Lucas, I'm from Chicago.
What's going on?
Look, let me say this here. With Africa, all parts, they are powerful. And unfortunately, they do not know. You know, there's no way you could have a handful of people that don't look like you and not be able to rule. Understanding the circumstances and the situations. But golly, I'm trying to keep my words clean, you know.
Okay.
Golly, power is power. And they have always had it. And I don't know why they don't know that. I don't know why they don't know that. They've always had it. For trillions of years. They have it. Now with us, I'm in Chicago. And we fight every day, all day long. No, we do not get everything. No, we don't even get pretty much nothing. You know, and that's because we were at a point of time, like years ago, you know, in the 50s and 60s and 70s, there was a good among group. You know who was all in that, King and you know, and we established some things. And somehow it fell off. But now we're back on track. We're back on track because it, you know, and with the illegal immigrants coming in and stuff like that's no excuse for us. We have always been stating our preference. Always with our aldermen, you know, the local aldermen, they have their, because like I'm in the 17th ward, you got a 16th ward, you know, you got a 15th ward, you know, a person that's supposed to be able to conduct and have communications and services and meetings and things of that nature, you know. You vote for this person to come in. And they're supposed to move forward for you. Unfortunately, for years, they have not. So yes, it's important if you do not vote, I would say like for president, I think it is important that you do vote for your mayor, you know, and your governor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's pretty much kind of like not looking at the presidential situation. Now we're learning and we're realizing, you know, how important especially in the city of Chicago, because everybody they have a whole lot of say on what we do and how we do things and things of that nature, and it is, you vote. You vote. If you got an alderman like my alderman, David Moore, that's my alderman. And I did not vote for him because I did not know who he was. And I got no information on who this man was. So I didn't vote for him. But by me not vote for him and the person that stepped down, and he was the only person that was there, then he got the position. And it's so quiet. It's so quiet that nobody speaks of him because they don't know who he is. I can ask anybody off the street. They don't even know that they in the 17th Ward. So if you get someone that is in your community that's running for alderman, that's a connection to get someone that will work with someone that knows the mayor or the governor. Who knows? Right now, we already know where we're going. In the city of Chicago, we're just not voting Democrat. And 9 times out of 10, we're not voting Republican either. We're just not. They have not given or said anything. Now, the people that's there that want to stay in office, give me a reason to keep you in your position. We need a hate crime bill. We need reparations. You can't say anything else but that. There's no way in hell you can service all these people that only been here a day, 24 hours, a week. And they get all this? Really? Yeah, the Democrats is doomed. And we're not letting up on the Republicans either because they have not said anything. And we need somebody in between to say, hey, vote for me, you'll get your reparations. Nobody is saying that. Certain people is hollering, I'm going to vote for a Republican. What are they doing? Like you said, a bird with the same goddamn wing, one-on-one, same motherfucker. It's the same. They're not offering us anything. And they know for a fact that we deserve reparations. And not only that, a hate crime bill. I just watched a video where this young guy, whatever the case may have been, he was already handcuffed, laid on the car, hands behind his back and handcuffs, and look, I'm just gonna say white. Fuck it. I'm just gonna say white. And she kept tasing him in his back. Motherfucker this, motherfucker that. She was saying all this stuff there while she was tasing him, and he never resisted from day one. So yes, we need protection. In the city of Chicago, there are good communities, good areas, good spaces to where we could build. And I think they know that. They know we can build. And I like to say this here. Within life experiences, within my experiences as an older woman now, we are the most powerful people in the world. They know this. And those black holes were not there for a reason. Those codes were there to say, hey, keep them in a place of darkness. And because we in the light now, they don't know what to do. And they say, I feel a little bit guilty. They talk about the baby boomers and old niggas. I don't know if I don't know if I fit in that category. I don't know, but no, we just not had someone to communicate with and to talk to about things that's going on. Because you could be at my age and talk to someone else and everything you say is degrading, and they'll keep you, you get so pushed down or with the conversation that's so heavy to where, you don't even know if you like this person, but, we don't communicate within conversation, if you understand what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. And so, I tell you, honestly, since the pandemic, and I've met so many people, and I've started to read books and everything about relationships of communication. And a lot of us, okay, I'm going to tell my age. I don't mind, because, I'm 63 years old. And a lot of us at 63 years old, we do not communicate on the same level. And I'm like, maybe I must be 40 or something. I don't know. But I'm right with you. I'm right there. 100%. It's crazy. But it's a lot of us out there that's like that. But needless to say is that I don't disagree, and I don't even know how to agree to a certain point, because when I agree, it's a backlash, and it causes another conversation, and then you like, well, let me just ease on out the back door and go on, because I wasn't trying to go there. It's just a conversation. But I'm glad you responded. I'm glad you answered. I love your commentary. I love all that you do. But you know what? I'm not a spider person. I'm not a creator type of person that, do the videos and things of that nature. Mm-hmm. I don't like that. But when you do your politics content, I'm more there than the other side, and I know you bring it in together, and I do listen. On both ends, but the commentary on political is amazing. You just hit it right on cue, on topic, and say, hey, you be like, you blink out, be like, oh, okay, and then you go back into it. I love it because I'm like, I'm right there with you. But like I said, Lucas, you're amazing.
I appreciate that very much. You take care and stay
You're
safe.
amazing. Yes, you too. Thank you.
No problem. That nice call, nice lady. I don't do that Spider-Man stuff. That's fair. I understand. It's not for everybody. But who wanna go? Somebody wanted to call in? I still just can't believe this documentary is just really good, bro. The one I'm watching, Stamped, from the beginning on Netflix, that everyone's crying over, is really solid. I didn't even know it even came out. The only way I found out about it was from the fragile people crying. 629, you're on the line.
Oh yeah, I wanted to call in. I had a little bit of a disagreement with you. Okay, so
Black women started using the
you've
word
often
woke
said
to
that
include
we
LGBT
have
community. Back in 2015,
politically
that's how woke
less than
got
5 years
bastardized.
in this
I'm from
country,
NYC,
right? Pretty
I know.
much. And I kind of disagree with that. And
Wait,
I want to give you a little
I'm sorry,
bit.
I missed it. I'm sorry. What?
Okay. So you said oftentimes that we have less than 5 years politically before we're extinct in this country, right? You said
Yes.
that several times, right? So, and I somewhat disagree with that because, and I want to piggyback off what the lady from Chicago just said. There's a video called "Chicagoans Ain't Having It Anymore," right? Where I think you'll see the energy and the fire and passion coming from Black Americans who are politically waking up because of the migrant issue, right? And them being basically second-class citizens to people who aren't even citizens at all, right? And the reason why I say we have more time is because I see right now a lot of political fire and energy coming from our people, and it's also coming from the younger people, but also older people who are beginning to wake up. The boomer class, who's been probably the biggest lapdog for the Democratic Party, is starting to wake up and see that they've been used and abused, and they don't like that, right? And so even though like the baby boomers may be starting to go and transition, they still have a lot of wealth and power in this country, and a lot of them are waking up. If you're able to look at that video, I'll put it into your video suggestions for you to do a suggestion on the videos for. If you look at that, I think you'll start to see the sentiment that's starting to change amongst our people nationwide. I think the Democrats are in big trouble. I think Trump is going to end up getting 20 to 25% of the Black vote, which means he would win the 2024 election by a landslide, so to speak, from an electoral college perspective.
But why
the
would
Democrats
people
are really,
vote
really
for Trump? I don't understand. Why would he? First, I don't know why they would vote for him, but why on earth would he get 25% of the Black vote?
Because the sentiment has been changing amongst our people. And I don't know if you've noticed that or not. And so because you only have two options, if you're tired of the person who's been using you and abusing you the whole time who you're in a relationship with, you're probably going to take a chance on the other person, especially if your money was way better when the other person was in office. And I think a lot of people are missing that the economy of when Trump was in office was way better than what we're experiencing now. Yes, due to inflation, but also due to a lot of just bad choices done by the Biden administration. So I think that alone is what's going to get Biden kicked out.
Because I don't know anybody who would vote for Republican if they're not offering anything.
So once again, I think what they're offering, I think what's being offered is people remembering what things were like for them and the amount of money and their spending power 4 years ago, or the last 4 years before Biden came into office, and started a lot of I don't know, spending and things of that nature. Not saying that all this is Biden's fault. However, we know that when everything is good, the president gets
Well, I
the
get
praise.
that, but isn't
or
that
the
that's a form of ignorance to me? I don't think that should
why
be
you say
praised.
it's a form of
Because if you're just saying, as far
I'm not. Well, okay,
well, I get what you're saying, but I don't think that should be praised.
you don't think what should be praised?
As far as blaming Biden or blaming Trump, if you don't know exactly what happened or what caused what.
Okay,
because
so
Trump isn't
what
offering anything to black
okay.
people. If Trump were to, as far as offer the platinum plan or something, but Trump's not even talking to black people from what I've seen. His focus is on white people.
Well, right now, I don't think Trump is really talking too much to a lot of people. I think he's abstaining from.
No, he's talking to white people. He's had
debates
rallies
and all kinds of stuff like that.
If you listen to his rallies,
right? He's
it's focused on
had
white
rallies
people.
for sure. I think it's white people that are definitely showing up. I'm not saying that Trump isn't focused on primarily white people, as they are primarily the majority of his base. But what I'm telling you is that the sentiment for undying loyal support, no matter what, to the Democratic Party from our people is gone, right? And I'm saying that enough of our
but
people
that's not going to
have
change
decided
anything. That's
not
the problem
to.
I have, right? I think the problem I have
okay.
is that black people blaming Democrats. It's not Democrats' fault. It's black people's fault.
I don't disagree with that at all.
So changing from Democrat to Republican doesn't solve the problem. If anything, it's going to exacerbate it.
Okay, so that's where I might have a disagreement with you. I think that what it will do is it will show the Democrats that they have to start paying attention to the people that's had their back the most.
Why would
we
they?
know that
But
for a
here's
long.
the issue I have with that, because I get that concept. It's going to show that, hey, that we have to start paying attention. Why would I do that if I'm already importing a group of people to substitute your vote?
Okay, so now we probably have a disagreement with that too. I am one who does not think that the majority of people coming into this country are going to be, if they do receive voting rights, are going to vote Democrat.
So that's not what as far as the data suggests.
Conservative values.
That's not what the data suggests. Because according to Pew Research, the majority of immigrants vote Democrat. Hispanic ones.
Okay, now, I saw you say that, right? And I saw the Pew Research and things of that nature. One thing that I have observed, and maybe others have also, is that when immigrants do come to this country and they even get a little bit of any taste of money, they start becoming Republican. I have definitely noticed that in the Hispanic community, whether that's Hispanics from Cuba or Mexico, Honduras, wherever they may be, whenever they come to the country and start making any kind of money, that they start going Republican.
I get that you may feel that way,
agree,
that's just not reflected in the data, though. That's the thing. They may say Republican, but how they vote is different. Just like, black people may say Republican. I'm not going to do that, but how they vote is different.
Okay, well, this is one thing I will say about that. I think that Trump, for a lot of people don't see him as necessarily Republican, traditional Republican. I'm talking about Bush, Cheney, Reagan, all these other people, right? I think Trump is his own anomaly because he's been famous and in the minds, at least for me, since the 80s, right? He's been everywhere and been his own, his own entity. For example. So I don't think people see necessarily voting for Trump as solely voting Republican. And that's why I'm telling you, I think people in our community have more warmed up to him.
That's a problem, right? Because Trump is not giving us anything. He's not offering us anything, and he's not even warm to us. That's the problem. Trump is beholden to his base.
I disagree.
His base.
I disagree that he's not warm to us. I think Trump likes who likes him. And I think Trump likes celebrities. I think Trump loves black celebrities especially. And so I think that Trump likes whoever likes him. It's almost like you say, play the game, right? So if you want to get something from somebody, you might have to butter them up a little bit to get something. I think Trump is one of those people who can be buttered up if you placate to his ego and you show him that you like him.
But he's not being buttered up by anyone. Right now, he's speaking to his base who believes there's an attack on white people. So in order to win that base over, you're going to distance yourself from anyone black. Even with him giving praise to the BLM person who's like, hey, Democrats, yada, yada, I'm going to vote Republican. He was lambasted for that by DeSantis and many other Republicans. Trump lost a good amount of the white male vote his last election.
The last vote. And I did see that, and I cannot dispute that at all.
In order for him to recover that, that does not mean embracing black people.
Okay, so I'm not saying that Trump is going to recover that base he lost, or the things he lost with white men because of embracing black people. That's not one thing that I think at all. I'm not saying that. I don't think that at all. I think that Trump is going to recover those people because people remember they had more money before than what they have now. A lot more people are struggling now economically, but than what they were before. That's why I think he gets that vote back from the white male population who was going through all this Me Too shit and pussy hats and all that kind of stuff, and blow back from the whole grab him by the pussy thing, right? So that's why I think he gets that back economically. But I'm just telling you that a lot of our people now, a good amount, and I think anywhere from 20 to 25% are probably going to end up not voting for Biden and maybe perhaps voting for Trump because people are sick and tired of the Democratic Party. I think a lot more people have waken up than maybe
and that's not
you may be
up,
aware
that's still
of.
Asleep.
Well, when I say wake up, I'm saying that they're getting out of the Democratic, brainwashing in a sense. Now, yes, the alternative necessarily is not.
The Democrats are
there's definitely brainwashing.
I don't think there's
we've
brainwashing
had at least 3 generations of black people voting Democrat. Matter what. Matter of fact,
the issue is not voting Democrat. That is not the issue. You're going to get more from Democrats than you will with Republicans. That's just a fact. The issue is not Democrat voting. Here's what's happening with black people. Black people want to pay a contractor to do a job. The contractor doesn't do a job, and then you pay him anyway. And then you keep on paying the contractor and be like, you know what, this contractor sucks. No, you suck. Because you're the idiot who keeps on giving them money for a job that they're not doing.
Okay, so now, okay, so Pip, stop. In that example, would money be the vote?
Yes.
If you switch that example to politics, okay, true. Money would be the vote in that example. So black people are saying we're no longer giving the contractor, aka the Democrat, our money, aka vote. But you seem to have a problem with that thinking now. Now I understand what you're talking about as far as the Democrats owe you and things like that, and that's the people who are more beholden to giving you something. I don't dispute any of that. But there has to be some kind of transition for our people to wake up into something else. So if this is what it takes to do that, so be it. I'm not saying, yes, we're going to all vote Republican and things like that. I'm not that foolish enough to think that. I know that we had probably 3 generations of our people vote Democrat no matter what ever since JFK got on TV and looked good, right? But before that, I know my grandparents and probably your grandparents and probably most black people's grandparents would never have voted Democrat ever because of what it represented way back then. So the transition that happened from our people being the staunch Republicans, even Republicans way back in the day being all black folks voted in Mississippi and Alabama all into Congress and things of that nature is a long time ago. But that transition happened after the TV occurred and people saw JFK, right? But I'll say this though, there has to be some kind of something to happen to wake black people up out of being drunk off the Democratic Kool-Aid. And I think that now this immigrant situation has done that to enough people to whereas people are deciding to leave, right, voting for Democrat and at least thinking about something else. Now what we have to do now is take all this energy and passion and fire that's in 2024 and try to direct it towards actually creating something that can do political change, like our own CPAC or our own lobbying organizations or something of that nature, or bringing out our own candidates, or even doing what they did way back in the day in Mississippi, starting our own kind of party or third party, whatever was done way back in the day, like before the 60s and 50s and things of that nature.
Voting
but at
Republican
least we have people waking up.
Doesn't do any of that. That's the problem.
I'm not saying that voting Republican does that. I'm just saying that people are waking up to not be wanting to be used anymore. And people see that.
This is the same thing they said with the last election with Trump, with him getting over 8% or 8% of the vote. It's the same thing. Trump had over 12% as far as the male black vote, got more than any other Republican. That is not waking up. What black people need to be doing is going to their representatives, going to individuals of the DNC and saying, hey, this is what we want. Voting Republican doesn't wake anyone up because it doesn't change the representation. It doesn't change as far as the collective's inability to organize. That doesn't change anything. All it does, if I was a head of the DNC, I would say, fuck y'all then. I'll find a way to get the loyal few to vote for us to get the W's that we need, and then substitute the rest of you with the Hispanic or the immigrant population.
Okay, so I don't disagree with you that just all of a sudden voting Republican is going to change everything overnight. But what it does, though, is the one thing that we do know is that for the most part, white folks are split down the middle 50-50, right? And Democrats have always been able to rely upon the so-called African-American, Black American community.
That we don't have, though. Because whether it's a white liberal or a white conservative, it's still a white person that's going to fight for the benefit of white as a whole.
I don't dispute any of that. I don't dispute any of that. I'm just saying there's a starting point that is happening into the political minds of our people. And so what I'm saying now is that it's going to be our responsibility to direct that energy into a more something that can actually prosper and bring us back, as people want to say, tangibles and things of that nature. I think everybody in America knows, and maybe even around the world knows, that the so-called Black African American community is the sleeping giant on the planet. People thought we were waking up in 2020 with the George Floyd thing, but all that energy got misdirected towards some bullshit, some Black lesbian feminist stuff, some Marxist stuff, some George Soros stuff, or whatever it was. I think that now we have opportunity again to redirect the political fire and energy of our people towards something that can be built, that will be sustained and can bring us tangibles. Yes, we do need to educate our people politically.
I don't
say it again.
I think this is a pipe dream. Because simply
you think
saying
it's a pipe dream?
100%.
Why? Why do you think it's a pipe dream?
Because this is all feelings.
But
right?
Because it sounds like you just think that we can't do anything. Almost.
No, you're absolutely correct. Unless without some guidance or understanding, 100%. Black people not voting or voting Republican, that's not doing anything. Because what you are doing is trying to be you're being responsive to the Democrat Party instead of taking the initiative. Instead of being active, you're being reactive. You're saying, well, I'm not going to withhold my vote, or I'm going to vote here, and I'm going to expect them to do something. That's not how that works.
No, I don't think that we're going to expect them to do something in this election.
But then
now.
What's the reason for voting for a Republican then, or not voting at all?
There has to be consequences for the neglect, benign neglect, and the abuse for so many.
Then you are expecting them to do something, right? And that consequence is you not voting for them. So you are
the consequence. No. The consequence is them losing power and having to deal with Trump and Republicans for 4 more years, and them losing their damn mind. That's the consequence.
Yes, but with that consequence, right, you're anticipating them to do something.
I'm expecting them to lose power.
And upon losing power, upon losing power, are you anticipating them to do something in response to losing power?
I'm anticipating them to lose power, and I'm anticipating them to actually come to the table.
Okay, then. So that's what I'm saying. It's reactive. You're expecting them to do something in response to them losing power, which is what you anticipate.
No, I'm talking about their reaction. I'm not talking about our reaction. I'm talking about their reaction to our
us.
action.
We are being passive with it. Not voting or voting for someone else is as passive as it gets.
If you watch the video of what's going on in Chicago that I told you about, I don't see passive action, bro. It's not passive action going on in Chicago right now.
What's happening
in
Chicago?
People talking about the immigrants.
I understand black people are upset with immigrants, right? I get that. I've seen them being upset.
No, they're not upset with immigrants. They're not upset with immigrants. They're upset with the politicians who made the policies for the immigrants to be able to do this and be sanctuary.
Potato.
I'm saying that has spurred them.
What does it spur them to do?
Okay, so first of all, I have not seen this many necessarily regular black people that politically active and aware and going to town hall meetings and things like that in the past, like it's going on right now. Black people, a lot of black people are angry, and we have to use and redirect that anger towards doing things that can bring us the tangibles. Towards making committees, towards finding out who your congressmen are, towards having bills wrote that will support us.
I think that's a pipe dream.
Being educated.
I think that's a pipe dream. And the reason why it's the same reason that Charleston White said in his interview with Cam Newton. Whereas, hey, we still don't even have as far as the George Floyd Policing Act. When it came to that. So I think black people, what's happened is that we become ADHD to political engagement. Where one thing is this, then we stop. There's another thing is this, then we stop. Another thing is this, then we stop. So unless there's a constant motivation or a constant catalyst to cause that engagement, nothing is going to change. So I think that the same thing that happened with Trump, right? Voting for Trump, we're in the same predicament, whether it was with Trump or without Trump. And furthermore, I would say it's even more detrimental to the group as a collective, because now they're going to put in judges, right? So it's not so simple as I'm proving to the Democrats, see, you guys have to listen to me. It's because they're looking at you as like, well, you're fucking yourself over. That's how we got the Supreme Court. If you think the Supreme Court is going to justify reparations, you're out of your fucking mind. That conservative Supreme Court, it's not going to happen. When it comes to the judges that Trump selected, that's not going to happen. That's for black people who go to these judges, right? Whether, they're in the wrong or in the right, they get sentenced. So it's not so much as the president, but as far as the powers in the rules and regulations that are enacted during his presidency. Sometimes they can't even be revoked. We saw that with Trump trying to get the Healthcare Act and whatnot. So there is lasting impacts to these presidencies, to their terms. So it's not so simple as, well, I'm sticking it to Democrats.
Okay. So I'm not saying that it's number one. I'm not saying that it's simple. Number two, I'm not a person who thinks that the only path to reparations is through some kind of legislative act from Congress. I think that is a legal action. It needs to be done in courts, right? I think it's a combination of both, right? As well as you can't do it in
courts that don't favor you. That's the thing. And if the president is assigning all these conservative judges and whatnot, they're not going to favor you.
I understand where you're coming from with that, but I do think that there is a way for them to favor us, but it's underneath certain words and phraseology and names or whatever. You can't go in there into the courtroom talking about reparations for blacks. Now you can do it for freedmen who are a protected class federally, and I know you know that, right? I know you know that freedmen are actually protected federally, right? And do all kinds of stuff, but we don't address ourselves as that. And if you went into court to do that, we would, and you could get something back for that. But we're looking at ourselves as blacks, and that's something totally different discussion underneath the law, and I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. But at the end of the day, you still have to go into their courtrooms through judges who are not favorable to you. So if I wanted to go to the judge, I would want to go through a judge that, as far as has some leaning or some understanding of what I'm fighting for. I want to stack the deck in the most favorable possible way for a favorable outcome. I think when you vote for someone who is contradictory to everything that you believe in, to in some cases your existence, and is beholden to a base that feels that they are being attacked, I don't think, as far as the Trump, this term is going to be the Trump of the former term.
What do you mean by that?
Of the latter term. I think the Trump 2016, I don't think we're getting that same Trump this year. Or next year.
I think we're going to get a very vengeful. I think we're going to get a very vengeful Trump going after people who did him wrong, for sure. I don't know what that means for necessarily our people, but I know we're getting a vengeful Trump for sure.
I think that's an issue.
I don't think he's going to be vengeful towards us. We ain't do him wrong. Matter of fact, I mean, he's riding through Atlanta streets with black people celebrating.
If he's beholden to a group of people that feels, hey, this is wrong, this is what happening is happening, it's attacking us, then he has to listen to them. as we see as far as with affirmative action, how that came to be. There are consequences to this. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so do you think that that is best for so-called Black Americans to continue to be in an abusive relationship with Democrats? Do you think we should stay there? Just because we've been there for so long, and in our minds, they owe us something because we're their biggest supporter and number one base. So you think we should stay continually being politically tied to the Democratic Party despite their neglect, abuse, ignoring our demands?
I don't
is the
co-sign any
solution
of that neglect
you
or
think?
abuse, because you can't be neglected. You allow yourself to be neglected. You can't be abused by the DNC. You allow yourself to be abused. Gay people,
okay,
that group didn't allow themselves to be abused or neglected. So I don't know what this is. We're being abused and neglected. You allowed yourself to be abused and neglected. Every single time you voted and didn't ask for anything in return, you did that.
Okay. So even if that's true, Lucas, right? If let's just say, for example, a woman is in an abusive relationship with a man and he's beating on her, and we say to her, well, you allowed him to hit you in the eye. You allowed him to come home every day after work and just beat your ass, right? You stayed there. I know you took vows before man and God, and you're just staying there, but you allowed. No, hold on.
But that's
hold
a
on,
false
let me finish.
It's a false equivalency,
so wait,
right?
Hold on. You don't feel that Black Americans have been abused or neglected, whether it's been allowed by us or not, by the Democratic Party for the last, 60 years? Is that what you're telling me?
I think absolutely there's an exploitation that occurred, but I would have done the same thing.
Okay, I'm not saying that somebody in that position, Democrat's position, would have done the same thing. What I'm saying is, what would you say are Black people supposed to do regarding politics in 2024 and the Democratic Party?
You're supposed to do what Dr. Claude Anderson said. You're supposed to build, organize, and structure. That's what you're supposed to do. So if you're getting abused, whatever that means, I don't know what sense that would mean. But if you're getting neglected,
abuse means neglect, meaning ignored, meaning not being I guess,
I wouldn't
cared
say as
for,
far as
or even.
I don't see. I would refuse. I don't think it was neglected, right? I think it was very much some of it virtue signaling, and I think some of it was actually encompassing everyone. Whereas, hey, it was when it came to even the Black farmers and whatnot, and then we come to find out that it included as far as Native Americans, Asians, and whatnot. So I think there's a lot of virtue signaling. I don't think that's a form of neglect, as opposed to most bang for your buck, we'll say. I think it's politics. That's what it is.
So, okay, so if let's just say, if the Democrats lose across the board in 2024, right? They lose the presidency, they lose the House or whatever. They don't have the House right now, but they lost the Senate, right? You don't think that the Democrats will have to recoup and look at themselves and see why they lost, and they see that they lost, let's say 25% of the vote of so-called Black people, that they would necessarily change.
So have we always had
strategy?
a Democrat? I'll answer that question with this one. Have we always had a Democrat president?
No.
Okay, so
but it wasn't necessarily because of us.
When Democrats lost, did they look and go, why did we lose? How did we lose the Black vote here and there, and change their ways? To my knowledge,
overall,
that has
no.
never happened.
Overall.
So if this has never happened,
not
I'm not
nationally,
sure why.
Maybe locally.
I'm not sure why magically Democrats would now have some type of self-reflection and come to a eureka moment.
Because Trump is a different kind of character. That's what I say. I think Trump terrifies them.
I think that's delusional talk.
Okay, so wait a second. So you think that we're seeing the same type of politics from both parties before Trump's arrival on the political scene that we're seeing now?
I think depending as far as you betting the reaction from the Democrats solely off of Trump and his candidacy is lunacy. They didn't do anything once Biden won, did they? And many of these individuals won because of the black vote. Kind of stuff. They won, secured the W because of the black vote.
Yes.
But
yes, Biden won because of the black vote.
And what happened with that?
Nothing. He was virtuous. There's nothing but virtual feeling or being ignored.
So once again, whose fault is that?
I think that's our fault. But I think that one of the consequences of that are that black people are going to withdraw their vote from the Democratic Party. There has to be a consequence for the lies and the neglect. There has to be.
I don't have
So what should be the consequence of the denies and neglect? There has to be a consequence. So just do nothing.
There is no lies and neglect.
Keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result and just be insane.
But that's what black people are doing. That's the point. You going to
right. So, but now black people are doing something different.
No, that's not different. That's not different. You going to the Republican Party is the same exact thing. Why? Because there's no organizing. There's nothing. There's nothing going on. You're counting on Democrats to do some outreach and I guess mind read why black people didn't vote a certain way.
No, I don't think they have to mind read. I think that black people are going to let them know and are letting them know, like currently in Chicago. And the event or the thing that's spurring this on is all the illegal immigrants coming in and being invited into sanctuary cities. And that's why I'm saying I think that this is a catalyst to change politically. Now, what that looks like, I'm not certain, but I do know that a change is coming. And if you look at the video that I told you about, Chicagoans ain't having it anymore. You will see that people are waking up and want to do something different. What that difference is going to be, I don't know. But I think the first thing people are going to try to do is not vote Democrat. And that's a start. I'm saying from there, we can build on top of that. That's all I'm saying. But it's starting.
Who's going to build? Who's going to do that?
We're going to have to do that in conjunction with other people, but mainly us.
Okay, so what is going to create that?
Like you said, we have to make demands. We have to make demands. I think people are starting to do that.
Who is making those demands right now?
Black people locally.
I think all of that is going to be short-lived, as we've seen time and time and time.
Now,
again.
That's possible. That's very possible.
Which
but
leads
I
us
think
back
because
to
we're going
where
to
we are.
An election year, it'll be longer.
But now it screws us up infinitely because now we're going to be in a worse place than where we started. So now by voting Republican, now you're going to have to deal with all the policies and regulations with which 99.9% are going to go against black empowerment and black incentives. Just is what it is.
So number one, I'm not a person who thinks that black people are going to vote Republican all the way down the ballot. I think that black people are going to vote for necessarily a good portion of us for Donald Trump as the Republican
to think
lead,
that 25%,
and that's the party he's leading or whatever.
He got 8% last time, and to think that 25% of the black vote is going to go to Trump.
I think by the
lunacy.
I think
That's
by the time
nonsensical,
I'm telling you, Lucas, you'll look back on this a year from now or whatever, and I think by the time the 2024 elections happen, Donald Trump will get between 20 to 25% of the black vote.
My God, that's a
statistical
anomaly. If that happens, seek shelter because the world is going to end.
Do not anomalies happen though. They are in existence because we have a word that defines
anomalies. There's a difference between a probability and a possibility.
I'm not saying anomalies are probable. I'm not saying anomalies are probable. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm telling you that the sentiment amongst a lot of black people, young and old, is changing. It's changing because of the economic situation, and we see the whole border thing.
That sentiment is not manifesting itself in anything not be surprised for the empowerment of the group. That's the thing. You voting for Republicans is not benefiting anyone. In fact, it's harming you.
Okay, I'm not saying Republicans all the way down. I'm saying that at the top, I think that a lot of our people are going to be voting for him because of the current economic situation, and a lot more people are as well. So I'm just saying, do not be surprised if by this time next year, you see that the statistics said that 20 to 25% of black people voted for Donald Trump as president. Not all Republicans down the ballot. I'm just saying
impossible.
For him specifically.
Do you understand? That's literally impossible.
I'm telling you that it is not impossible. I don't know why it would be impossible to you when it's a vote. I don't know how that's impossible. When people
I'm basing my analysis
and they don't want the old sleepy
previous elections.
Guy with.
There is never in the history of this country where someone goes from 8% to 25% against an incumbent. What you are saying is literally just hope, faith, and prayer. And that's why black people. That's why black people are in the predicament that we're in right now. Is talk like this. Well, I don't know how it's gonna happen, but it's gonna happen.
Bruh.
No,
No,
there
no,
is
this is not
there's
hope.
no way.
I've told you why it's happening. I told you why I think it's happening.
Sir, you're
because
saying
of the
why
economic
it's happening
situation,
based off
as well as bringing in
things that are happening
illegal
around
immigrants.
you.
I'm telling you why it's going to happen. I've given you reasons why it's going to happen. I'm not just saying some shit out my
Reason is
ass.
not.
I'm
That's
giving you the
literally what
exact
you're
reason.
saying. Reason.
No, I'm telling you the economic situation in America, plus the benign neglect in allowing illegal immigrants into America is going to change that. That's why I'm telling you, it's already happening. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
We already had that happen
now
last election. He got 8%.
You can come back to this conversation.
These were all the same.
And if I'm wrong, I will call in and say that I am wrong. But if I'm correct, you should also say that guy was correct. 629 was correct.
These were all the same talking points. You're not saying anything new that wasn't said in 2016. I don't think you get that. Everything is black people finally waking up. Hey, we're doing it. There was more fervor for Trump in 2016 than there is going into 2024.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Not amongst us. No, it was not. No, it was not. Not amongst our people, bruh. Nope, it was not.
How are we judging this?
Dude, I know you saw the videos of black people out in Atlanta in the streets while Trump is going into the Fulton County. No, hold on. You did not see that kind of sentiment anywhere in 2026. You didn't. You had a couple of Negroes in the crowd, blacks for Trump shirts on. That is not the sentiment right now in our community, bro. And I'm telling you right now, when this man gets 25%, I just want you to go back a year from now and say, you know what, the caller 629 was correct. I can't believe it, but guess what? A political anomaly happened.
No, that's not how anything works. That mindset.
This is a growing sentiment amongst our people.
Listen to me. I hear what you're saying. I understand. See the videos and all that. That's not how politics works. Right? In the real world, that's not how that works. No matter how many videos you see, no matter what you think the sentiment is, that's not how that works.
Okay, I know how politics works. I know it's based upon the Electoral College. I've worked in the House of Representatives. I've worked at DC. I'm aware of how politics work, but I'm telling you what's going on amongst the people. And if you do any kind of talk out in here in the streets amongst our people, you will hear that the sentiment that I'm echoing and saying to you is true from a lot of us. Way more than it was in 2016
even worse
and
than,
2020.
Do you understand? Even what you're saying is, it doesn't make me happy.
That's all I'm saying.
It makes me sad. Like I want to cry if that's what's going on. That sounds
is what's
horrible.
going on. So you might as well get your tissues out and start crying there. That's what's happening.
But that sounds horrible.
I'm just bringing you the news. I'm not saying it's the right thing.
You shouldn't be eager for that, and you shouldn't be applauding that because that's not good.
I'm not saying it's the right thing. All I'm saying is there has to be a reaction to the benign neglect and
the reaction is not voting Republican. Do you want to know what the competent reaction is for benign neglect? Do you want to know what that is? Saying, hey, don't neglect this. We want this, this, and this. That's what the reaction is.
That's what's happening. But with that reaction, you're also getting people who are saying you ain't getting my vote. Especially in Chicago. Please watch the video. Chicagoans ain't having it anymore, or ain't playing around no more. Just please look at it. And I'm trying to tell you that this is a sentiment growing amongst our people because of the catalyst of the immigrants coming in and the bad economy and inflation. That's all I'm saying. So I'm just letting you know that you don't have to believe it. You'll end up seeing it with your own eyes. That's all I can say. So we can agree to disagree. I'll hang up and let you do your thing, man.
All right. I give up, bro. I give up, bro. I mean, there's nothing to reach. I just know what to say, man. 8% to 25% of the black vote because he's seen people in Chicago in some video. I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know. I mean, I'm speechless. I'm actually speechless. At what point in time has that worked out for black people? Give me one point in time. Because I've heard this before. I'm not voting Democrat. I've heard this before. And every single time, black people do the same damn thing. Same damn thing. I'm withholding my vote. I heard this last election. I heard the election before. I'm not doing that. Every single time. And we've learned nothing. You've learned nothing. I just don't understand. You've learned nothing. It's the same damn thing. I don't get it. And some video of Chicago, because black people are upset about the immigrant crisis, that somehow translates to 25% of the black vote? I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what it is. It's just I don't know what it is. He was trying to tell you the truth. You can't be so close-minded, family. Listen. I wash my hands from y'all, bro. Y'all niggas is gone, bro. Y'all niggas is gone. I don't know what to tell you. Dr. Claude Anderson talked about this in his book. He's talked about. I just. All right, y'all got it, bro. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Absolutely. Can't be so close-minded. You got it. Absolutely. You wrong on this one. You can't always be right. You're absolutely right. I am wrong on this one. Ain't nobody trying to be right. That's what you're missing. It's not about being right. It's about you niggas gambling with fucking extinction. That's what we talking about. You niggas is gambling with our extinction as a group. Basing it off of fucking videos. Like, this is some wild shit that I'm hearing. This sounds like fucking 26. Yo, no Trump, no, like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't understand. What are you talking about? Even in Trump's cabinet, who is going to be in Trump's cabinet that's going to get in his here as a black person who has our best interest in mind? Who? I'm curious. You tell me. All that 2016 nonsense, bro, that's down the drain. I'm just curious. Who in Trump's cabinet do you have in mind that is black and is for black empowerment that's going to advise him some policies that's going to benefit us? Because then you have to look at the pros and cons. During that administration time, are we going to get more out of this, or are they going to get more out of this? And if they are getting more out of this, and we know they are people who do not like us, then how's that a good trade-off? That doesn't seem like a good trade-off. It seems like the better trade-off would be get on Democrats' asses right now, as opposed to saying, I'm not voting. I'm going to vote for Trump, or I'm going to vote for that. Because Republicans don't give a fuck if you vote for them or not, because they're not soliciting your vote. Now you have to take into account, say you bet on Trump and Trump loses. Now what? Say you bet on Trump and Trump loses. Is that what you want to be? Is that the position you want to be in? I'm just saying. Say you bet on Trump and Trump loses. I don't know where 25% of the vote is not going to happen. It's just not fucking going to happen. This is not playing the game, bruh. This is not playing the game. This is called This is like being a child. I don't know why I think it's going to happen. You have no way in a chance of hell of making that shot. Well, I just have faith. So your vote is held hostage? Your vote can only be held hostage if you allow it to be held hostage. And the only way if you allow it to be held hostage is if you have no representation. If niggas can organize to create BLM fucking charters around the country, then we can fucking organize to get our voice heard and to get a list of demands that would benefit the country as well as us. I don't know. I'm confused right now. I'm confused right now. I don't get it. Lucas drifted into being a clown? Buggers TV, call in. here's the thing. I'm gonna limit black people calling until you actually can prove you have a copy of Powernomics. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna limit y'all calling in. Until you get a copy of this book, don't call in, bro. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that, bro. That's what I'm gonna do. That's how I'm gonna help the black community, bro. Niggas, if you don't have a copy of this book, don't call in. 704, you're on the line.
What's good, bro? What's good? This is Ty.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
What's up? Why not create a third party instead of just straight up doing independent? Why not create a yellow party?
There already is a third party.
Like
There's
the red,
libertarian
blue.
and independent.
Oh, libertarian independent. So if it's libertarian independent, what side do they lean on? Because with the entire third row, it's just leaning towards
it doesn't matter because there's
right
never been a libertarian as far as a president of the United States.
Yeah. And so me and my sister, we used AI to figure out like how a third party would work if we were to like put something out there with like using a kangaroo instead of a donkey or an elephant, and it just leaps and bounds over like both those parties, and they help solve like what people in general that's moving in towards independent. It solves basically the issues that the Democrats and Republicans won't solve, such as reparations, because AI could figure that shit out easily. But when we talk to like Democrats and Republicans, they sit up here and play games, whereas the computer already has the solution. And also, I would like to ask you about what do you think about the T.I. and Tiny situation where they bought like affordable housing specifically for Black Americans, and you have all these individuals bringing up
T.I.
negative.
and Tiny have allegations of human trafficking?
Yes, all of that shit went quiet once we started hearing about them building affordable housing for
So I
Black
think
Americans.
the last people on planet Earth who should have any control of housing are people who have allegations against them for human trafficking.
Yeah. But they want to focus on the negatives rather than giving this person his flowers for like doing something for strictly Black Americans. And what we're not seeing is like the negative. They focus on too much of the negatives when you have like, you know, on the other end, white people doing the same thing. They got a whole bunch of allegations and criminal records, trying to do like tax write-offs and philanthropy to for people to ignore their bad. They have to look at their good and make these criminals actual heroes. When you got small fish, where if they're accused of a crime and have an asterisk next to their name, they are demonized and vilified because of their skin complexion and status, rather than demonizing the one that are the professionals in crime.
I mean, by all means, if they can make it work, then I think that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah. And what we should be doing is you have all these Black celebrities. Why are they just sending their money to Africa when Africa's not reciprocating that money back into the Black American community? It's just one-sided pan-Black, pan-African ideology, but no one is like doing the same thing on the other end. And why do we have like a Jay-Z or what's that guy, Little John, or whomever that promotes this back to Africa agenda? Why aren't Africans doing the exact thing what Black American celebrities or millionaires or whatever that promotes these year return ideologies and stuff. Why don't they help out Black Americans in return with politics and economics?
Why don't the celebrities help as far as with economics? What?
Yeah, what I meant was, why don't African wealthy people and millionaires, why don't they help out with people over here within Black Americans, like politics?
Have any of them been asked?
Yeah, why aren't they helping in return? Like Black American celebrities, they often help out with Africans' economics. They want to help out with like their poverty and stuff like that. But we don't see any Africans in return that have the resources and the manpower to help out over here. They're not doing it. They're not reciprocating.
The Africans over here who have the resources and the manpower aren't helping what, Black Americans here?
Yeah, we're the main ones that are fighting everyone's battles, including Africa, but nobody, even my other minority groups, and they want us to fight for their surface level issues like marching and all that, and sending our like support, but they don't support us with tangibles.
Yeah, I don't think that the Africans who are doing well in this country really give a damn if you help those in Africa or not.
Exactly, and when we have people that visit Africa, all we get is panhandling. Like, for example, panhandling, like people begging for our dollars to help these people out, or they just want to scam people. Because I know a person who's with Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, one of his moderators that they had a falling out, she filmed herself going to the Timney village, and all she got was like people bum rushing her and panhandling her for money rather than a family reunion year return thing that they're always pushing on Black Americans, right? And what these Pan-Africans don't want to show people over here in the West, they don't want to show how much that ideology doesn't work for Black Americans practically. And what goes back to my statement earlier is Black American celebrities or wealthy Black Americans should put Black Americans first and foremost, politically and economic, before helping anyone outside of our community, because it's not working for us with this whole African diaspora or minority coalition.
Sure, I don't disagree.
Exactly. But I yield the mic.
All right, well, I appreciate the call, my guy. Yeah, I don't disagree. Focus on America before anywhere else. If you're Black, absolutely. Trying to see the focus. Maybe it's in this other one. He talks about vertical integration here. Here we go. Group politics. This is 234. You're on the line.
Hey, Lucas. Hey. I listened to a couple of those callers. I disagree with them. Now, Donald Trump was originally a Democrat, if people know the history. He switched over to Republican. Now, I did research because everybody talking about the Red Party, the Democrat Republicans. Now, Obama was a Democrat. He didn't do nothing for the Black community. And then you look at it, after that, we had Clinton was a Democrat in the 90s. He didn't do nothing but the 3-strike rule. So my whole thing is this. Everyone, like your caller was talking about, we need to rise up and all that. My whole thing is, rise up for what? well, black people got to do this. We should have our own party. They wanted to have a fight, have a person represent us and us only, and we should vote for that person. But the thing is, we ain't gonna do that. We're too busy relying on the white party. I like to call them the Republicans and Democrats. But my whole thing is, like, I've been doing research in this country. Now, you had the video about that white cop that not killed, but tasered a young man. If you go in the Constitution, now for us to be free, back in 1776, when they made the Declaration of us being free, you needed 2/3 of Congress. Secretary of State approved it, not 2/3 of Congress. So black people really never became citizens of the United States of America. And we don't even research that. We're up here begging them, like since we've been here, asking them for our fair share, and they will never give it to us. And then the reparations, we'll never get that. They're giving the Mexicans that's coming across the border $2,000, give them a cell phone and a car. We ain't getting nothing. So I don't understand why we're begging. This is what we should do. If we can't get our own party, we take our money, in American money, and take that to Africa, find out which part of Africa our money, the U.S. dollar is strong in, build our nation there, and influence there. Because here, we'll never have it. We will never get treated as a human being here. We always get treated as an animal. We always going to get treated as we're the terrorists. So that's what I understand. These callers are passion. I mean, heck, they've been begging. They said he was talking about Trump in 2016. What kind of laws did Trump put up
you
that
want
protect
black people to up and leave and all go to Africa?
Well, we don't want to go to Africa. We can go to another nation where our dollar's strong at. Why would we keep staying here for what, Lucas? We're going in circles. How many generations have we been marching? How many generations have we saying that
you just don't up and go and leave, right? If you going in circles, that doesn't mean just because you change as far as the location doesn't mean you're not going to continue to go in circles.
No, if you have wealth and power, I'm saying we go to another nation where the dollar is strong, we have the wealth and the power to make the laws, make sure it's favoring towards the black community towards us. That's what I'm saying. Here in America,
that's not entirely
what
true,
laws
it
have
depends
favored
on that government.
Lucas, if you go to another country in part of Africa, and the dollar is strong, it can be Europe, Asian country, whatever.
I get in concept, right? In theory, right? That sounds good, but that's not how it works in practice.
Yeah,
because you can get your shit just taken away by a rival tribe or the government, which is more corrupt or more overtly corrupt than what's going on in the country.
Well, if I have wealth and power and influence, you got to make sure you got wealth.
That wealth and power doesn't go very far if the government doesn't want you to be doing stuff, because they will kill you over there and make an example out of you. And they won't, as far as hide it up, he got hit by a car or something like that. So you just can't go over, hold on, you can't go over to a foreign country or foreign place, continent, and just think, well, because I have money, I'm going to change shit. That's not how that works. You're going to have to stay there and understand the politics and get to know the people.
Well, and you got to learn the land, you got to learn the language.
Yeah, that takes time. You're just not going to go over there and just okay, I run this shit. That's not how that's going to work.
I ain't saying run it, but I said at least before you go, like I'm saying, learn the language, you learn the culture, you learn their ways. And when you go over there, you know how to talk their ways, how the mean go.
All of that can be done here in the States, though.
But
everything you talk about, all that, you want to know that takes? It takes organizing. That takes planning. That takes strategizing. All of those principles, all of those skills can be implemented here for our benefit here. I don't need to go to another land in order to learn all this. What are we talking about?
Yeah, that sounds like a better deal, because here in America, hold on, first off, here in America, they can gun us down anytime we want. Why don't we have our own party, a black party only, no white party, no Mexican party?
They can't gun you down anytime they want.
Yeah, the police can't gun you down anytime they want. Lucas, the lady tasered that guy.
They can't.
Is she the one who got a gun in the taser?
You can do anything you want. Yes, the police can do anything they want as much as you can do anything you want. But that's the whole point of organizing, strategizing, and planning. so you can get laws and regulations on the books so that they can't do that.
And then, Lucas, last time they tried to make a change, like when Dr. King made a change, they killed him.
Cool.
Malcolm X.
Guess
So
what?
black
We
people-
got a lot more Dr. Kings than just him. So they're going to have to reload. I don't know what to tell you. So what?
saying,
Obviously, I would expect them to kill. What are we talking about? Don't have a nigga out on the balcony. Open and clear, of vantage points. What are we talking about? I don't understand. If you think the same black people during Malcolm MLK's time are the same people now, it's not.
Lucas, you're looking at it like this. Why don't we have our own black party? You got a Green Party and you got a Libertarian.
Because we don't make
Black
enough
people
to
should
have
their
that own party. That's not how that works.
But we keep depending on the white man, so we're begging the white man, can I get my crumbs? Like
It has
Alfred
nothing
Twist?
to do
Can I
with
get a
depending
piece
on
of
the
oat?
white man.
We are dependent on them. The caller was crying about trucks. Trucks going to be our savior. What did trucks do 2016 for black people? Not a damn thing. What did he do for white people?
It's not about depending on the white man. That's not what it's about. You don't depend on anyone. This is politics. It's about leverage. It's about quid pro quo.
Lucas,
I give you something,
how many
you
times
give
you
me
been saying
something.
the same thing? We're treating these politicians like they're the damn genie off Aladdin. If I rub this lamp, you promise me how many wishes will you change and make me feel like a human being now?
It's the
How many
opposite of
times
a
have you
genie
asked that?
because a genie is actually obligated to do that, right? A genie can't say,
Well,
I'm not going to
treating
give you wishes if you don't remind me. They have to. That's not the same
Well,
thing
you
as
can ask the genie
politicians.
to
A
bring somebody back
politician
from the
doesn't have to
dead.
do
The
not a
genie say
damn
he can't
thing.
do it. Well, we ask these politicians. How many times do we ask these politicians? Will you do this? Will you do that?
ask-
let's talk
you
some real
ask
stuff on this
them.
show. Hold on, we about to talk real. Healthcare. The Republicans cried and talking about how healthcare will, if we give everybody free healthcare, it will ruin the country. Everyone should do your research. Because politicians you put in office, they get free healthcare. They get 5 weeks of vacation paid
We
for.
already
Guess by who?
understand
You.
this. Yeah, they're insulated by the laws they put in. Yeah, we already
but I'm
understand
saying,
that.
Lucas, I don't know your callers understand that these politicians get 5 weeks of paid vacations. They get free meals. When did we get free meals? They live like kings and queens. They left England because they didn't want kings and queens. And another thing too, we don't supposed to be paying federal
I don't
taxes.
care how they
Why are
live
we
as
paying
long as
federal
I'm
taxes?
living good. As long as I'm doing fine, they can have whatever they want.
Lucas, how is that fair? They getting free health care and they getting paid vacation. And then when they get upset, they can just go on recess. When can you go to work, tell your boss, you know what, make sure you got my check ready for me on Friday and my
The
hours. I'm
issue
going
is
on
not
vacation.
what they get. The issue is what they give. I don't care if they had a woman that sucks them off every single time before they do an interview. I don't care. As long as this mofo who's getting that luxury lifestyle is doing right by me, knock yourself out. The issue is not what they get or what they are receiving, the health care, the benefits. The issue is what are they doing for those benefits?
They're taking money. Like right now, you got your own business, right, Lucas? And you get audited, and then they say, hey, you owe us. Where's this and this at? I don't know. But when they get audited, because the Pentagon got audited, they're like, well, we don't know, but it's okay. How is that even fair? That sounds like
Life
if you
isn't
have
fair.
money in this
I
country,
don't care, bro.
Hold on. You can't make laws. You should do this. They should act like kings back in the ancient times. They'd be like, you know what? This is for me, not for you. So don't make laws talking about everybody get audited, you need this and this, but when we get audited, oh, we don't know what you're talking about. That don't sound like a fair country to me. That sounds like it's the has and the has not. And that's the thing I don't understand. I mean, people talking about all these politicians gonna do the right thing. No, they're not. They're gonna say what you want to hear, just like that girl. We gonna wine and dine her, and at the end of the night, she gonna blue balls you and call it a day. Have a good day. And that's what they're gonna do. That's why I don't understand why we're putting all this effort into these politicians. Really don't care about us. They'll probably only know who you is by the next moment. But we're saying, oh well,
sir, I do
Trump
not care about any of that. None of that is my concern. What I care is about what policies and regulations are you doing that would benefit the empowerment of black people. That's it. I don't care how you're compensated.
Lucas,
I really don't. It has
there's
no interest in me.
They have done nothing for black people. Nothing.
Okay, so then that's an issue.
Like,
that is an issue, not as far as
it
the
won't
luxury life or
change.
what benefits they get from being in office. I don't care about that.
Okay, well, at the end of the day, I'm saying is they lived on the high
Do you
horse.
have
They're not gonna make
Powernomics?
laws to protect.
Do you have Powernomics?
Huh?
Do you have the book Powernomics?
Yeah, I got Powernomics. You did? Hell yeah. I'm saying I got that off rip. You know I support your ass. And I always support
It's not about
you, Lucas. I'm
supporting me,
waiting
it's
for your
about
new
supporting the
t-shirts to
group. What did Dr. Claude
Hey,
Anderson
listen,
say
I'm
about
still-
what you're saying?
Listen, Lucas, what's up with your t-shirts? That's what I want to know. With that bootlicking t-shirts, when you gonna bring those back out?
Working on it. What did Dr. Claude Anderson say about what you're saying?
Listen, hold on. I'll be going on your thing trying to support you. I sent your picture over to the Philippines to let you know. A lot of people, I got you some good candidates for wife material. I'm just letting you know.
Wifey.
You know,
I'm good.
Hold on, Lucas. I got 6 women. They're 5'2". One's 5'1", and one's 4'11". 4'11", she's real cool. But I got you some wives. One of them come with land. The other one, you got to get your own land. And, yeah, Lucas, I got you some wife material. Just letting you know. I'll be going back home soon. Listen, when I go back home, I'm not coming back to the U.S. I got me land. I got power in my land. I know most of my language in my land. So I'm just saying, America, I got nothing. As a black man, and then I found out that you know, we're talking about what rights that, you know, we trying to get. We got to become American citizens. They need to get the 13 colonies. People need to look this up. 2/3 of Congress need to go back like 1776. I called the White House. I wrote a letter to the White House, and I wrote a letter to Congress. Get 13, do like the 13 colonies, vote like y'all supposed to, not Secretary of State, and say we're free or we're not free. Because I think that's fair. And a lot of black people don't really know that. They think we're free. I don't think we're free. Honestly, I think they still look at us as slaves. And I think the police is nothing but the Ku Klux Klan without the mask and the rope. And I don't understand how black people are not up. Like, you're not angry about that, Lucas. Have you heard about they need to vote for our freedom?
Yeah, that's not really on the totem pole of priorities right now.
Yes, it is. Because if we're not American citizens, how do we have any rights to this land here? Or rights to anything?
We'll tackle that when it comes up.
I want to... Lucas, you look up in the Constitution, you need 2/3 of Congress to pass for us to be free. They never did that. So how can we're basically like slaves. We're slaves, and then when they see us, they kill us. And I'm like, and everybody keeps talking about Republican and Democrat, they need to pass that first. They need to go back in there and free us.
My guy.
In the Constitution, you can look it up. You need 2/3 of Congress to back in the 1700s. You needed 2/3 of Congress. Secretary of State passed it. It was not 2/3 of Congress.
2/3 of Congress for what?
To pass for the slaves. So they had to vote on it.
What do you mean to pass for the slaves?
And they couldn't agree on it. And they needed 2/3 of Congress.
2/3 of Congress to pass.
And I'm shocked that you don't know about this.
To 2/3 of Congress
for
to pass for
to end slavery, you needed 2/3 of Congress. And then they couldn't do it. Secretary of State passed it, not 2/3 of Congress. And that ain't how it works. And I wrote to Congress and asked them, can you please vote on it so we can be free, or if we're not free, ship us back home then.
So what are you saying? So you're saying that the 13th Amendment doesn't exist?
Not really. It don't exist because 2/3 of Congress never voted for our freedom. Secretary of State passed it. And you can look it up on the internet. It's all over the internet. And that's why I started researching the Constitution. And then that freedom of speech, like I was looking at researching that because somebody was arguing about, well, freedom of speech. I mean, freedom of speech, you have a limit. It's really limited on certain things of freedom of speech you have. The whole Constitution was guidelines. And then when I was looking at it, and then because originally when they wrote the Constitution in the beginning, Thomas Jefferson wanted to make slaves free, but they said no because that's their meal ticket. You got to look at slavery was free labor, so the United States was never in debt. That's why I called you months ago and I said, where did debt come from? How can you be in debt if you got free labor? And then if you look at it, when it was fighting the British to have the land, the 13 colonies, it was Spain that gave the United States what they needed to win the war.
What are you talking about?
It's 2/3. You gotta look it up. You gotta research this. 2/3 of Congress had to pass for the 13th Amendment to pass, but they never did. It was Secretary of State.
That's not what I'm saying.
Secretary of State is not.
Where are you
You
seeing
needed
this?
2/3.
Yeah, I saw that. It's showing me that it got 2/3. So where are you seeing that it didn't get 2/3?
The Secretary of State approved it. 2/3 of Congress never did. You had to go back to the 13 colonies, and they have to vote on our freedom.
I'm not seeing anything of what you're
That's
saying.
why I wrote the. You got to look it up, Luke. You got to research. I'll send it to you. I just have to send it to you. But you needed 2/3 of Congress to pass the 13th Amendment. That never passed. Secretary of State is not the 2/3 of Congress. The 2/3 of Congress didn't want to free the slaves from the South. That's why they had that war. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You needed 2/3 of Congress. Like they don't teach, like stuff like that. They don't teach people that in
saying
school because
in order to propose a constitutional amendment, you needed 2/3.
you needed 2/3 of Congress, and that never happened because you got to go back to when it was 13 colonies. You needed enough colonies they had in the North, but they didn't have enough in the South. So why everybody up here crying about talking about Republican and Democrat? Hell, we ain't free. So we ain't free. That's probably why the police treat us like they do, because we're technically runaway slaves. We just don't know that we're not free. And the same information I sent Congress, the stuff I had, I mailed it to Congress and I mailed it to my governor,
about,
and I called the governor about it. It's 2/3 of Congress have to pass.
It was ratified.
Colonies.
It was ratified by 2/3.
But by Secretary of State. Secretary of State is
I
not
don't know
2/3
where
of
you're
Congress.
getting the Secretary of State.
I will send it to you. I found it. Listen, I found it and I researched it. I was researching this for months. I'll send you all the stuff I got if you want me to do your Instagram or whatever. You can see it for yourself. And I sent it to Congress. And then when I called my governor about it, he was like, well, I know that dude, he said, don't worry about it. You're free, okay? How does that sound? I'm like, that's not 2/3 of Congress. And I called my governor. And the governor was like, well,
it was 2/3 of Congress. There is no Secretary of State.
You needed 2/3. They didn't have the vote. They didn't have enough votes. So
they
Secretary
did have
of
the
State
vote.
signed
What are you
it.
talking about?
They didn't have the vote. Lucas, you can look it up.
I am looking it
of
up.
Congress.
What do you mean?
They didn't have the vote. Secretary of State is not 2/3 of Congress. That's why I asked them. They need to go ahead and do the vote. Are we
My
free or
guy,
not free?
they did have the vote. I don't know where you're getting this information from.
I will send it to you, Lucas. It's 2/3 of Congress they needed to for the 13th Amendment, because the original before the 13th we were still slaves because they didn't want us to be free. They needed 2/3 of Congress. The 2/3 never happened. The second, y'all can look this up, and even in the chat, y'all can look this up.
It did.
I was like,
that's
shocked
what
when
it's
I seen
showing.
it.
What do you
That's
mean?
why I wrote to.
I don't know where you're getting
Lucas,
this
I
information.
will
That's
send
what I
it to you.
understand. I don't know what you're talking about. The Secretary of State. I don't know where that
you
comes
needed
from.
2/3 of Congress. 2/3 of Congress for the 13th
They
Amendment to go
got
through.
2/3 of Congress.
It never happened.
Yes, it did.
You needed. It didn't. I'm telling you, it never happened. It never. You needed 2/3. They never had the vote.
Okay, bro.
Well, look, you look it up, Lucas, and
I have looked it up, so that's why I don't know where you're getting this from, bro.
Well, I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you, like I said, and like I said.
When are you gonna send
we
it?
need to basically. I'm gonna send it to you. Probably in a few hours. I'm gonna send it to you because I gotta go do. I gotta.
Okay,
daughter,
what's the subject gonna be, so I can make sure I find it. Look at it.
Because you still under. Do you got an email?
How are you gonna send it if you don't even know my email?
No, I'm saying you got an email, or do you got do you want to send it to your Instagram?
You can send it to my Instagram.
Oh, you don't want to give me your email, Lucas, like that? Though we
You
was
can.
cool.
The email is publicly available. It's theamazinglucas@gmail.com. THEE.
Okay, amazinglucas@gmail.com.
The THEE
Right.
amazinglucas@gmail.com.
Hold on, you said PHDD amazinglucas.com. Okay.
THEE.
All right.
Tango.
That's what you said.
Tango Hotel.
Tango Hotel.
No, not actual Tango.
So TH.
Yes, TH. E-E.
T-H-E-E. 2 E's, right?
Yes.
Oh, like T's. Like T's. T-H-E-E. Okay, like T. Okay. AmazingLucas.com, gmail.com. Okay.
Yes. Tango Hotel, Echo, Amazing Lucas.
Now, if you see this and you see it, you be shocked. Will you have a different tone?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. Like I said, I'm just shocked you never. That I had to research because I'm telling you, it's just weird that the cops keep killing black people. And I just started looking up like, are we really free? Because these niggas treat us like we're not free.
Now let me get this
And then
straight.
they let
So
these
let's say what you're saying is correct. What does that have to do with cops killing black people? Do you think the majority of cops are under the same belief that you are?
Yeah, I really think that they know that we're not Americans.
You think?
That's what I'm thinking. Like,
do you think the majority of law enforcement officers are aware that black people aren't actually free? That the 13th Amendment is actually a figment of our imagination?
Lucas, if you look at it, we were so-called free. Why would they have Jim Crow? Why would they have?
I hear you, but I'm asking you: is that what you believe is causing?
Yeah, I believe that because the way, Lucas, you gotta let's do the history. When after the war, Civil War is over,
I'm not talking about the history. I already granted you that. I already said, hey, we're not free. We're still slaves. What I'm asking you is if you believe that the majority of law enforcement officers are under that same belief.
Yeah, I really think that. Okay. The way they act towards us, like they treat us as the enemy of the state. So a lot of that stuff started making sense to me. Like, damn, because it got so bad, Lucas, that I hate to say it, man. I started calling like other countries embassies, and I was telling them what we're going through. They tell me we can leave our country and come as refugees.
Gotcha. All right. Oh shit! I think I actually hung up. My fault. 606, you're on the line.
Hey, Lucas. Do you believe that cops is that way towards black people?
Cops is what way towards black people?
Like killing black people. For no reason.
For no reason? Oh, there's always a reason. Absolutely.
You do know there's black police officers in the police force.
So what?
But
there were black slave catchers.
But where's the people most at is black? In Chicago, Los Angeles, and in Miami. All over the country. But the thing is, they're only being killed in these liberal cities.
No, I don't think Alabama is a liberal city.
Look it up, look. It's like how many killings is done in Chicago. I ain't kidding with you. Because the governor actually cared. They were going to stop that. But the thing is, they want chaos. Because chaos benefits them. That's the thing. Because they didn't want black people free in the first place. That's the truth. Because it makes absolutely no sense. And black people vote for the Democratic Party, which pretty much did not want them to be free in the first place, and pretty much wanted them kept under slavery. And this is quoted in the history books of how it was back when black people were slaves. That's the reason why the Civil War broke out, was because the people that was the Democratic Party did not want black people freed. That's the reason why the Republican Party was made, was to free black people.
The Republican Party wasn't created to free black people. The freeing of black people was mainly a strategic endeavor made by Lincoln because they were losing the war.
But look, what I'm saying is, all these countries all over the world built their nations by slaves. And why was these slavery in the first place? Because that country sold those people to said nation. Because really, he didn't want them. That was the thing. And I don't see why people don't understand that, because really, I get that slavery was very bad and very wrong. But all these nations built their countries out of slavery. That's how all these nations pretty much got the way they are. Look at Europe. They even built their nation out of slavery. All of them. All over the world. Did it. All of them even enslaved their own citizens. That is no joke. And I get that it's wrong and stuff, but the police officers, the reason why they worry real lot, because where crime and stuff has went up and everything, they worried, and they got to make sure that they're also safe, and also that the citizens don't like pull a gun on them or anything like that, because you got to put yourself in their shoes. Because you was a policeman, Lucas, but when you had a family, would you want to get back home to your family and make sure that you stay safe and that the people that you're trying to talk to will be safe as well? Because people always want to look at it from not the other side all the time. Because you got to put yourself in other people's shoes and also where they're coming from. Because the reason why all this stuff in these cities does not stop, like black people being killed, and also get stuff with the cops, because these people that is in office that we put, they benefit off of it. Ain't no joke. And people don't get it. Because it's nothing like black people against white people or white people against black people. What it is they ingrained that within the culture so much where people has grasped onto that and pretty much ain't said anymore. Because really, black people and white people come together and pretty much go against you back when people trying to finish against one another. It would not keep this way. That's the thing. Well, just because these people benefit off of all this stuff, because they benefit off chaos. That's the truth. And this is not good. Because what they want to do, they want the nation to fail. Because if the nation fails, then all of our rights and stuff goes away. Then they can pretty much do whatever they want to. They can put people in slaves any way they want. Everything. Because the Constitution and all that stuff, if the nation fails, then pretty much the Constitution is null and void. Which means all of our rights, everything goes away. And America changes forever. Then we'll be living under a real dictatorship. That's no joke. You won't live that way, Lucas?
Probably not.
Because really, like with how, because I ain't saying these not bad people out there, like racist people, but it's only like a small minority because everybody has bad apples in each race and stuff. Because you always have like people that try to create division between people because they're not happy their own selves. So they have to make other people feel bad to make themselves feel good. That's pretty much what it is.
Fair
But
enough.
that's mostly what it is. These people in the office, they benefit off, or else they wouldn't allow it to keep going on.
I don't disagree, my guy, but I'm gonna get to another call. I appreciate it. You take care and stay safe. Don't disagree with what he's saying. I think, but I was trying to find it. It's in chapter 7. It's way in the back of Powernomics. Now, he talks about an independent party. I don't know how I feel about that one. But what he also talks about is that you have to have something in order for your voice to be relevant. That's the thing, that you have to leverage your power. And black people aren't doing that. And he talks about, hey, only group that doesn't ask for something. It's quid pro quo for a reason. 447, you're on the line.
Hi, Lucas. I agree with what the previous caller was saying about African Americans going back to Africa, to a African country. And there are many good ones, by the way. It's not all corruption and poverty. There are African countries with thriving and developing institutions, like Botswana, just an example. You guys could go back over there and enrich a community of people's lives. You do realize that you could start businesses, which is in high demand. You could start God knows what. And as a group, you can enrich the lives of those tribes. You can solve their problems and make money. Why would they fight against you if you're adding more value to their lives than their corrupt governments? Do you not think that they're going to see the value and benefit?
Why are you so interested as far as what black Americans do?
I told you I'm African. I'm not going to identify as black. That is a reduction of the African identity. You do realize that, right?
So why are you so interested as far as what black Americans do?
Because black Americans are Africans. And I'm interested in African people. And African Americans, I don't know why you keep calling yourself black, but African Americans specifically are an example, a case study of how African people can innovate themselves. We can have creative cultures, and we don't need to cling on to old ways. We can still be African and innovative. I think African Americans for a time.
I'm sure you're fairly successful in Africa right now.
I'm asking you why you disagree with the caller.
Well, I'm asking you
why?
Because you have all these great ideas, right? That you think are great ideas. So naturally, I would assume that you're a practitioner of what you preach, correct?
But you can go on YouTube and find people doing these things.
Well, you're the one with the great ideas, right? You think they're so great ideas. So you're in Africa, correct?
So.
Are you in Africa?
My question to you is why? Some people, there are reasons why some people aren't in Africa right now. There could be, for example, one of them could be they're getting educated.
So I don't know
currently.
why an African would not be in Africa. So are you in Africa right now?
One of the reasons an African might not be in Africa is because their parents
Are you speaking about
come from
yourself?
a bad nation.
Are you talking about yourself?
Their parents might not come from a very
I'm asking,
good
are
African
you talking
nation.
about yourself? Is this one of the reasons why you're not in Africa?
And they're being educated
I'm not talking about anyone else. I'm talking about you.
And I'm
You
just
have the great
asking
ideas.
why you disagree with what the caller was talking
I
about.
don't disagree, but it's coming from someone who has so many great ideas such as yourself. I'm asking you, have you implemented any of these great ideas? You being an
I'm working
African
on it.
who you're working on it.
I'm
How
working on it.
How are you working on it? Because what I
By
like to see
getting-
is something
by
all of
learning
your
the
great
skills.
ideas actually being implemented. So now I have
By learning the skills.
So
by
now I
learning
have a
skills.
blueprint
by
to go
learning
off of.
valuable skills.
So you're still
By
you're
learning
still-
valuable skills.
Got you. So you're still
Wait, so
doing
you-
all of this? So what business do you have in Africa?
So I said I'm learning the skills currently, but I'm just
learning
I'm
the
asking
skills.
you
Okay.
why you disagreed with the previous caller who
I don't
suggested
disagree,
you guys
but
go.
what I would like to know is a proven method. So after you're done learning all those skills, my dear African friend, I expect to see a growing, amazing, flourishing business that you've established in Africa. And then hopefully you'll be so generous as to bestow upon me all the great knowledge that you've attained throughout these years. And then I'll bring other Africans over here. Do we have a deal?
I will. So I will. I will. That's fine. But I would like to. Can we? I would like to ask if you have any plans to go back to Africa, or you.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
I
on
would
you.
like to ask why. You're waiting on me.
Yeah.
Okay. Why are you still so dependent on a system that is never going to allow you guys to be fully autonomous?
I'm not. I'm waiting on you to prove it in Africa. So I think you're probably better
So-
off learning these skills than being on this phone call. The faster you learn them and implement this great business idea in Africa, the faster I'll be over there on the plane.
Right, okay. But you do realize the diagnostics lab was just installed in Uganda, right?
That's great. Did you own the diagnostics labs that was installed in Uganda? So I'm going to take that
my point
deflection as a
is-
no. That's what I'm going to take that as.
My point is, it's not a deflection. My point is that there are great things happening in Africa.
And the point
There are
is,
great
I'm saying that
opportunities.
none of those great things that are happening, you were a part of. So when you become a part of those
My
great
point-
things that
okay,
are
that's
happening
fine.
in
Yeah,
Africa,
you can say I'm not a part of it.
That's great.
You can say I'm not a part of it. That's fine. I'm not yet.
I know. So
But
when you
what
are, come holler at me and then show me how. Then I'll join you in Africa, my African friend.
So you're not going to listen to anyone else. You just focused on me.
No, I'm waiting on you to do it, right? Because these are great ideas in
but you're
theory.
not
I just
listening
want to
to
see
my-
them in practice. So I think you're going to be
But
the
you're
guinea pig
telling
for
you,
all
I'm
the
trying to tell
Africans
you that
here in
they
the
have been
States.
put into practice. I'm trying to tell you that they already have been put into practice.
Yeah, but
they
you
just
haven't
need
done
to be
them.
more.
So I want you to do them, and that way I can have someone personally that I know who has done them and is succeeding.
So what about people there are people that literally upload YouTube videos. There are tons of African Americans that have gone back to
Sure.
African
So you
nations.
reach out to them and get them in contact with me, and then maybe we can all start
And
a whole African business.
Yeah, okay.
All
But
right.
why don't you look for them? Because aren't you
Because
looking for a
these
way
are the
for you?
these are the people that you're aware of. I'm not aware of these people, so you have more access
But
to
you
them than I do.
you have access to YouTube, no? You have access to
we
YouTube
all have
as well.
access to YouTube, but you seem to be aware of familiar with their channels and an understanding of the
Because
blueprint.
You're disinterested in Africa.
I understand.
You're
But
interested
you
in
have the
US
blueprint, right? You know how to do all this. You're attaining the skills that they're attaining right now. So I think there's more in common with you
disinterested.
being African and the skills that are needed to do all this than they are with me. I think you'd probably be a great mediator between the two.
You just okay. That's great. Thank you for that. But you seem disinterested in
I literally
what's
just
going
told
on.
you that I'm waiting on you to attain these skills to build a great
You don't need
flourishing
that's silly.
business
You don't need to wait
in
on
Africa
just me. You
so
can
I
look
can
at.
join you.
Okay, that's great. You don't need to wait on me though. There are tons of other people already starting off little
And I
businesses.
just explained to you why I'm going to wait on you.
And my point, the point of the
Because I
conversation wasn't to
believe
make it a spot
each
solely
one
about
teach
me.
one, right?
Point-
So I'm going to wait for
point
you.
was
No,
just-
no African left behind.
The point was just to present an idea to you.
I don't disagree with the
That
idea.
is
I
all-
think the idea is phenomenal. What I'm waiting on
Yeah.
is for you to learn the rest of the skills so you can enact and execute
But
on this
why?
idea.
But why? Okay, great. So you agree then that it's kind of pointless you talking about
100%.
you know African American
100%.
getting into U.S. politics.
100%.
Okay. Right. So with that being said, are you now going to begin to focus more on African events going on in Africa, specifically Uganda?
I'm going to wait for you to build this amazing business in Africa so you can funnel me in.
I'm talking about Uganda now, specifically, not just
Wherever it is. I'm
follow...
not familiar with Africa to the extent that you are, because you're African. So I'm just following your lead. But it seems that you yourself are still learning before you can create this business. So I'm just going to let you be the guinea pig.
I'm just saying that are you going to cover events going on in Uganda?
No, I'm not.
As much as you do.
Because unfortunately I'm still in America. I don't know a lot of Americans who'd be interested as far as what's going on in Uganda. But I will keep an eye out for them.
I think a large proportion of your audience would be. You don't have to. It doesn't all have to be about Uganda, but there are a lot of interesting things happening.
Possibly, yeah.
And
sure.
there's a guy on YouTube called Zach. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a guy on YouTube called Zach Professor. He covers a lot of content. Covers a lot of contemporary events happening in Africa. A lot of present events going on. His name is Zach McQuesser. I suggest you give him a watch. It's quite interesting. Right. I think you should do more content like that instead of just focusing on what's going on in America.
I think since you're so interested in that, you're probably way more fluent in as far as African politics. I suggest you probably start a channel and do something like that. It just
maybe I will in the
all
future.
These great ideas, but you're not enacting
maybe I will
on
in the
any of
future.
these ideas. So I don't want to rob you from your creative,
maybe I will in the future, but I'm just saying that you're a YouTuber right now, and you're into covering a lot of like Afro-centered topics, and so I thought maybe
I don't know, because a lot of my topics have been as far as U.S. based, so I don't know, it may alienate the audience by covering as far as non-US.
But you've already alienated your audience before. You've already alienated your audience before. I mean, no offense, but most of the people that call into the show
I don't think that's a good thing to do again.
The most riveting thing to say.
Yeah. So I don't think I would want to reproduce that. That's the thing.
I know, but I think you'd gain a more diverse audience if you did, and you would pull in a lot of new members into your channel as well.
How about you do that channel, and then I'll sponsor you, or I'll tell people about your channel that you're making.
Okay, I don't have enough time to do that due to work that I'm doing, but you're a commentator, so it would make more sense if you did it. You have more time to do that.
Gotcha. Well, I'll see what I can do.
Well, it was. Well, yeah. Just look up Zach McQuesser on YouTube. That's all.
Will do. Say. Well, you let me know when you're done. You build this business, my dear African friend. You take care. I think that's great. We are reaching out via the diaspora. I think that's awesome. 910, you're on the line.
What's good with you, Uncle Luke?
What's going on?
Hey, man. Boy, you got a crazy little panel today, man. I see you got some outlandish little folks going on. Hey, but I wanted to say to my people that's thinking about voting for Trump, because, you know what I mean, it's the best option. That's terrifying. That's terrifying that anybody, especially if you got children, looking down the barrel of the future, anybody who will put the future in the hands of a man like Donald Trump after he's already proven, man, I see exactly why slavery took such a long time, because, boy, when a nigga is fucked up, they fucked up, man. Like across the board, Uncle Luke, these boys is fucked up. And it ain't necessarily just as far as politics. If we just looking at it from the red or blue stance, man, we already fucked up. I know my people don't have as much power as, you know, the finger bangers in the air, citizens of America, the ones that this was intended for. But, bruh, we still got, if we're going to use our voice, let's make sure that our voice is like unique. You know what I mean? Let's not just sing opera because everybody else is singing that shit. Let's sing that shit because that's what we got. Voting has always been strange for our people because anybody who feel like I do, one, we should probably denounce our citizenship to America and file for some kind of world recognition through historical fact. Like the world, we don't know when they say, I don't know why you call yourself black, because, you know, African American don't make that shit any better, especially when I don't know one zip code of Africa and don't feel represented in America. So what would be different from me saying black or African American, or what makes me feel comfortable, nigga? That's just where I'm at. As a collective group of people, we can't just say what's best for America when America has excluded us from the conversation of America. Politics is basically for citizens, finger bangers in the air, citizens, those purebred Americans. It's for them to call the police when they feel like something is out of place. And when something is out of place, usually it's a concern that the good cop pretends like he's our buddy. Like, oh, you want to chop your dick off? I'll get you in there. Come on, buddy, we'll pacify you. You know, but that's just one of the tools that the cops use. Is not different than the bad cop who represents the citizen, and he's so gung-ho on getting the bad guy that he runs up, and you know that when he sees your black face, he don't think that you're African American. He think that you a nigga. Make me feel comfortable. But then the good cop comes in the room and he's like, man, your black ass needs some help. I'ma help you. He ain't never helped us. The good cop ain't working for us. The bad cop ain't working for us. Like I said before, if someone came in the room and said, hey, I'm finna big R-word you in your mouth or your butthole, you make a decision, any sane person would say, nigga, I'm not taking it from either end. I don't want what you got because it's for me. Now, just because we denounce our citizenship don't mean that would leave us stranded. We can file for our own world recognition so that the world knows who we are through historical fact, not some hearsay shit. I'm a Greek. Yeah, right. You still fucking white. I'm a Chinese man. Yeah. I saw your zip code. You came from an Asian place, but I can't really say who you are, who you ain't. You could be a poser. They call us wiggers. What the fuck they call them? Nothing. They just go by whatever they say is the truth, and we don't have, but we have historical fact. So since we don't have no representation, even if we're not powerful enough to start our own political party, if all my people withdrew themselves from the conversation of American politics and just started to figure out what nigga can we find that would represent us? What group of brothers and sisters, what young group of bright-minded individuals can we collectively put together to be our legal representation, our forefront representation? See, we could say Oprah Winfrey. Some chick sit out on the fucking couch and talk, and then motherfuckers is like, ooh, she could speak for us. She could talk for you, homie. She can't talk for me. We got basketball players, and it's crazy. You're going to go and vote for Trump because he make you feel warm and fuzzy. He's the least of two evils. But if LeBron James drop tickets, oh, it's the Lakers game, you can come for free, Lucas, but you got to leave your kid with one of these two babysitters, and they both shady as fuck. Which one you going to trust your future with? If you that gung-ho about making it to the game, then fuck it, leave your kids where you leave your kids. But if you make a rational decision to say, nah, man, this ain't for me. This game ain't for me because it's going to lead my future somewhere that I don't want them. I'm going to stay home and I'm going to work on the program. I can miss out on the game. That will put us in a better position than just rocking with their options. I never even heard of Obama until 10 months before it was time to say, here's your nominee. See, they buttered us up and they pushed that in our face, and we take it. we take it not like Puff Daddy, but maybe like Cassie, I don't know, forceful, submissive, entertainment. Why are we always entertained when we have so much to be serious about? Our kids is dumb as fuck. Our little girls think that they should be more sluttier than their moms because they just want to be better than what their moms left them. The kids want to be more gangster than the dads, and I'm from that generation where ignorance is a motherfucker, homie. I ain't never been no real gangster, but I pretended to be one, and I did a very fucking good job because I was ignorant and there was no one to teach me or a large majority of my peers. That don't mean that I'm stupid. That don't mean that just because it took me 20 additional adult years to figure this shit out. Man, I'm 42 now. I call you Uncle Luke because you got a platform. It's not about the age. I seen the comments last time I talked. You know, these people are dumb as fuck, man. The internet has got them spinning. They think because I call you Uncle Luke that that's a fact. Man, that's out of respect, bro. You got a platform, and that's why I fucks with you. That's why when these clown-ass brothers call and they got this weird shit to say about how we should all be walking and talking like an upright G.I. Joe, get the fuck out of here, man. We rock'em sock'em robots, knock your shit off, make your head spin type shit. We don't have to do what they set for us. You got a platform where we can come on here and talk our shit, and me seeing that you, I don't know, man, somebody might have fucked with Lucas over the last couple weeks because it seemed like he been seeing the banana boat sail in. Goddamn, he with the shit. And then, like I came on here before and I told you about us getting together, separating ourselves from American civilization while we still here. We don't gotta go nowhere. We just need to be separate from the shit that they voting on because they never voted for us. So we need to be independent from whatever the fuck they doing in Congress. These motherfuckers can't even pass weed federally. We expect them to make good decisions for anyone else? Never gonna happen, man. A blunt, who wouldn't pass that, nigga? The fuck is wrong with them? Even if you don't smoke, you don't want the motherfuckers around you cooler? But we need to reclaim our shit. We need to petition, build a prison, take some of our people back. That's where majority of their money come from, is how they shit on us. They make tons of money off of the prison system because we in there. They make tons of money off of the music industry because we in there. They make tons of money off of sports because we in there. When a motherfucker say what happened to the Negro League, I'm sitting over here saying we still got them. It's in the form of a HBCU. They always tell these athletes, you can't start your own league because it's going to cost too much. Take your ass over here to the HBCUs, talk to them about using their stadiums, investing money into them, and take it to the point where our professionals become mentors to these young boys and girls who go into a league where they're being exploited for dollars, capital gain. That's all they doing. And then once they see how much dollars they can make after being exploited, man, they just turn their back on us because it's more money that they want to get and they can get when it's the power that's more important. As a group of people, man, our power has been limited to just like Ciroc, what drinks are cool, what tennis shoes are fucking amazing. But we don't have no actual, factual fucking power. I just listened to this old song from when I was a little kid the other day. It was called Self-Destruction. And when I listened to that shit, man, it almost made me cry because it's like, damn. How the fuck did the nigga tell me it's a hole straight in the fucking hole? Everything that we was warned to stay away from and to stray away from, man, we ran to that shit full-fledged, and now we looking at the next generation back talking about some, they ain't gonna never get it. It takes time. It takes time. Like, this is not some shit that you can go read a book and learn. We are the generation of motherfuckers who didn't have a generation before us. So everything that we do is building off of the next motherfuckers. That's why we need to stop, correct the course, man. We're going in the wrong direction. That boy said, I never ran from the Ku Klux Klan, so I shouldn't have to run from a black man. And that shit almost made me cry. God damn, yo. Because I live by these motherfuckers with Confederate flags. Not even just being racist, but Confederate flag fucking racist. Like nooses on their fucking cars racist. And I'm over here like, nah, I ain't gonna go on that side of town because them niggas. Man, them niggas supposed to be with me. We supposed to be sitting down trying to figure this shit out together. Trying to figure out how we can create our own legislation. We shouldn't be paying state taxes. We should only be recognized on a federal level. There should be no boundaries that stop us. Because a nigga couldn't even go from goddamn North Carolina to Virginia without being drugged back. We didn't have the same access to this country. We need to be figuring out how we can create our own legislation on a big scale. That way, even in small states like Idaho, where there's none of us at, they can't exploit us. But if we just let it stay local, right, then the states where no niggas is at can be extremely harsh and punishable. And then the states with a lot of niggas can pretend like they doing it in your favor, but it's all a setup. I keep hearing people talk about Donald Trump. I keep hearing people talk about Joe Biden, but motherfuckers forgot that Bill Clinton was the one who went to the pawn shop and got all the ammo and brung that shit to the hood and was like, now go to work, police officers, do your job. Knock them off, pick them off, and pluck them up. That was Bill Clinton. That was a Democrat. And I'm not saying that the left side and the right side, no matter what side it is, it's not going to be right for us. But if you absolutely have to pick and you pick the Donald Trump, you're fucking insane. Like, you got a better chance of running with Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman than running with Donald Trump and the goddamn Trump baby brigade. They say nepotism is illegal. You can't do that. This man gave his motherfucking children jobs in a goddamn high position of power, and everybody just whistled Dixie. Nobody thought that shit was crazy? I guess not, but it was fucking insane that they would do some shit like that. After they do that, we come right back to, well, I think that we should because I had more money. Ask yourself personally what you did with all your fucking money while you was blowing it, breaking the bank. Oh, my bad. What's that?
No, you good.
Yeah, motherfuckers talking about something. When Trump was in office, I had way more money. Way more money. Motherfucker, take a vacation right now and go to a goddamn... Where's a good place, Luke? A motherfucker couldn't... If I gave a motherfucker 5 years of saving, they still wouldn't be able to go take 1 week off work and go down to fucking Bali and just chill with your bitch butt naked. They can't do it. And the reason they can't do it is because it ain't Trump's fault for you having money or not having fault, and it ain't Biden money for you having money or not having money. Only thing Trump did was throw us a couple bones when this motherfucking stimulus package. If that shit made you fucking well, bitch, come to the hood. I got some shit for your ass. If them little couple of bands will make you dance, the goddamn boy, I had your ass up and at 'em. Then the one, they don't seem like they was my kind of people, but they had great advice for my kind of people. And the only thing that I can say, if you don't have this skin tone and you still got white friends, then you ain't telling the truth. If you go to your Christmas dinner and you sit your motherfucking ass down and you know that everything is all peaches and cream, but your one Uncle Larry is a fucking asshole, he hates black people, and he always got a hang a darky joke. If you ain't told your mom and them, fuck y'all, nigga, I ain't coming back to your house because you keep inviting Uncle Larry old racist at, well, then that means you cool with it. I remember the one, what was my man name who, Philando Castile, man, that shit fucked me up. Bruh was doing everything right. I'm talking about gun permits. He in the car with his old lady and his kid, like having a good time. This man's probably like, damn, I can't believe I got pulled over. We supposed to be at grandma's house in 25 minutes. I'm gonna make us late, but it's okay because we're all good fucking people. That dude lost his life, man. And when I did have a job with, you know, those people who ain't my people, making $100,000 a year, them motherfuckers, they had the nerve to say, well, if people would stop doing stupid shit. Wow. Man, somebody got to explain to this little girl what stupid shit is. And everybody say racism ain't real, and that's stupid shit. But ain't nobody gonna explain to this little girl that Donald Trump is the best option because he promotes racism, and racism is what feeds a motherfucker's fears. And then when your daddy end up dead, it was a better vote because I saved some fucking money? Wrong. That's asinine. That's baffling that my people who've been through all that they have been through in just 2 or 3 generations can forget. Read your Bible, man. Your Bible explained that you're fucked up from the flow up, and that's why he put us through slavery, and that's why he punished us, so you still being stupid ain't no excuse, man. We done had 400 years. I'm talking about your great-grandma was a motherfucking slave, and your stupid ass over here talking about I'm gonna pick this dude that ain't never had nothing nice to say about. It's perfectly fine people on both sides of the cotton field, motherfucker. I'm gonna grab a bitch by the pussy. Man, ain't your mama a woman? God forbid some of these dudes have daughters. But then again, these niggas probably got fucking OnlyFans because they fucking fans. Ain't nothing real in most of our lives no more. We done ran off and became some version of a fucking Manchurian Candidate type shit. They got us locked in from every angle. And it's not our responsibility to look at their politics and assume that shit was for us. Not for me, not for my kids. And the only reason I can make a safe assumption is because my grandfather, he didn't have no say-so. My father, he didn't have no say-so. And then the ones that was around to die was a privilege for your people. Not to get killed is a cool thing to do in the streets. We got some fucked up leadership. Man, I seen Boosie talking about he gonna sue a motherfucker for using his words. Can you imagine that? A motherfucker who probably don't even own an encyclopedia, a dictionary, none of that shit. He gonna sue a motherfucker for using his words and then talk about snitching. Bitch, you taking a motherfucker to court over money, but if a motherfucker threaten my life, I got to be a gangster about it. This is crazy, folks. Only in the reality that you live in. What is this, the Matrix 9 or some shit? I don't even know what movie this is that you motherfuckers is stuck in. It's the craziest shit I've ever seen. And it don't even just come from my people, man. It come from my motherfucking people listening to their fucking friends who have no sympathy for you or your family members, your co-workers who accept you, but then come to work and talk about those stupid ass black kids playing in the fucking streets with basketball every time I go home. And it's just like, yeah, them your kids, bitch. But you know your friends like you because you have all the fun when y'all go out drinking. You're different. You're not like those guys. Yeah, that's because that means you a bitch. If a motherfucker ever asks you, hey, where you from? He trying to check you. So if a motherfucker ever tell you different, he telling you a bitch. I usually tuck my necklace in when I'm around those kind of people, but you're different. Well, he's saying you a bitch. Don't be rocking with your motherfucking coworkers and your friends, and just because you get a little white trim, don't mean that you privileged, man. That do not mean that you privileged because she love your dick. You love that monkey. Get into a heated argument about some shit that you feel like could end us, and that motherfucker coming out with the goddamn Tyson Fury. It's going down because that's the only fucking go-to that they have. We ain't never supposed to be they fucking equals. We're better than them. How the fuck we begging them to let us play on their playground when we could build our own fucking playground and it ain't no playing involved? Why do we want to go to their schools so that they can educate us to their standards? Their standards ain't never been acceptable in America or in this world. This country, I can understand why we glorify murderers, cult leaders and shit like that, because look at this country. That's all that they ever produced. Charles Manson in jail, this nigga get more pussy than Puff Daddy. Take this and take that. Bitches is outside sleeping outside the fucking prison because they just want to be fucked up. And yeah, I see some of the motherfucking comments and shit. You absolutely right, motherfucker. I got ADHD. I run your bitch crazy too. Don't be stupid. The fuck wrong with you? I am all over the place and all over your girl's face. But I'm still right here, a black man that will never let a motherfucking white guy just tell me that because he came up with a game plan that's it for me. I just gotta run with that. I'm not running with that bullshit, and neither should my people. And nope, I ain't black. I'm a goddamn Puerto Rican. But I'm a nigga though. I'm a real nigga though. Cotton picking. Juicy lips and all that shit. Crusty juicy lips, goddammit. And that was all I wanted to say, man. But for all your people that call in with that bullshit, we should vote Republican because of Joe Biden. You should whoop your own ass because you seen Joe Biden was older than every person you know when you went and voted for him. Talking about, he gonna fight for us. That bitch can't even fight for his last breath. The fuck wrong with y'all? That was you. That was your fault. Thinking that because niggas was outside on the street and some old white guy came through talking about he gonna stand up for you. That nigga can't stand up or walk. Now he Sleepy Joe. Oh yeah, you didn't see that shit coming? We forgot how age worked. We thought he was gonna become the president and turn 25 or some shit. No. The nigga's next birthday was gonna put him at the 80-something mark. And it was just gonna keep going up until his fucking ass is up out of there. And the only reason they put Kamala Harris in there was because they wanted to make sure nobody would kill him. That never worked for her. Oh, Lord, she let Montel Williams hit that shit. This nigga couldn't even out-rape Oprah Winfrey. We can't let this motherfucker be the president. Yeah, it was all fun and games and shit, but if Donald Trump ever goddamn felt like he wasn't gonna get in office and this nigga Biden was, he can't have that motherfucking running mate again because they'd kill both of them. It's just American. What the fuck? Hold on. ADHD. I forgot. I do got that shit. These motherfuckers had Salem witch trials, man. Can you believe this shit? In a country that claims to be light years ahead of some goddamn Africans with bones in their nose, these bitches killed kids because they claim to be witches. The fuck? And that wasn't even that long ago. I mean, it was, but goddamn, Pocahontas was dead. These motherfuckers is crazy, man. Who the fuck believes America? The dream. That's for sleeping motherfuckers. And the only question I had was, hey man, what's on the front of that hat, bro? I hate seeing American hats. I just want to see what's on the front of your hat, bro.
It's just an upside down flag.
It's on the other side of it.
On the other side.
Yeah, I see it's upside down. That's the only. Huh?
It just says "Be amazing."
Okay. That, you got your merch. Yeah. All right. Hey, but man, kudos on the motherfucking show. I wish that your platform would blow all the fucking way up so that on the bigger level, you know what I'm saying, those elite motherfuckers would see that shit like this got more power than shit like that. I mean, Love and Hip Hop make motherfuckers laugh and giggle, but shit like this would get a motherfucker like me in gear. I'm talking about Black Panther Part 2 or 3. I'm not sure what happened to the second group. I think they out there. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna email it to you. What's your email? I'm fucking with you.
Fair enough.
Hey, thank you, Luke.
No problem, my guy. You take care and stay safe. Yeah, I wanted to read something from Powernomics. I was looking for it when it comes talking about voting as a block. Not a lot. The strongest weapon in Black Americans' political arsenal is the block vote. Although it's small, it has great political potency because it's the nation's only block vote. No other group, not women, Hispanics, senior citizens, or whites, vote as a block. These voter groups are not loyal to national political parties and rarely give more than 40 to 45% of their vote to any specific political party. Black Americans are an exception. They have a sole distinction of typically aligning 95% of their vote with a single national political party. For instance, in 1870, blah, 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 blah. Of course, over these 40 years, neither the national political parties, nor any white office holders have sponsored a program or public policy strictly and solely designed to address the needs and interests of Black Americans. They have never been paid a quid pro quo for the party loyalty and block votes. A block vote and quid pro quo commitments go together like ham and eggs. They support and complement each other. But Black voters do not demand, and white politicians do not practice quid pro quo with Black voters. They are paid for their support with tokenism, even by white liberals, white politicians who hire a few Black staff members, as we saw with Biden. Simone Sanders didn't even get hired, huh? When there is a racial discord. Since Blacks never seek group-based benefits, how would even a willing politician repay them? Reportedly, President Bill Clinton was amazed that Blacks did not demand benefits for their unflinching support of him. However, as Black America matures politically, the practice of ignoring the needs of Black voters instead of quid pro quo for Black Americans is no longer acceptable. Black Americans want to benefit in proportion to their contributions in the political arena, so we must use quid pro quo agreements to ensure delivery of services and economic resources. We must use these agreements to establish clear distinctions between Blacks having access to power and Blacks actually having power. Without agreements, only those Black individuals and organizations who benefit from the status quo and hold themselves out as representing Blacks will receive benefits. Essentially, the Al Sharptons, Jesse Jackson, those people. At best, the Black masses will receive what little trickles down from broad, ambiguous programs designed for everybody. It's literally what's happening right now. Our goal in practicing group politics is to own and control our own power resources. The difference between owning and having access is like a bank clerk whose job allows him to access to millions of dollars he cannot use for his own personal profit. It can be said without any hesitation that the majority white society has no intention of voluntarily relinquishing control of any power resources that could possibly alter their historically advantaged positions. It is our responsibility to change the political relationship by leveraging whatever power we do have. But in order to freaking leverage, you have to have a list of demands. I'm unaware of this list of demands. And then when it comes down to it, he talks about the reason why you want to be as far as having businesses is that you have a way to punish these individuals for not doing what they do. The reason why Jews can do what they do, right, that you don't cross them, is because they have resources. They have as far as Israel. They have as far as businesses, and they are very deep into entertainment and many of these industries. You screw them over, you say something, they can fucking silence you within seconds. Excuse me. That's what they can do. But if you don't own anything, right? Even with Hispanics, they have, hey, you say something to them, nigga, you're not gonna get any handyman. You're not gonna, your yard is gonna be looking like shit. They have something to silence you. They have a certain power threshold, even with immigration. You have to understand that. And more they become, the bigger number they become, the more power they have as a voting bloc, which is far surpassing Black Americans. And the thing is, you have two options. That's what people don't understand when it says, hey, I'm going to vote Republican and fuck the Democrats. Well, what you are now expediting is their transfer of attention. Because now, if y'all want to, we've gotten, here's what you have to understand. They've gotten how many decades out of us? They've gotten how many decades out of us? And now all of a sudden you want to say, fuck it, deuces? At the end of the day, if I was honestly the Democrat Party, I'd be like, go for it, nigga. Vote someone else. We already got enough people that we can lose a good amount of you, because we know overall, black people are going to vote Democrat. This whole concept of 25% voting Republican, it's not going to fucking happen. We know, as history has shown us time and time again, and there is no catalyst that would cause this 25%. I don't give a fuck what video you saw. There is nothing that's going to cause this. So rest assured, there is going to be an overwhelming representation of black people voting Democrat. That's what's going to happen. Even if there was a good chunk that votes Republican, they don't give a fuck at this point. That's the problem. Because now they're like, well, we can lose a few of you because we're now supplanting you with Hispanic voters. That's what we're doing. So y'all can go ahead. And at the end of the day, what businesses do you have that are going to force us to do something? What power do you wield? Your vote is powerful. Don't get me wrong. That's great. But outside of your vote, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're not going to protest at my house. You guys have never done that. Huh? What are you going to do? So you have to understand, the great replacement is not for white people. It's for black people. I got to do a video on that. That should be a good one. The great replacement theory is not about white people. It's about black people. Okay? It's not about white people. It's about black people. That's what you have to understand. That if you either have, as far as a population advantage, which is be a voting block, right? You have some type of a capital, right? Some type of resources which you can leverage, or you're fucked. It's as simple as that. And hearing all these statements, all these beliefs, I've been hearing this since I was a kid. Since I was a kid. Well, we're gonna do it this way. Well, we want this and we want that. And nothing comes from hope. Nothing. Nothing comes from fucking hope, bro. Nothing. Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. So I was watching, someone posted something regarding this dude who brought business to this black, what do you call it? This black business. And I was like, that's cool, but at the end of the day, it doesn't change anything, unfortunately. Doesn't change anything, is what I'm saying. 606, you're on the line. 606, you're on the line.
Hey, Lucas. The previous caller said to pull back and revoke your citizenship, and that's what has got black people in the situations they're in, because they're being replaced by the illegal migrants. Because black people has come a long ways, because pretty much they have got black people in the Democrat Party, which now is a black speaker of the House, and pulling back is not a good thing, because the reason why they don't listen to the black community is because pretty much of these companies like BlackRock and all of them, because they help fund the government and everything, because they influence the government because he's donors, and the donors tells the president what to do, and they're pretty much blackmailed by the FBI and CIA because of the list that they got from the island You know what island I'm talking about, because I don't want to say it because your video will get taken down. And because really, who actually runs the government is really these people that is the donors. And they use the FBI to pretty much blackmail the president to make him do what they want. That's the reason why nothing changes. That's the truth. Because how do you think our government gets funded? Because BlackRock holds over $2 trillion worth of assets. There's 3 companies that makes up the whole entire GDP of the United States. And they influence the government to their liking. I mean, if black people pull back, which I get, but what they need to do, they need to use their vote to see which one actually will do something for, besides doing it on one specific party, because that's what it kept black people in the way they are, because they use this one party only. They don't make people work for their vote. And sure, the caller, he hated Donald Trump, I understand that, but Donald Trump hung out with Al Sharpton. Every black people. He even helped Mike Tyson when he was going through the sex scandal, and they saying he was a person that raped someone. He even signed for Akon to even be stuff that he did wrong be taken away from him off his record. Same goes with Mike Tyson. All of them. He even released a woman that was black and had a sentence that wasn't even right because of the crime bill and stuff. Because Joe Biden pushed it, which locked up a bunch of black people and hurt a bunch of them as well. And I get the caller didn't like Donald Trump. I understand that. But the thing is, you got to look at a person's background, like on how they actually did. Because before Donald Trump actually announced that he was running for president, everybody loved him. Even black people and the celebrities. They all loved him. And once he announced he's running as a Republican, they all say he's racist all of a sudden. Which is crazy. Because people that was black people that could not get funding, he gives them checks, and once they came back to him to pay him, he ripped the check up. That's what's been reported. They did. And he did stuff that he didn't have to, but he did it when he was president. He took all of the stuff that Akon did wrong, and also Mike Tyson, all of them, and give them a pardon to take it off their record. And it wasn't nobody white that he pardoned. It was black people. And I get people that don't like Donald Trump. A lot of them won't like him. I understand that part, but the thing is, he hung around with Al Sharpton, all of them, back when he was real young. And really, he exposed how our government works, because our government has our president bought and paid for by these people that works against the people for their own political interests. Because really what they're doing, they're replacing black people and focusing on them, because look at how they're paying for the motels and all that stuff. When black people pretty much sitting out in the cold, and the Democratic Party and all them not doing nothing for them. But they're doing more for the migrants than they ever did for black people, which is crazy. How New York, Chicago, all of them taking them illegal migrants, giving them free hotel, free health care, and putting them on Social Security. And the taxpayers, which is black and white, pretty much paying the bill for it. That's no joke. Because the only thing they do is they say, oh, we'll do something about it, but they don't do nothing about it. Because black people keep on voting for the Democratic Party besides using their vote for leverage. Again, these parties to actually recognize. That's the thing. As they got to do as a block. Because giving your vote to one specific party and one specific party only does not do nothing else but make them look at you as, oh, you're just going to keep voting for us, so well.
Well, the issue is not voting for a specific party. The issue is not getting anything in return.
Well, think about it, Lucas. Why is the Democratic Party doing for the black community? Really?
The issue is not what they have done. The issue as far as what have black people asked.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, those are two different things.
I know it's two different things. But if you keep on giving your vote besides using it for leverage, then they're just going to keep on ignoring black people like that.
I don't disagree.
Because you use your vote for leverage. That's the thing. Because then these parties will get complacent on the community and pretty much say that you're just going to vote for them no matter what. And then they'll get to where pretty much they'll replace you a little bit at a time. And then once you're no longer needed, then they'll move on to their next voting block. Which is the thing that's happening now. And that's the problem. Because pulling back is not a good thing to do at this point. And it's not good to do that, because then you give other people that pretty much don't have your interest in mind take the ground that you made up. And it's wild. Because really it's these donors and stuff that's using these parties, because really these parties, they're bought and paid for. And Donald Trump is no guy ain't or anything like that. But he's a lot bigger option than Joe Biden. That's my point. Because really, Joe Biden is not someone that can actually run the government, because he spent most of his presidency at the beach. And really, I believe who's running the government is really the CIA and FBI, mostly.
Sure. I don't disagree with you to an extent, but I'm going to get with some other callers to give them a chance. But I appreciate your call, my guy. You take care and stay safe. We're going to watch this video of Chicagoans ain't having it anymore. Democrats and Republicans alike. African Americans ain't Africans. I think here's the issue that I have. before I even watch this, Lord in heaven. This book came out in 1994. Okay? All of this could have been avoided back in 1994. It is now 2024. Blacks are a permanent underclass. As he said, our voting power is not the same, as he said, and now we're talking about immigration. By the time you are arguing or complaining about something, it's already too fucking late. That's what you have to understand. But I will humor you and watch it nonetheless.
For them, you're going to have the same office for us.
That's right.
You don't hear any other community talking this plural talk.
That's right.
They strictly speak for themselves.
You got to.
The Chinese in Chinatown speak for Chinese, right?
That's right.
The Greeks in Greektown speak for Greeks. The Hispanics in Little Village speak for Hispanics.
That's right.
Rightfully so. And black people speak for black people.
Oh, yes, sir.
Black Americans.
Yes, sir.
We're not African American. We're not people of color. We're not black and brown, minority.
That's right.
BIPOC, none of that. People, no, none of that. Strict, this is about our people.
Let me get this straight. Am I supposed to be overwhelmed by the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people here? Are these 8 people at this conference supposed to be an embodiment of the majority of black people? Is this what I'm missing right now? Is this what I'm supposed to is this where his belief of 25% for Donald Trump stems from? Sir.
Demanding the resources, just as you're giving these people, these newcomers who are walking into this country.
That's right. You're right.
Who is this man? Does anyone know who this man is? Not knocking him, but who is this? Does anyone know who this is?
And sister's correct. How do you take a new group of people that have paid no taxes, can't vote, and you put them in front of the voters?
I'm not going to pay them no damn taxes.
And so we say this to you, Mayor, Governor, President. If you think that they're that powerful that you have to acquiesce and answer to them over us, then you tell them to vote for you in these next elections.
That's right.
Dr. Claude Anderson has people out there not making use of the opportunities available instead of insisting that they have somehow been shortchanged. That's a bold-faced lie. And if you lie on Dr. Claude Anderson again, you're going to get banned. That's a bold-faced lie. You might as well say the victimhood narrative, all of that. Dr. Claude Anderson has very much been talking about capitalism. He's very much been talking about, hey, in the system of capitalism, you gotta have some business. You gotta have some capital. Now, in addition to that, we have been shortchanged. We're the only group of people who have been shortchanged. No one else came over here as slaves. What are we talking about? The Constitution, if you look at the Constitution, it's based off of us. What are you talking about? Listen, you can't tell Dr. Claude Anderson. I don't know what to tell you. You in the wrong neighborhood, bro. You're gonna get banned. Simple as that. I don't know what to tell you.
Tell them to support your Democratic National Convention. And we're going to show you how we feel about the Democratic National Convention.
Turn it up. Thank you.
If you think you're going to have a peaceful Democratic National Convention in the city of Chicago while our people stop it,
that's right.
Stay tuned.
This morning I heard Mayor Brandon Johnson say that the...
I think this is great. This is very cute. 678, you're on the line.
Hey, so I've been listening and I don't know, it's interesting how like you had this guy talking about Democrats being Republican light. And I think that black people don't know the difference between Republicans and Democrats. And I'm not making like a vote blue no matter who argument or anything, but if you don't understand the difference between these two parties, you're just going to get played. Like, black people need to think harder about their options when it comes to voting. So if you're playing the political game in our two-party system, that means you're voting for either one. Only one of them are going to win. And, parties are really just vessels with people within them. If you don't like the people, you replace them. Not voting for third parties. They don't have the infrastructure to win anytime soon, as giving the party you don't support a chance to win. And then you got Republicans and conservatives today. They claim black people are stuck on the Democrat plantation, but they never tell you that Democrats pass policies that benefit black people. They just want you to assume Democrats have done nothing for us and repeat that message every election year. And it is every election year you have this type of like talk happening. And I just find that, interesting. And then meanwhile, you got Republicans mainly in the South, and they're trying to either suppress black voters by using the Supreme Court to challenge accomplishments made in the Civil Rights era, or they miseducate them through school boards because they don't like the fact that the majority of black people vote for Democrats. You had Donald Trump in 2016. You can look this up. He thanked black people for not voting during the 2016 election. Straight up, thanked black people for just not voting. And Republicans count on that. And then now today, you got conservative majorities on courts and state legislatures. They've been gerrymandering and dismantling sections of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 to disenfranchise black voters. And then, the thing is, you're not just voting for a president in 2024. You're voting for federal court appointments and Supreme Court justices. Trump added 3 conservative Supreme Court justices during his term, which is why we have 6 conservatives in the majority over the 3 liberal justices. This is how Roe v. Wade was overturned 1 year after Trump left office. And so you got these conservative judges, which are now ironically using the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to ban the use of affirmative action and DEI policies, despite statistics showing, the historical link between economic disadvantages black people face today, and then all of the racist laws that were passed by, the federal and state government after 1865. You got Republicans offering just alternative solutions to the problems, and it's just like, another thing you can look up is Trump proposed the 1776 Commission. That's for what he calls patriotic education, and that was in response to the 1619 Project. And so, this was the first time a president formally did miseducation, is what I call it. And that just paints conversations about systemic racism as child abuse, and that's his words. And Joe Biden, he terminated that when he got into office. But then that's the same thing that Ron DeSantis is going on. So, and even with Ron DeSantis, like, what he does is he's weaponizing like the LGBT thing, like that being a part of the curriculum when like the AP African American Studies situation happened. You know, you had people getting mad about that, but then at the same time, he's requiring that when reparations is brought up, you have to have an alternative, you know, view of that. And then when it comes to everything else, when it's like black activism is something to be talked about, then he wants black conservatism to be a topic. And you got laws passed against CRT, and just overall miseducation is coming from Republicans. So it's kind of like, if you don't vote for them, then they're going to teach your children to vote for them by just not teaching the truth in history. And then you got Project 2025 also, which, you know, you can look that up, but I'm sure if Republicans or conservatives pass Project 2025, then you're going to have a whole just different view in the education department when it comes to black people. And that won't be good. And then you got stuff like the HBCU funding that Trump wants to take credit for. And you can look that up. That comes from a Democrat. So
Yeah,
you got
that
a
I'm
Republican taking, huh?
So that I'm aware of that.
Right. You got a whole Republican taking credit for a Democratic bill, and that's a black woman that's been all for HBCUs. And I mean that's what you need to do. Like, you need to look at the people in your local government, your state government, and then, you know, if they're real people, you know, push them forward. Like, replace the Democrats that you don't like, that you don't want, and it's just faster that way. And I think this is interesting. I think that it can be argued that Trump's emphasis on criminal justice reform for black people during his presidency, and just like other black issues, like he pardoned, you know, some black rappers and stuff. Even conservative media, like when he had his mugshot and stuff, they were talking about, oh, like, well, this will appeal to the black community because they'll identify with his wrongful conviction. And I just think that, you know, that's promotes the stereotype conflating black
I don't
people
disagree.
with criminality. Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's just an observation. So, and then like the whole back to blue thing coming from Republicans. So you're not going to be getting any criminal justice reform from them. And then you had, in response to the George Floyd protests, Democrats in the House of Representatives, they drafted that for the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. You can look that up, and Republicans prevented that from passing.
100%.
So you actually had a response. So that was like the biggest protest that you had in American history, and Republicans were not about any change coming from that. And when it comes to reparations, you know, the Republican Party is against any kind of handouts. So, you know, meanwhile, you got Democrats who discussed reparations at the 2020 Democratic presidential debate, and you know, within like just like Democratic run states like California, or you know, this makes it nationally recognized in the country when you have things like this happen. Republicans haven't discussed reparations at any presidential debate, and And then you had a Republican senator in Florida. He proposed an amendment to outlaw reparations being proposed in the entire state at all. And then he threatened that he would cut funding in places in Florida if they were to do that. And Joe Biden actually continued Trump's immigration policies, while Republican governors in Texas and Florida bus immigrants to New York and Chicago to create these situations. But then you're pushing immigrants deeper into the country, which is contradictory from their standpoint. And then so Black people are already, suffering in these areas, yet, we're supposed to, you're not being told all the time that where the immigrants are coming from or how they're getting there. And the Democratic, liberal, or just like other left-wing groups, they're like protesting against Black voter disenfranchisement and miseducation, and they brought cases to court, and kind of laws of like the state legislature.
But I appreciate the call, my dude. It was just going on and on. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. What it sounds like is that Democrats have a marketing problem. That's what it sounds like. But yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Sentiment in the Black community is waning a lot. The sentiment is not waning. We're not okay with you taking our resources and giving them to people who don't live here. As Mark stated before, you are preparing housing for them. One of the reasons that the city of Chicago was able to close 50 schools was because of the Black Flight. And the reason we had a Black Flight was because there is no affordable housing in this city. It is because the city of Chicago shut down the voucher system so that Blacks who needed to get affordable housing could not. So they had no choice but to flee to other states. But now you found money for the migrants.
That's right.
We're calling foul. And then another thing you said was that the faith-based leaders were helping to bring around the sentiment. We haven't paid attention to faith-based leaders since Dr. Martin Luther King. And guess what? We're not listening to them now. We understand that they are bought and paid for. We understand that you control the narrative that they are trying to speak about. So let me just say this to you. We're not listening to them the same way we're not listening to you. What you're doing is not okay. And let me just say this other thing. Emerson Park is still closed. And our mayor has decided that...
All right, let me... What was the turnout for Chicago mayor? Does anyone know? Trying to look it up.
Because we didn't support migrants coming to our park, we just ain't gonna have a park. I call foul, Mayor. You love to stand around and talk about how you're a Black man. That's all you are, is a Black man. And we know that all Black folks ain't skin folks. And those of us who didn't know that, you're giving us a great lesson. So we thank you for that. No, the sentiment has not changed. We are still for Black people. We are still for this city supporting us. We're still for Black people getting the same set-asides that these migrants are getting. Oh, excuse me, not migrants, because what they are is illegal foreign nationals. They are not migrants. They are not coming here legally. So just because you put lipstick on a pig, it's still going to be a pig.
Yeah.
So we are not backing down. We were quiet for a minute. I know you thought that the sentiment has changed. It has not. And And like I tried to remind people, not only did I support Brandon Johnson, not only did I campaign for Brandon Johnson, not only did I give him my money, but I want you to know two things. Number one, I'm not a fan. I have buyer's remorse. Number two, for any independent candidate in the city of Chicago, any Green Party candidate in the city of Chicago, and any Republican candidate in the city of Chicago, now is your time, because we are done with the Democratic Party. Brandon Johnson, Governor Pritzker, and President Biden have shown us what they think about the black community all over this country. And so we're standing here today to say, okay, if that's what it is, we with it. We don't have to support the Democratic Party. Right. We don't have to continue to support people who are not going to support us. And the Democratic Party here in this city, in this state, and in this country is not supporting us. You got the Republicans on one side and the Democrats on the other side. Guess what? They're part of the same bird.
That's right, with two wings.
So it doesn't matter anymore which party we go with. But I'll tell you this, I'd rather deal with the snake that's outfitting himself of the Republican Party than the snake that's covered up in the Democratic Party.
That's right.
We're not going to continue to stand for this. We're not going to continue.
Now, I don't understand that one. That makes no sense. For me, that makes no sense. Because at the end of the day, you're getting a snake. I don't understand. You'd rather get a snake that shows you they're a snake as opposed to a snake that, I don't know, has on rabbit ears? At the end of the day, you're still getting bitten. Only 35% of Chicago residents turned out to vote in runoff election. Bruh. 35% of Chicagoans turned out to vote for Brandon Johnson. I'm trying to see the demographic makeup. I don't know. Oh, man. That's crazy. You understand that's crazy, right? 35% turned out to vote for this man? Here's the thing. When you voted for him, did you ask what his stance was on immigration? I don't understand. Am I missing something? Let me just explain something to you, black people. You don't get to complain about buying a mystery package and then not liking what's inside of it. That's not how the fuck that works. You don't get to complain about, well, I don't like what the fuck you doing, if you didn't vet the person beforehand. Now all of a sudden you want to be, well, I don't like what you're doing, and I'm going to vote Republican, independent, blah, 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 blah. It's a little too late now. Because here's the thing. What Brandon Johnson is doing, I don't know, in regards to immigrants, some of this shit has permanent effects. That's the whole point that I made. Is that when you make these decisions, sometimes they have lasting impacts on the community.
Continue to allow our state representatives, our congressmen, our aldermen, and our mayor to let us know that we don't matter. Just like you're going to show us that we're going to matter, we're going to show you. It's going to be a great day in the city of Chicago when the Democratic convention comes here, and then they found out in March that a lot of black voters took Republican ballots.
I don't understand why you would vote for Republican if they're not offering you anything. That's just fucking crazy to me, bro. You're literally doing the same thing. Do you not understand? You're doing the same thing. Do you not understand? One party says, hey, I'm not going to do shit for you. You vote for them. You're like, well, if you're not going to do shit for us, I'm going to vote for this party. This party is saying, I'm not going to do shit for you. I don't understand. Whose fault is it that you didn't ask Brendan Johnson what's his stance was on immigration? I don't understand. And the fact that only 35% of people came out to vote? What? The majority of Chicagoans don't get to complain. The majority of Chicagoans don't get to complain. So, yeah, sure. By all means. I'm curious what is the demographic of the 35% that voted? That's what I'd like to see. See if we can find those numbers. About 61% of white registered voters cast a ballot in the election compared to 29% of black voters and 20% of Latino voters. Bro, what? How did that break up? I'm curious. What is the majority of... I assume the majority of black voters voted Democrat. That Latino voters nearly split evenly for Valhalla and Johnson. Mayor Hall was nearly triple the number that showed. Wait, the number of black voters who came out to elect Mayor Harold Washington was nearly triple the number that showed up for Johnson? What? Compared to about 61% of white registered voters cast a ballot in the election compared to 29% of black voters. Johnson won about 88% of black Chicago voters, while an estimated 97% of black voters who supported Washington in the 80s, according to the report. 88% of black voters. 88% of the 29% who came out and voted. 404, you're on the line.
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up?
I'm good. I just want to discuss about what you was talking about as far as Democrats and Republicans. I'm a black man, as you know who I am. I would like to say, I would tell black folks, don't vote for the simple fact it's going to be oil spilled on both ends next year. They talking about vote for Republicans, but they forget that Republicans, Ronald Reagan threw cocaine and drugs in the community, while this is a government issue with the migrant crisis. So that means that's Republicans and Democrats' fault. They're breaking their own laws, meaning they're taking your rights away, and people don't see that. You see what I'm saying? Are you still there?
Yeah. I just don't understand how
Yeah,
not
and-
voting benefits us.
I'm sorry. Yeah, now one of them benefit us. Black people just need to come as a unit because I be hearing black folks talking about buy all this property and all that, but they can take that and say we got to build a road here. You can pay $1 million for the property, and they can say it lost value and give you 10 grand. So if we're not together, they can do anything they want to. But that's all I'm gonna speak. You know what I mean? Black people just need to come together, man. That's it. Thank you, sir.
Sure, no problem. Take care. If I hear another Negro say black people need to come together, I'm gonna end the stream, bro. I've been hearing this kumbaya since I was a child, bro. Since I was like a baby. My parents said it. People around me said it. If I hear another black person talking about we need to come together, and why can't we all just get along and some shit like that, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose my mind. Niggas have been saying that since I was a fucking child. And I can imagine they were saying that before I even existed, based off of the inaction these mofos take. I don't know. As the audience grows, I think I'll just start something of my own, bro. As the audience grows, I think, you know, because it's getting to the point where it's like, fuck it, I'll do it myself. That's honestly where it's getting. It's getting to that point. Because here's the thing. At the end of the day, you're part of the group. I'm part of the group. And I'm sorry, bro. I don't want to be in that situation where I have to, you know, act like something in order to not get killed or to not arouse suspicion. I just don't want to be. I don't want to be in that predicament, bro. It's as simple as that. I don't want to be in that predicament, right? Well, whoever it is, whether you're any of these people, I don't care if it's Dr. Claude Anderson, Tariq, Jason Black, any of these people, it does not fucking matter. At the end of the day, you're part of the group. So no one's insulated from this. That's the problem. They managed to make you believe like you're fucking an individual. No. Your group image greets the people before you do. Okay? Your group image greets them before you do. If you got a shit fucking image as a group of people, that's what they're going to be expecting to see, which then forces you to separate yourself as much as possible, thus creating the fucking conservatives. Thus creating the people, hey, I'm not like them, I'm one of the good ones. Which goes right back in line with the whole fucking stereotypes that they created for our ancestors. The whole point of that was like, we don't give a fuck what you think, because we got our own. That was the whole point. But somehow, and it's interesting, because in the documentary, it goes over this. It's a great documentary. I'm going to do a review. I should finish it by tonight, hopefully. But like I said, it's called Stamped from the Beginning, where it goes over this. And it's like, I don't want to be in that situation, bro. I don't want to be in that. Bro, you guys are the lowest tier of humans. I see how ignorant mind works. It's a joke. Josh, who are you, bro? Who are you and what are you doing here, bro? Because you're about to get banned on the channel. I'm just saying, it's at the end of the day, it's more of a selfish reason, bro. It's more of a selfish reason. That's what it seems like. Because you'll be out of your fucking mind if I have to clock into 9 to 5 or some shit and eat crow in order to make my way up a ladder because I don't want to defend this fucking bigot or this racist who views me a certain way because of the media and the propaganda and their racist fucking Twitter profiles. That's not what's happening, bro. I'd rather fucking die. I'd rather fucking die. I don't think people, I've been in situations like that. I don't ever want to experience that again. Ever in my fucking life. Ever. Some of you niggas are in that situation right now. People call it code switching. I call it fucking slavery. The moment you have to be disingenuous from who you actually are to appease a group of people simply due to the fact that they have, as far as power over you, that's fucking slavery, fam. That is slavery. Fuck out of here. That's fucking crazy to me. That's fucking crazy. I would never wish that on my worst enemy. Never wish that on my worst enemy. Of having to go all the way back to, yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. Fuck that noise, bro. So, if I can, if we can get the Kickstarter for a fucking video game going and popping off, we'll see. Then surely, hell, if I can get a similar audience, or even I don't even need a whole big audience, something, leech off of some of these mofos and get some type of audience, we can definitely get a black realtor, right? A black realtor and fucking GoFundMe or some shit to buy up some fucking property, bro. Now, obviously, you don't want to face a fucking class action lawsuit of you discriminating thanks to what is it, fucking 14, right? Well, it seems like there's only black people in these apartments. So we got to cover our ass that way. But 100%. And you just, hey, okay, this is how much it's going to cost to get this building. Now, here's the thing. Anyone who's ever dealt with real estate, that shit comes and motherfucking goes. All right? In many cases, depending on where you're buying, I don't know if you get anything in LA. That's not going to happen, bro. It's just not going to fucking happen. They're looking at least 10 to 15, in some cases 30 to 40K more than what is listed. Fucking crazy. But you don't have to, it doesn't have to be here in Cali. Not necessarily. It could be somewhere else. Right? And we get a black property manager. Hey, listen, nigga. Right? Listen, nigga, I know you between jobs or some shit. We can pay you, right, to manage this property. And keep that shit within the family, bro. Keep that shit within the family. And then we just go down, we figure out, hey, where can we get a bunch of property and see how we can attract fucking black investors. Simple as that. How do we attract some black investors? Because that's how real Black Wall Street people keep talking about. That's how it fucking created. How do we go about that? What's the time frame? Everything this nigga talks about, bro. Everything. As far as, hey, the reason why black people fail is because you don't have a fucking plan of attack. You have no goals in mind. You have no plan of attack. Right? Nothing. It's just, I hope they're going to respond. Even with this bullshit, it's a hoping that someone's going to respond. That's not how shit works, bro. That's not how shit works. Because what happens if they don't respond? Then what? You got a backup plan? Do you got a backup plan? No, you fucking don't. You're going to be fucked. That's what's going to happen. So, at the end of the day, because there's this tweet that I saw that irritated me. It's this dude, not that it was a bad thing, but it's just, like, what the fuck are you talking about? He was, where was it? It was this black kid who reviews food for like a living, and then reviewed fucking Twitter, bro. Why is this app so shit, bro? and brought black businesses to this place. And the thing is, this lady was complaining about, hey, we started a black business and no one's coming to us. Keith Lee, how the fuck do you have a black business in Atlanta and no one is coming to your business? That doesn't make not any fucking sense. Can someone explain that to me? Because I want people to understand. What he did was great, but until that mindset is there, that shit is just a weekend event. That's what people don't understand. What he did was phenomenal. But until there is a mindset established, that shit is a weekend event. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to a lot of these things. It's the same thing that I hate to say, but what Charleston White was talking about. He's like, you niggas is on something else. I'm still on Tamir Rice. It's like, damn, that's fair. He's like, y'all have already moved on to something else, but you haven't gotten any change yet. How are you gonna be as far as upset over George Floyd and all this when you haven't even gotten any justice for Tamir Rice? You people are jokes. Nobody wants you clowns here. Just leave. I don't have a problem with leaving, Jerry Mark. Are you going to give me as far as the reparations to leave? I'll leave as soon as you give me reparations, by all means. By all means. But the last time, from my understanding, that black people tried to leave, Marcus Garvey, y'all didn't want that to happen. So I just find it funny how they keep on saying leave. Okay. By all means, I'll take the ticket. You're not saying anything to me. They keep on saying that. Go back to Africa. Go back to Africa. Sure, you give me the reparations, I'll go back to Africa. Deal? What are we talking about? Nigga, I hope people understand Africa is no different than the United States. People just have gotten comfortable here in the United States. I know Africa has dirt. That dirt can be covered up by asphalt. Not all of Africa is fucking dirt. What are we talking about? Here's what you have to understand. It's not the land that makes a people. It's the people that make the land. I don't think they understand that. As long as you don't interfere with us and don't try to undermine the government, we'll make fucking Africa pop off. Best believe that. What are we talking about? We 100% will. But what are the chances that you nosy group of people, you vicious, violent, savage, ridden group of people, won't interfere? Won't try and undermine and attack like you've done in the past? So here's the thing. If you give me, put it in the Constitution, since y'all love that thing so much. Put it in the Constitution that, hey, we will not try to undermine, attack African or the black Americans who have established themselves in Africa, by all means. And even then, we all know as far as their piece of paper means fucking shit. Because that's not how they operate. They operate by might is right. So you could have a contract with them and they say, well, fucking sue us. We all know that. So it's like, what guarantee do I have? I would move there. I don't have a problem moving there. Shit, the weather's fucking beautiful. It's amazing. What are we talking about? But what guarantee would I have? What guarantee would I have? I got ancestral history here. So in order for me to move, pack my bags and move, I'm gonna need some type of guarantee, fam. I'm gonna need something. You have your people who talk to my people, bro. But here's the thing. We all know y'all don't want us to leave, because if you did, we wouldn't be here. One thing I know about American history is that when the angry white people want something, they get it. What are we talking about? Y'all niggas were upset at the fucking the election? Y'all fucking rioted the Capitol. What are we talking about? And then claim victim upon getting sentences. Got the President of the United States to show up at a fucking criminal's funeral. The President of the United States. Bro, if y'all didn't want us here, we wouldn't be here. Why are you acting like, oh, just fucking leave? Make us. You don't want that to happen. It's like the girl. It's like the girl who's trying to call your bluff. That's all. It's like the girl trying to call your bluff. Well, if you don't like it here, then leave. And then you walk out the door. Wait, hold up. Okay, all right. We already tried that one time, bro. We tried that. Y'all, we already tried that. That's what you don't. That's why I'm saying this is why it's such a privilege to be white in this country, because you don't even have to know your fucking history. Is that crazy? You don't even have to know your fucking history. Fucking leave, nigga. We tried, sir. We tried. What are you talking about? Our ancestors tried. You killed them for trying to escape. And then told them that God made them stay here and shit. What are you talking about? Ever since we got here, we've been trying. Hell, the people who were here before you even came here were like, ugh, they stink. What are they doing? I just find that so weird. I don't know. I just find it weird when they say that. Go back, leave. I'll make a deal. How about this? First come, first serve. How about that? Do y'all wanna make that deal? First come, first serve. We find out who was here on this land first. In sequential order. And whoever's last, right? Whoever's last, they have to leave. How about that? How about that? I think that's fair. We'll see who has ancestors who were here on this land first, right? And whoever wasn't, y'all have to leave. How about that? Y'all won't make that deal, huh? Y'all won't make that deal, huh? How about that, bro? I'm just curious. I'm just curious, bro. I'm just curious. Just curious. But anyways, where's this is it. This is the video I'm talking about. This is a great video.
Houston went from having 2 customers a day.
But this is good, but also not good. And I'm gonna tell you why.
This small woman-owned bakery in Houston went from having 2 customers a day to the line being wrapped around the corner in less than 24 hours.
Oh, in Houston. Okay, in Houston. This woman went from having a small bakery in Houston, right? Having 2 customers a day. Hold up. First off, that means you're bad at business, boo. I don't know what to tell you. That means you're bad at business. On what fucking planet would you create a bakery and not scout like the location and the demographics? I don't understand. How do you have a bakery and only have 2 customers a day? Nevertheless, this is what happened.
This small woman-owned bakery in Houston went from having 2 customers a day to the line being wrapped around the corner in less than 24 hours.
There are times when I only have 2 customers.
Bro, listen, I think that's great, but this was called a momentary spike. This is a problem. This is what I'm talking about. This mindset, where what's his name? Dr. Umar's talking about the school. Y'all niggas won't even support an actual black-owned business. Y'all won't support a bakery? Y'all niggas won't support a bakery? But let me get this straight. Niggas is gonna come together over a school in which you get no accreditation off the hope and the faith of us coming together. Sir, what?
There are times when I can't pay my bills.
The next day, this is great though. But here's what you have to understand. Unless these are returning customers, this doesn't fucking mean anything in business. I think him giving as far as a spotlight to this business is great. But unless these niggas are gonna be returning customers, she's gonna be right back here in the car crying. That's what y'all don't understand. It's not about 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Sure as fuck not in business. It's about consecutive customers. It's about building a base, a group of loyal customers. If these niggas, why are these niggas here? That's why I asked you. Why are you niggas here? You niggas weren't here yesterday. Y'all niggas weren't here the day before. Y'all weren't here the day where I couldn't pay my fucking bills because you niggas wouldn't support me. Why the fuck are you here now? And when are you coming back? You coming back tomorrow? You coming back a week from then? You coming back 2 weeks? Or is this a one-day event? Is that what this is? Is this a one-day event? To make all niggas feel good about themselves? Well, I supported a black-owned business. Yeah, me too. I saw it on TikTok and I went there and supported. You have to understand, this woman's gonna be in the same predicament unless there is a unity there. Unless you feel obligated. It is your obligation as a black man and a black woman to support this business. An obligation. Anything short of that, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Brother Lee said pull up, and that's what I'm gonna do.
Every Sunday, this parking lot empty. They used to have car meets right here.
Now, we need, I don't know what to say.
Old school car. Look at this, bro. Look at this. Keith Lee, bro. Look at this.
Imagine staying in a country that doesn't want you, but trying to convince yourself we secretly do. What do you mean? What do you mean that doesn't want us? Who are white? Listen, who are you fragile individuals gonna blame? Who are you gonna blame? I don't think some of these people understand the dynamics of this country. What are you gonna blame, bro? I don't understand. What are you gonna do? I'm just curious.
Bro, stay out of Houston, bro. Like, for real. For real, I walked in that place 30 million times. Never no customers. Never nothing.
Now, I'd be asking, are y'all coming back? Or is this just for a show? I just find it interesting that, they keep on talking about, why are you here if you don't run it? Bro, we tried leaving. Do you understand the U.S. government? I don't think they even understand their own history. Because, well, they understand their history. They don't understand American history. Like, they're so ignorant, it's mind-blowing. Their concept of American history is a president, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, George Washington cut down the cherry tree, and freedom. That's it. If you speak to these people, that's their concept of understanding history. That's it. They don't know anything about Marcus Garvey. Like, the U.S. government was like, nah, son. Stop with that leaving to Africa, bruh. Stop. Cut that leaving to Africa out, bro. You can get the fuck up out of here with that. Like, what are you talking about? I think they've actually like tried to convince them that we don't want y'all here. They say that and we don't even want you here. It's like, bro, come on, bro. Stop it. We passed that. We going back to go back to Africa? Is that what we going? Is that what you doing? We going back to that again? We going back to that again? Oh my God. Y'all really desperate then. The reason why you'd probably want us to leave is so that your birth rates could go up. That's the reason why you probably want us to leave. The reason why you probably want us to leave, so you can feel good about yourselves. That's the reason why. Let's call a spade, bruh. Let's call a spade. That's the reason why. It has nothing to do with you hate us or anything. You don't hate us. You know you secretly love us. It's not even secret. It's just public now at this point. It's public at this point. So I'm just saying, come on now.
Baby, nothing mean you living it because of the kidney effect. Congratulations.
My mom, she kind of was like, I don't know, people really gonna show up, and then when y'all showed up, we definitely appreciate you guys for even coming. I'm sorry that we're sold out, but we do got truffles, we do got cheesecake on the stick if that's what y'all like.
Bro, I think that's great. But unless this is a reoccurring event,
That is amazing. This single person operated food truck went from having a loyal.
I want you to understand, I think that's great. This is great. But unless niggas are gonna come back, guess where she gonna be?
I can't pay my bills.
Guess where she gonna be? That's what you have to say. Joe, what are you talking about, bro? Hold up. Before you yeet Joe Ty, hold up. I just find this interesting, right? He's talking about us leaving while he's in a predominantly black space. This man can't even leave us while we're not even talking about him. We talking about black issues. This man comes out of nowhere. Why'd y'all leave? Sir, you can't help but stay here. You talking about leave. We have booted multiple accounts and you still here. Like, this is honestly some Dunning-Kruger like fucking cognitive dissonance. You have been told multiple times, we don't want you here. And yet you still come back. Why? I don't understand. You've gotten banned multiple times, and you keep on coming back with a Smurf account because you keep complaining about a country that doesn't want you. Sir, we don't want you. Why do you keep coming back? Joe Mo, why don't you call in, Joe? Let's talk it out. Let's talk it out, Joe. You don't want it so bad that you keep on coming back to the chat. Got you. This shit is really crazy, bro. What is the meme? There's the meme where it's like black people and we're thinking about something else, and it shows like a white guy and he's got like black dick on his mind. I don't know what it is. For what? So you can get triggered and ask me about PS5? No, Joe. You seem to be in need of a friend. You're here for a reason, even though we banned you multiple times. So what is it, bro? You clearly want attention. I assume it's due to neglect of your, of your father and mother. So, I mean, if you, I don't understand. Like, if you want attention, bro, we can talk. Do you want to talk? Call in, Joe. I'll talk to you, bro. It's all right. I don't know what it is, bro. I'm just tired of your ignorance. Yeah, I agree. I understand, Joe. It's tough. So, Joe, why don't you leave, right? Did you ever think about you leaving? Because you don't like black people are here. So why don't you leave? Did you ever think about that? Being proactive? Did you ever think about that? Joe, give us a call. Why don't you call in, Joe? I'd like to talk to you. I think you're a fascinating, emblematic display of why many white men have very low birth rates. I understand, Joe, but I understand we don't belong here, but yet we're here. So if you dislike us so much, why don't you leave, Joe? Wouldn't that solve the problem? Wouldn't that solve the problem? I don't understand. I can't stand you all. Okay, so why don't you leave? Joe, I will pay for your flight to wherever you like. Joe, yeah, but you don't want to be around us complaining. Joe, give us a call. Give me a call, Joe, or we're just going to ban you again. Or what I'll do is I'll just put it on members only. And then you'll have to actually pay to show your white fragility. You'll actually have to pay to be fragile. That's crazy. I don't understand. I get it, Joe. Yeah. Ignorance. Joe, you don't even know American history. But we're ignorant. So what's it gonna be, Joe? You gonna give us a call in so we can talk, Joe? Man, I've never seen so much fragility in my life, bro. Why are they so fragile? We have to deal with you people and your ignorance. You don't have to, Joe. That's the point. You can leave. That's the whole point, Joe, is that you don't have to. You can leave. This is literally the meme. This is literally the meme, bro. That's crazy. This is literally the meme. I can see you. Why? Joe, you don't have to deal with black people if you don't like us. Go, I don't know, go to a predominantly white, go to Denmark or something. Go to Iceland. I don't know what to tell you. What? Does anybody know who this man is? Nobody even knows who you are, bro. You're a random white kid just crying on the internet. 701, you're on the line. Oh, you have to turn it. You have to turn it off, or we can't hear you, buddy.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, okay. Your thing is a little bit like later on the.
Yes, there's a delay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, my bad. My thing is like a little bit delayed. Like my YouTube video is a little bit delayed. That's why I can't really hear the thing. But my disagreement is I think black people are already politically extinct.
Why do you believe that?
Because of all the things that they tried to do in the past, they didn't really succeed as much. And there's been so many pushes throughout history for us to try to make a change, and none of that's panned through. That's one of the main reasons I think that.
I'm not sure as far as what pushes have been made. And I don't know why.
The Civil Rights Act?
Well, what was the push for the Civil Rights Act?
Well, the push was to have equal rights, and a lot of businesses have been formed, and even then, and it was torn down. Like I just feel like a lot of what we've tried to do, and I'm not African American, I'm African, so, but I just feel like from studying the history and what I know so far is just we have attempted multiple times, and with what your theory is of immigration and stuff like that, I feel like the fact that Trump was able to win.
Attempted multiple times.
You said, what haven't we attempted, or
no,
did you say
haven't
what
attempted multiple times.
I think the whole building black businesses and trying to build through like businesses and stuff like that, I think that's something that we have attempted. And I don't think that was successful. And I don't think it was not successful because of us. I think it's not successful because of racism in the society we live in.
What black businesses weren't successful because of racism in the society we live in?
You said what business itself wasn't successful?
What business are you referring to?
What? I'm not talking about specific businesses. I'm talking about like black sectors. Like, for example, in Atlanta, and then like there's a lot of black like sectors that had a lot of businesses that were able to be successful, that was torn down, or is currently still exists, but it hasn't really like changed the trajectory for black people as a whole.
Well, why hasn't it changed the trajectory for black people as a whole, and why haven't the businesses that were torn down rebuilt?
I think it's because the society, the overarching society, is racist, and because they've been pushing
Rebuilding
multiple
those
policies.
businesses has nothing to do with racism.
No, I'm not saying building the business itself has to do with racism. I'm saying the policies and the way it's enacted can kind of.
I don't disagree.
I can give you
what
an
black businesses in Tulsa or in Georgia, I believe what you said, were unable to be rebuilt due to certain policies?
Well, I'm not saying in Georgia, like Atlanta itself currently is kind of a sort of a black hub, but I'm talking about like Tulsa and a whole bunch of black communities that have been kind
so
of
you talking
not
about Black
necessarily.
Wall Street? Is that what you're referencing?
I'm referencing Black Wall Street, but I'm also referencing a lot of other black communities that have came to fruition. Like, for example, I don't know if you heard of Albina in Portland. That's another community that was thriving at one point, but due to racist policies such as redlining and all those other policies and the crack epidemic and all that stuff, it really messed up their area, and and they're not able to really recover from that currently. I'm not saying starting businesses isn't a good thing, or trying to fix the society or trying to fix that area isn't a good thing. I'm just saying that politically, if we're going to say we're going to be politically extinct in a way of like, oh, we have to get the Democrats to do what we want by demanding it in some way, shape, or form, I don't think we will have that power currently, because we haven't had that power for a really long time. And we could probably do something now, but
the issue is not as far as whether that power existed, because we've always had that power. We just didn't use it. We didn't wield it accordingly.
Why do you say we didn't wield it accordingly? Like, would you say like all the...
Because nothing has come from it.
Don't you think that there's like a sort of counter to it that's stronger than what they're trying to achieve itself? Or because I get
as, I don't know, you're speaking with pronouns, so cool, be specific.
My bad. I'm saying like the opposition to black people trying to be successful would be racism, racist policies, and the fact that the overarching society does not want black people to be successful in this way, and they do. And you black people.
That hasn't
exactly
stopped us from building, though.
Well, I'm not saying that's why. I guess what I'm trying to say is, when you say politically extinct, can you just in depth explain what you mean by that? Because can I say what I perceived it as, and then you can explain what you completely meant by that?
Go for it.
I perceived it as you saying that black people won't be able to make any demands to the government to do what black people want them to do, such as like reparations. That's how I perceive it. And I don't think that there'll be, I personally don't think that there'll be any way that starting businesses or anything like that can convince the government to do those things. I think we can get to that point where we're independent for ourselves, and I'll agree with you. But if you're saying that we'll be able to convince like the government to do something, I'm sorry, I just don't agree with you. But I'd like to see what you're trying to say.
Well, that's how politics works. Is that you have leverage. You have enough leverage to coerce people to bend to your will.
Okay.
That's what every group does.
Yeah, but I guess the question is, how will we be able to get that sort of leverage? And I guess I need to read the book Powernomics. I know you you recommend that book a lot, but I really just like to look at sort of like the overarching society and how their views can affect where people are. And I just feel like a lot of the times where black people in the past and black people now try to integrate into white society, it's really because of the way they view black people as to what's happening. Like, for example, like when it comes to renting out homes, like a lot of, not renting out homes, buying homes or loaning out mortgages and stuff like that. Like a lot of people black people get denied for that. And that's not a policy thing. That's like, people are just racist. Like literally they're just racist. Like when they see the name, they're against that. So my thing is,
so
if
then
the
you have black people who control that, who aren't racist, who can give those opportunities to other black people.
Okay, so you believe in sort of a black people help black people kind of thing, and
that's the only
sort
way
of like,
anything is going to happen.
okay, I agree with that, but do you think black people helping black people alone is enough to sort of get things passed to specifically help black people? That I guess that's my question.
Well, there's no helping black people alone, but you're gonna have to play the game of politics. There's gonna have to be some quid pro quo. There's gonna have to be some mutual interests in line that benefit black people.
Okay, I can see what you're saying, and I do agree with that. I do think, I guess, I don't know. I guess I just believe that, I believe what you believe to an extent, where it's like, I think we're at a point where we have no choice but to depend on each other. And it's like every other group depends on each other, but
we'll never
we're
get to that
viewed.
point.
We'll never get to what point? That every other group depends
on one another. That'll never happen.
You don't think it was kind of like that in the 60s?
No, yes. That's what I'm saying. We'll never get to that point.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, that's my disagreement. I get what you're saying, and I like your contact. So.
All right. Well, I appreciate the
call.
call. You as well.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll never get to that point, because upon getting to that point where black people have to depend on one another, well, we saw what happened in the past. Businesses, right? Economies. That's what happened. So if you have a group of people who really are not really fond of you, the last thing they're going to want to do is to cause unity. And like I said, that would be that catastrophic event, which I said is one of the two options. Either you have a Moses figure or you have something that forces black people to come together. They would never cause something like that. What they want people is to be in that comfort middle, where you're upset, but you're not that upset. All right? I think that's where many people as a whole are. Where you're upset, you're just not that upset to really do that much about it. Depending how much you're angry really dictates the level of steps that you're willing to do to rectify the problem. People are lazy. So it's going to have to be something serious to cause some actual action. So I don't see them actually causing black people to get to that point, because they know what will happen is exactly what would happen in the past, which is why I'm saying instead of waiting for that to happen, we have got to mobilize and organize and structure ourselves. Which is why I talked about as far as this video. This video is awesome. This is great that he caused that to happen. But what we need is a reoccurrence of this, right? If there was unity as a whole, and we do have unity, but we don't have it in this regard, unfortunately. You have unity in sports, unity in music, unity in in TV shows. A lot of shit that doesn't progress your economic empowerment. And that's how they've trained us to be. They conditioned us as a group to honestly, promote our downfall. So, this should never happen right here. Never happen. Where you have a black business and it's talking about, hey, I can't get 2 customers. If there was unity on a business standing, right? If the same group of people, right, who love the Chiefs or who love, I don't know, fucking Raiders, if they had that same unity with black business, we would never have stories like this. This would never happen. We'd be in a completely different situation. But the thing is, we don't have unity where it counts. We don't have unity where it counts. And that's what they promoted. Hey, promote this music. Look at this TV show. Look at this artist. Look at, hell, even this politician. But where it counts is going to be the businesses, especially the brick and mortars. So the moment in time where you have to have someone who's telling you, hey, come support these people, I think that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. However, that's great that he's saying that. Now, we have to keep this up. That's what you have to understand. A lot of problems is not, like when you have those undercover, billionaire or undercover manager or whatever, I don't know what the shows are. But where you have those people who go into a business and they change the business for the better. They're like, hey, do it this way. Listen, old habits die, what is it? Old habits die hard, I think, is the adage. Unless you have been trained to support your own, this shit, it's not gonna happen, bro. This turnout is a fluke. It's due to a social media influencer who told people to come out and support her. Eventually, it will fucking die off. Eventually, I hate to say it, but eventually it will fucking die off. Because that feeling that you got, right? Hasn't changed. She hasn't changed any of this. That little good feeling you got, hey, I'm with other people and supporting that, yay. That has to surpass fucking social media. That has to surpass social media. That little fucking dopamine spike that you get, that they probably got by supporting this business and being turned, hey, what's going on, hey? That has to be fucking consistent. It can't be so much as how you feel. It has to be your obligation. It's tantamount to taking care of a child. If that child is hungry, it doesn't matter how you feel that day. You can be in a fucking bullshit mood. But you still have to feed that child. It doesn't matter if it's raining, if it's snowing, if it's sunny, if there's a storm, if there's hail, doesn't matter. Your kid still has to get fed. And until you have that mindset about your own businesses, right? Till you have that about your own businesses, nothing's going to change. No one can give you that push. Because there has to be a habit that's formed. Habits don't develop overnight. Habits don't develop overnight. You have been conditioned to see your products as inferior. That's what you've been conditioned. Over generation after generation, you've been conditioned to view your people's businesses as inferior. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about it. Hey, the white man's ice is colder. He talks about it. Dude going, there's two shops. White guy shop, black guy shop. He goes in the black guy shop, sees the ice. It's like, I don't know, fucking Jimmy's Ice or some shit. Looks at it. Oh, okay. Goes across the store, it's a white man's store, and grabs a fucking Jimmy's Ice. Same brand, same logo, all this, same ice. Goes up to the guy, hey, why'd you buy the ice from him? He's like, I don't know. I think it's colder. Said he thought the ice was fucking colder. I don't know what to tell you. He talks about, hey, in situations like that where you think the black business may have an inferior product, you let them know, hey, I'm supporting you, but this has got to change. When it comes to pricing, the reason why the prices have to be so much is because they don't have the customer base. So anybody knows as far as business, you can either sell 3 products for $500 or you can sell a litany of products, 30 products for 50 or 20, right? But if you don't have enough customer base, going into your shop, guess what? Nigga, I don't know the next time I'm going to get a customer. I have to charge this amount to keep the fucking lights on. But one thing you have to understand, once you get enough customer base, you can lower those prices. All that takes time. And if you don't have any obligation to your people or your people's business, your future, because it's really not even your future, it's our future. That's what people don't understand. Nigga, we will all sink. Kundis Owens, Tatum, everyone will all sink. They'll just be a little more acclimated to the weather. That's the only difference. They'll be a little more acclimated to the fucking environment. That's the only difference. But best believe we will all fucking sink. Okay? But if you don't have that obligation, like, you know what? We're in this together. I'm gonna go to this store. I have to make a point of going to this store. Doesn't matter if it's 5 miles away, 3 miles away. You have an obligation. Just like, think about it as like your kid. If you have a kid or whatever responsibility you have, job, or your job that you have to pay the bills. If you don't have the money to pay the bills, sooner or later, you're going to get evicted. If you don't have enough money to pay for the food, they're not going to give you the food. Or you're going to go to jail. That's what you have to understand. It is what it is. It's the reason why you go to school, right? You're not going to school for tomorrow. You're going to school for the future. Far from tomorrow. You're not going to college for, you're not going to college on Monday for a reward on Tuesday. No. You're going to college for a reward later down the road. Whether it's law school, med school, whatever it is. So you have to understand that the challenges you face today, with the next day, you may not get, that dividend immediately. It's going to be some delayed gratification. That's what you're going to have to deal with. Delayed gratification. As long as the business owner is doing right by you and the community, you support them. If they on some fuck shit, don't support them. And that's how you get that social ostracization that Claude Anderson is talking about. Where it's like, hey, I go to this community, I go to this business because I know that money is going back into the community. That money is going back into this business and helping it grow. And I know that black people are the ones that made that company grow. And if black people can make it grow, well, then black people can fucking destroy your business. But I don't know any businesses that are solely dependent, or even a majority of them dependent on black people. I don't know Nike or anyone else. That's fine. We have businesses right here. This business can be solely dependent on black people. And guess what? Now we got some leverage. We got some leverage. We have leverage not only is from a business perspective, because if you get enough of these black-owned businesses, best believe politicians are going to, where's the money? Y'all got money. I know y'all got a franchise. What y'all, has she ever thought about donating to my campaign? And then we have leverage as a community. Listen, your black-owned business that is funded by black people, you do some fuck shit or you do some tap dancing, we're gonna shut this shit down, bro. We're gonna shut this shit down. And guess what? We will be able to shut it down because white people aren't coming over here. You're not getting a significant amount of white people over here. You're not getting a significant amount of Asians. When was the last time you saw Asians en masse supporting a black-owned business? I'll wait. When was the last time you saw white people en masse supporting a black-owned business? I'll fucking wait. So these black businesses will be dependent on black people, which is what you would want. So I'm just saying this is all great and dandy, but I'm happy for her, but that shit is not going to last. Just as well, I think he's doing great things. I think he's doing great things. I'm just saying that's just not, unless we can keep this up, this mentality, unless that is permanent, then this is just temporary. This is a temporary TikTok, which makes you feel good. It makes you feel, it gives you a sense of accomplishment without fucking having to do anything. That's actual poison right there. The worst poison is making you feel a sense of accomplishment without you having to do fucking anything, without you having to lift a pinky. That's poison, because that poison causes inaction, and that inaction leads to fucking extinction. Just is what it is. That's why you get all these fucking incels on Twitter or whatnot talking about, oh, the white people are being replaced. So I'm just saying that's what seems to be the case. If the food good, they'll come back. No, they won't. No, they won't. No, they won't. There's tons of food that places that are good. There has to be an obligation. There has to be an obligation. That's what you have to understand. You have to be obligated. It has to be your job, your duty. You have to feel obligated to go to this black business. Even if the food's not good. Even if the food is dog shit. Hey, guess what? This person has a black-owned business, a brick-and-mortar company. Guess what? How about you advise them how to make the food good? Because if this shit pops off, you have to understand it will benefit the group, the collective. You even if you don't eat that fucking bullshit food, even the food tastes like dog shit, throw that shit out then. Don't eat it then. Give it to a homeless person. But you support that business. You let them know, hey, I'm not a big fan of this. Okay? I'm not a big fan of this, whatever it is, this pot roast, whatever you got. I think it's a little too much salt in here. But, Grandma, I can give you a recipe that'll make that shit pop off. Simple as that. Because by that business succeeding and flourishing, it will benefit the group. It will benefit the collective. But if you want to be bougie about it, well, nigga, you're going to be bougie and die. That's what's going to happen. You're going to be bougie as a hyper fucking minority in the country. It's not where you want to be, bro. That is not where the fuck you want to be. Larry says, Lucas, I have a great shirt from Emmanuel Noset, aka E-Man TVA, and has a picture of Miss Minutes, and underneath it says support black business. I don't think we need any more t-shirts of support black business. I think what we need are addresses. That's what we need. Now I do my little 2 cents with with Uber Eats. Whenever I order Uber Eats, I try to go under the black-owned business. But here's the thing. So, I don't even know what the fuck that means. Because I've seen a bunch of Ethiopian fucking spots. I'm like, okay, all right. But that's what you understand. We need some locations. We need some addresses. That's what we need. 541, you're on the line.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. I just wanted to call because I just feel like there's so much to be discussed tonight, and I just wanted to clarify some things about sort of the perspectives that are shared and the agreements that are made, because I think one of the challenges is that sometimes these spaces can be so healing because they're an opportunity for people to share openly about the hardships that they face in their life that are part of the Black experience. But on the other end of that, they can become kind of like just sort of like a den of negativity. And so it's hard to kind of manage that sometimes, because you want it to be a safe space for people to share their experience and to find hope and find community and find camaraderie. But it's also like trying to encourage people and not focus solely on the things that perpetuate this ideology that Black people have it so bad. Because while we do have our challenges, there are also, so many stories of Black people doing incredibly well every day, doing things that are nobody ever anticipated, shifting margins, doing things that are amazing. And even with this woman and her business, like, there's so much that we don't know about this banana pudding or why people weren't buying it. And just, even though it's a Black business, like it still has to meet, still needs the market demand. People need to be into it. I don't really eat banana pudding, so I'm not incredibly sure how her banana pudding ranks amongst other banana puddings in Houston. But in the event that nobody wants it, that could be a really good feedback for her about, if you want to be a business owner, maybe the banana pudding's not where it's at for you, but maybe there's something else you can do instead. So I just wanted to share that. And I wanted to I really don't know. I think it's always a hard thing because a lot of the issues, they have merit and they are legitimate. But I just think that sometimes they can become the big story when really it's not the full picture. It's just like one part. And while a lot of these kind of systemic issues are things that need to be addressed, I think it's always important to balance that with, how far we've come over the last few years and just all the distance that we've run and all the things that have changed and all the Black people who have done incredibly well within our community, the things that we get to celebrate, the people that we get to celebrate. And right now is a unique time because there are a lot more opportunities. People are a lot more moved by a lot of the DEI rhetoric, even if you will, and are trying to think of creative ways to make spaces less racist and make spaces more inclusive and find a means by which to have these difficult conversations that for a long time people really did just have to brush under the rug because they were so painful and they were so convoluted and they were so challenging that nobody even knew where to start. Like when you start talking about racism, it'd be like, people it was just such a heavy, burdensome topic that nobody knew really how to address it because racism shows up differently for everyone else. I mean, as you know, even just because we're all Black, we all have all different intersections coming up with us. Some of us are Black and uneducated, or some of us are Black and have chronic health issues or mental health issues or physical health issues. And so we're just trying to accommodate each other and learn about each other's experience and, support each other in a way that leaves people feeling like there is a place for them in America and like there's hope for them, because there really is. And I I think it's kind of always my goal. It's like listening, empathizing, hearing people's needs and their desires and their shortcomings, and then trying to find creative solutions for how we can meet them or support them or address some of these issues, especially as they are reoccurring. We had some conversation today also about Africa, and I not only have West Indian ancestry, but I've also spent a lot of time in Africa. And so I like to remind people that while I love travel, I love the world, I love being in different places, as bad as America is, there are unique opportunities that are here that we get to maximize on and that we get to engage in. I mean, a lot of people in Africa right now would love for the opportunity to be here and to take advantage of the opportunities that are in America. For even people that are poor and for people that, can even hardly read and write, they still have a higher quality of life than, 99% of people in the world that are living on $1 a day. So I don't want to be repetitive, but I do want to say that I think this is kind of a fun space. And my one concern, and I don't know if it's because sometimes we as Black people can be really hard on ourselves, and maybe we've grown up in environments and in conditions where people have also been really hard on us, sort of ideology or like a shame-based training, as opposed to one that is one that sort of celebrates our greatness and our achievements and our aspirations. And of course, there's some balance there. We don't want to be totally delusional, but then we don't want to be totally self-derogatory either. So that's all I had to say. I don't know how you feel about that, or if you have any thoughts on anything that I said.
I don't disagree. I think you're spot on. But I appreciate the call. You take care and stay safe. Yeah, I don't have an issue with what you said. But I'm gonna get some rest. It was supposed to be a short stream. I don't know what the fuck happened. Nevertheless, I hope you guys, everyone take care, stay safe, be amazing. I will see you all Monday.